Well, good morning and welcome to Sydney International Rowing Centre for Regatta Centre, so not Rowing Centre, for the 2026 Small Boats Regatta Rowing New South Wales. It's a fantastic day out in the course. Joining me in the commentary, I'm Rob Glendenning. Joining me in the commentary is Mark Tejan. Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Rob. Looks like it's looking fantastic up here, or looking down the course from up in the tower at the moment. But we do know it's going to be a warm day. Rowing New South Wales have encouraged everybody to please familiarise yourself with the heat management guidelines. They are printed on the homepage for the regatta. So make sure that you're familiar with that. We're expecting, as the heat comes up during the day, that we may have to implement certain restrictions. We wait and see what happens. But at the moment now we have somebody practicing, just coming down the centre of the course. It looks magic.
And just also a reminder of the safety requirements with inside the boat. The umpires will be today looking at heel ties in particular, as well as other safety aspects of the boat. So I would encourage all to do a quick check over not only at heel ties, but your quick release and all the rest of the safety apparatus in the boat, because there will be spot checks done today. So you don't want to be getting on the water and having to get pulled back because you haven't got any heel ties in there. So you're forewarned. Please attend to that during your pre-race sequence.
Rob, I think the boat that is coming down the course is listed as Jennifer Emerson from Community Rowing Club, who's doing a para single scull. We don't have any other information besides that, but it does seem that she's come down from 2,000 metre mark. She's just had a bit of a pause there out at the 1,500 metre mark, so but she's underway again, just rowing alone, but being followed by an umpire boat.
And as we could look up the course, we can see that the under 16 single scull Division 1 is sitting just behind the start line, so they'll move on to the start line once Jennifer Emerson has cleared the course. But yes, she is underway, but moving fairly slowly at the moment, so we'll have to see what the umpires do with that. The races are due to start from the 1,000 in about 3 minutes, so got a bit of time yet, Mark.
So the big message today is stay hydrated, stay in the shade as much as possible. Don't spend too much time out there on the water, so go out a little bit later than you might normally do, so that you're not sitting waiting in the hot sun.
Now, Mark, I'm not sure what's happening, but it looks like Jennifer is sitting on the 500 metre start line, as if perhaps when they start the race at the 1,000, she may get underway. But what we'll do is we'll give you a roll call for the men's under 16 single scull Division 1. In lane 1, Cranbrook's Miles Gregory. In lane 2, Mossman's Vihan Kolkut. In lane 3, Cranbrook's Oscar Derry. Lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary, Michael Leffler. In Lane 5, Leichhardt 1, Mark Bye. In Lane 6, Manning Valley Anglicans, Jack Croker. In Lane 7, Shoalhaven's Rory Dixon. And in Lane 8, Mossman's Zach Corner, Hung Lee. But no, Jennifer is back underway again now, so maybe it was they were looking to get a time over that 500 metres.
Yes, we can certainly see that she's putting in a bit more effort now, so it probably is. She's just doing a 500 metre race. Racing against the clock. Cutting glass as she comes down there.
Yeah, so this is the Parrot Single Scull over 500 metres. Communities, Jennifer Emerson. She's now coming down to about 250 metres to go. Certainly racing alone is always a tough one because racing against, effectively are just racing against the clock, but good to get out here and have a hit out on the course. Just a little bit of problem on the right-hand side, just crunching over the buoys at the moment, but not too much further to go. Probably about 200 metres before Jennifer will cross the line.
So again, as happens with every regatta we come to out here now, the video coverage just gets better and better. I dare say we have John sitting upstairs coordinating it all, but a fantastic view there from the marshal's umpire boat that's following Jennifer. As she just comes up, she's probably got about 50 metres to go.
And I'm sure, Mark, today with the temperatures up, a lot of spectators would otherwise be availing themselves of their home air conditioners and watching this on the internet because, as you say, the picture quality is fantastic. But Jennifer coming down to the line now, crossing the line to take out the Para Single Scull over 500 metres.
So 3 minutes until the start of the men's under-16 single scull. There are how many divisions? 2 divisions, and they're both over 1,000 metres. So we can just see on the screens the first division of the men's under-16 single scull lining up. I'll just run through that roll call again. Over on the far side in lane 1 from Cranbrook, we have Miles Gregory. Lane 2 from Mossman, Vihan Kolkut. Lane 3 from Cranbrook, Oscar Derry. Lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Michael Leffler. Lane 5 from Leichhardt, Mark Bye. Lane 6 from Manning Valley Anglican, Jack Croker. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Rory Dixon. And Lane 8 from Mossman, Zach Corner Hung Lee. So the first race, first division of 2 divisions in the men's under 16 single scull. And it does seem that the starter's got a fairly good line there. Probably going to be a fairly quick start. Be some of these boys, it'll probably be their first race out here on circuit at Rob.
Yeah, I imagine it would be. And I do notice the big contingent of scullers from Mosman Rowing Club, both in the under 16 men's and women's singles. So obviously doing a fair bit of building over at Mosman Rowing Club at the moment.
And they're off. I'm not sure the Mosman have necessarily finessed their starts yet, just going by their guy in lane 8, but he's underway now. Look at that race leader there, Jack Croker. I dare say he's got his grandfather and parents come down from the Manning Valley to watch him perform today, but he's certainly got himself out into what looks to be a fairly early lead. My guess is that's Michael Leffler from Northern Beaches Secondary, who was pretty much beside him. We'll get a better idea as they come through the 500 metre mark. Yeah, so we can clearly see Jack Croker has gone out very hard and got himself a very early lead in this race. Just passing through a very small amount of wash there from the umpire boat that was just moving across the course. But now with the different camera angle, we can see Jack Croker's well and truly given himself a good lead. But, oh no, we're getting some view there over on the far side. No, it's just a bit of ripple on the water. Look at that. He's a good 5 or 6 lengths, well clear of the rest of the field. That might be Mark By next to him from Leichhardt, and then just over I'd say that's 1 lane away. It might be Oscar Derry from Cranbrook. So they've gone through the 250 metres. Okay, now that they're in clear view, we can actually look down from the finish tower, see them. We can see Jack Croker well out in the lead, then hot on his, a few lengths back to Mark By from Leichhardt in lane 5. Then it's a bit hard to tell. It's either Michael Leffler from Northern Beaches Secondary to the inside of them. Oh, sorry, it'd be Oscar Derry from Cranbrook and Rory Dixon from Shoalhaven in lane 7, closer to the grandstand. But we can see Jack Croker, he's now fairly comfortable in his lead. He's settled into a nice, easy rhythm to finish off this race. Right behind him, well, not right behind him, but is Mark By from Leichhardt. Then it's probably going to be on 3rd spot will be Oscar Derry from Cranbrook, across in lane 3. So Jack Croker, just about 5 or 6 strokes to go. Very comfortable, putting on a little masterclass here, particularly for under 16s. He's going to be followed across by Mark By from Leichhardt. So that's Jack Croker just going through the finish there. Mark By from Leichhardt. About to cross now. And then Crossover on the far side there, Oscar Derry from Cranbrook. Whoops. If he can hold it together, it just had a little bit of a hiccup there. So that's third spot. Miles Gregory over on the far side from Cranbrook will take fourth spot. Rory Dixon from Shoalhaven in fifth. Then some distance back to both the Mossman rowers. Vihan Kolkut in lane 2, just struggling there, catching a few crabs, doing a bit of a wobble, looking round, wondering where that finish line is. Nearly there. And that is Vihan Kolkut, and he'll be followed across by Zach Corner Hung Lee from Mossman to round out that first division of the men's under-16 single scull.
And Mark, that speaking to Howard Croker earlier, and they were fairly confident about how Jack would go today, and they had good reason to be, it would appear. Great win by Jack Croker from Manning Valley Anglican. But hot on their tails is the second heat, race 3, men's under-16 single scull division 2. In lane 2, Leichhardt 2, Otis Shipley. Leichhardt 3, Oscar Lenello in lane 2. In lane 3, Cranbrook's Oliver Pietro. In lane 4, Manning Valley Anglicans, William Katsamangos. In lane 5, Mossman's Arthur Turner. In lane 6, Shoalhaven, Hugo Gollan. Lane 7, Mossman's Cal Thompson. And in lane 8, Northern Beaches, Xavier Scollin. And it would appear, from where we are, it does look to be the Shoalhaven sculler by the look of it. It's just trying to get the lanes. Yeah, it does appear to be lane 6, the Shoalhaven's Hugo Gollan, who has a handy lead, and it is coming down through the 250 metre mark. Fairly close race between the rest of the crews, between lane 1, the Leichhardt Otis Shipley, and in lane 8, Northern Beaches, Xavier Scollin. They do look to be going neck and neck, but the Scullers in the middle, the Leichhardt's Oscar Laniello, also putting on a bit of a spurt now. So it is going to be a race for this second and third position, but no trouble at all for Hugo Gollan from Shoalhaven. He is well out in front, probably about 4 or 5 lengths advantage over the sculler in lane 1, Otis Shipley from Leichhardt. But coming down to the line now, it will be Hugo Gollan, and he's really got the bit between his teeth. He will take this a great win in the under-16 single scull. He will be followed coming down the line now. It will be the Leichhardt sculler over in lane 1, Otis Shipley, who will come in second place. A real tussle for this third place, but it will be the Mossman sculler, Cal Thompson. Actually, it could be Northern Beaches. They're wearing the same gear today, so it could be he might have scraped in, and it looks like we might have been missing the sculler in lane 7. Certainly the sculler back there, the second Manning River, it does appear, looks to be battling the conditions a little bit out there, and we're just waiting for them to come down and cross the line, but they've got a little way to go at the moment. And hot on their tails, though, Mark, is the third heat.
No, it's the first division of the women's under-16. So we do have a sculler from this previous race struggling down the course. We hope he gets the finish before the first division of the women's under-16 single scull lets them. They've just come through the 500 metre mark. Over on the far side from Leichhardt, we have Sonia Johns. Lane 2 from Shoalhaven, Iris Gollan. Lane 3 from Leichhardt, Madeline Wilson. Lane 4 from Glebe, Coco Harley. Lane 5 from Mossman, Lucinda Tucker. Lane 6 from Mossman, Charlotte Roddleton. Lane 7 from St George, Jackie West. Lane 8 from Nepean, Elise Currell. And in lane 9 from Mossman, Calypso Creffield. So we have a completely full house here. As they come down, it does look like Elise Currell from Nepean in lane 8 has a lead, and hot on her tail it seems to be St George's Jackie West. Then out in the middle of the field there, it is a tussle there between Coco Harley, I think, from Glebe, and Madeline Wilson for the third spot. But over in the shadows there, on the far side, in lane 1, Sonia Johns from Leichhardt is quietly pushing through. So as they come down, they've just got about 250 metres to go now. The Elise Currell from the Nepean has a lead. She could clip a buoy. No, she's straightened up. So she was just veering out of her lane a little bit there. She's been followed, I'm pretty sure, by Jackie West from St George in the lane next to her, but over on the far side in lane 1, a little bit hard to tell. It's Sonia Johns is pushing pretty hard. Then in the middle of the field we have, I think it's Mossman's Lucinda Tucker being hotly pursued by, no, Coco Harley I think is a bit, oh no, it's Coco Harley. I can see the Glebe Zooty. So Coco pushing hard. Will she be able to get in the mix of the place getters? I think she may well overtake Jackie West from St George, but it is going to be Nepean's Elise Currell with about 5 strokes to go. Then over on the far side, in the shadows coming through, was Sonia Johns from Leichhardt. So Elise Currell from Nepean just crossing the line now. She's going to be followed across by Sonia Johns from Leichhardt. Then Jackie West from St George will take the 3rd spot. She's been followed across by Coco Harley from Glebe in 4th. Then a little bit further across is Madeline Wilson from Leichhardt. And we still have 2 scullers to finish. So it'll be over on the far side, Iris Gollan from Shoalhaven. And down here in lane 9, Calypso Creffield from Mossman. But we'll move on to the next division because they're roaring down the course now.
And it is Division 2 of the Women's Under-16 Single Sculls from Shoalhaven. Miller Martin in lane 1. In lane 2, Zoe Leisha from Glebe. In lane 3, Mossman's Matilde Edgley. In lane 4, Shoalhaven's Megan Smith. In lane 5, Miller Sablina from Nepean. In lane 6, Mossman's Tyler Giblin. In lane 7, the Armidale School's Matilda Coddington. Lane 8, Penrith Rowing Club's Charlotte Budlin. And in lane 9, Mossman's Sophia Gray. And it looks to be a fairly even field, but it does look like the sculler over here from the Armidale School does appear to have an advantage. But also the sculler in lane 2 could be Glebe's Zoe Leisha, who has looks to be up in the front. I can't see the sculler in lane 1 unless that's the sculler that's moved across. So we'll just wait as they get a bit closer to verify those. We've got a bit of a long distance view on both the camera and out the window. So, but the tussle certainly looks to be on. It does look to be like the Shoalhaven. It's a Shoalhaven sculler over there in lane 1. But as I said, we can't quite pick up the numbers. They're silhouetting up for us at the moment. But over here, it is the Armidale School's Matilda Coddington, who does appear to have a slight lead over the rest of the field as they come down into the 250 metre mark.
That's our Zoe over the far side, Rob.
Yeah, so it is Zoe. It is Zoe Leisha from Glebe who is holding down 2nd place and certainly travelling, moving the boat really quite well over there. So I don't know if she'll have enough to catch up to Matilda Coddington from in lanes over here in lane 7. Yes, but she's really put on a big spurt at the moment, and the race is absolutely on coming down towards the line. Matilda's just toying with the boys here is not going to help her cause, but certainly Zoe over there in lane 2 has certainly all the run at the moment, and coming down to the line with about 200 metres to go, there is nothing in it at the moment that Matilda Coddington may hold a slight advantage over Zoe Leisha on the other side, but as I said, coming down the line there'll be absolutely nothing in it. It is going to go to the wire. The big finish coming on the other side. There is nothing. It will be the Armidale School sculler. Matilda Coddington just coming in front of Zoe Leisha to take 1st and 2nd. We're just having the Penrith sculler Charlotte Butland just crossing line for 3rd. It will be the Shoalhaven's Megan Smith coming across in 4th. And coming down the line, it's a close race between the Nepean sculler in the middle, that is Miller Sablina, and she will take out 6th place, followed by Mossman And we still have one to finish, the second Mossman sculler on the other side, who is Matilda Edgley.
So great finish there between Zoe Leisha and Matilda Coddington from the Armidale School. Yeah. So we just have a short break now until the para single scull. This is a 2,000 metre race, so we have to wait for the starter and the marshals to get down to the 2,000 metre mark. The scheduled time for starter is in 5 minutes. And we have quite a big field, which is great for the para singles. A couple of there's one PR2, but they're all otherwise PR3s. So I'll do the roll call as they get a little bit closer. We'll just take a short breather.
Oh. Yeah, just before we do that, Mark, in lane 7 we have Drummoyne Sculler, the only PR2, Sam Stanford, just certainly out there doing his first attempt at getting over 2,000 metres. I think it's he's done a couple of race starts, so it's going to be an effort for him. But he's transferring from kayaking. He's been a competitive para kayakers, but certainly was identified by Christine McLaren at Rowing Australia as being a potential for a PR2 rower. We've only got a couple of PR2 rowers actively competing at that level at the moment. So we'll be interested to see how Sam goes. He has to get classified in a couple of weeks, so we're looking forward to getting him over the line. It could be a smooth runner if he gets a bit tense. But he was telling me earlier that he raced in the kayak. They race over 200 metres. And I said, well, it's going to be interesting getting up and seeing the other 1,800 metres of the course out here.
Quite a big change indeed. I just take my hat off to all these PR3 rowers. I know Mika Kelly from Glebe, she's in her 60s. She's legally blind. She can't actually see where she's going once she's in a boat. But she gets out there in her single and does it. It's just incredible. Just as a little fun fact, she's actually been up to the top of Mount Everest and been blind all her life, so nothing will hold Mika back. Yeah, quite amazing, really. But I know she certainly felt the change from when they changed from 1,000 metre to 2,000 metre races. So she's still coming to, getting her head around completing 2,000 metre race. So one of the moderns of modern technology, we have Owen with us at the moment, just sorting out our computing, and we discovered that it wasn't plugged in. So that'll probably make it work. We might be able to give you a little bit more comprehensive information now. But Rob and I are a little bit old school. We look out the window and see what's going on. So we can just see on screen the para single scullers lining up for the held start. So not a lot to report on at this stage. Again, a reminder to stay hydrated. Be aware of the heat management policy. Once you've completed your race, please return your numbers. Always the catch cry of a regatta. And otherwise, settle back and enjoy the racing.
And just a reminder also that there'll be spot checks on heel ties and other safety devices within inside your boat. So please be sure that you're not the one that gets caught out having received multiple advice that they will be checked. And it is very important when you're out on the course, if you do happen to roll over and not quite sure what's going to happen, whether you bump your head or whatever on the rollover and don't have the capability of pulling your feet out, this is just a heel ties, just assist in making sure that at some point you can drag your feet out of those shoes. Just seeing the view from the top of the course at the moment on the coverage, and what a spectacular view it is as the last of the para singles reverse into the starting block. So it's always a nervous time getting into those blocks, and particularly if you don't have lots of experience. So it'll be interesting for a few of these. Just a different range of abilities in this field. Certainly some very experienced rowers, but also some quite new to the sport. Those you can see at the moment, if you're looking at, that's Sam from Drummoyne there, Sam Stanford, and you can see that he's got the fixed seat. So the seat actually doesn't move in the boat. That's the PR2 and PR1. It's quite unique to those. PR2 means he can use his torso and arms, as opposed to the PR3, which are using legs, body and arms, or legs, torso and arms. So it's the definition of PR2 and PR1. PR1 is arms only. They do have a little bit of movement in their shoulders forward, but are otherwise restrained by a strap. But PR2 can use their full body swing. That seat is fixed into the boat, so once again the importance of being able to get out of the boat should the boat roll over is paramount in all these racing boats.
So I've just had a message from the regatta organiser, Stephanie Krippner, who's doing a fantastic job organising everything. As she's noticed that nobody has actually come into the pontoon to collect their medals or their cups or whatever the bling is for the day. So race winners, if you can just pop into the ground floor of the tower to collect your bling once you've completed your races, and it probably makes sense given the heat. And unfortunately we're down on volunteers today. If you're out there in the boat park or come to watch your children race, we can always use more volunteers to help out. So if you're available to volunteer for an hour or two, please pop into the tower. So once you've completed your race and you've won, pop into the bottom of the tower to collect your, either to be a medal or some very collectible treasure that you can display in your trophy cabinet.
It's on the screen now as we're just panning across the field. We have Georgina Browning from University of New South Wales looking fairly set, so we must be about due for a start. And once again, the conditions out here are very, very good at the moment. So it looks very, very relaxed at the start at the moment, so maybe just haven't quite got the 2-minute warning yet. And they're away in race 6, the para single scull. Once again, the lane call in lane 1 is Glebe's Mika Kelly. In lane 3, Communities Bronte Marshall. In lane 4, University of New South Wales Georgina Browning. In lane 5, Nepean's Fiona Jackson. In lane 7, Drummoyne's Sam Stanford. And in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club's Flynn Wilkinson. And as we expect, Flynn Wilkinson off to an absolute flyer. He's been putting in some great performances in the para single scull, and certainly has showing an early bit of pace, although it does look to be Georgina Browning over there from University of New South Wales in lane 4, also off to a fairly good start, and beside her, off to her right, or in lane 3, is Communities Bronte Marshall. So it's certainly a fairly close race. We're looking at Fiona Jackson from Nepean, who's just a little bit behind the field, and I can't quite see Sam Stanford from Drummoyne in lane 7, who is the PR2. So perhaps they've just sat back off him and got the umpire's boat in front of him because of the difference in speed for these boats.
The umpire boat following Mika Kelly because she's sight impaired, so there's somebody on the boat guiding her. It would typically be me, but I'm up here. So, but look at him go. That's the Sydney, that's Flynn Wilkinson. Looking very able as he goes through the 250 metre mark there. Well ahead of the rest of the field. Followed by, I would say that's Bronte Marshall and then Mika Kelly. No, Mika's usually kept a lane apart from the others. So that would have been Fiona Jackson, oh sorry, Georgina Browning, Bronte Marshall, I think. Yeah, here comes Mika, so currently in 4th spot. So that was Sam Stanford, then followed across by Fiona Jackson. It just looks magnificent. The sight we're seeing at the moment, the glassy water all the way down the course. The rowers all cutting the glass as they come down. And as they're coming into view from up here in our eyrie of the finish tower, we can clearly see Flynn Wilkinson with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field in lane 8. Then it's the 2 scullers out in the middle, which would be, I think, I'm just looking at, I'd say Georgina Browning, followed by Bronte Marshall in 2nd and 3rd spot. Then, yeah, they're still holding their placings as we saw them come through earlier, and then Mika Kelly over on the far side, and then closer back towards us is Sam Stanford and Fiona Jackson. So, and Sam is PR2, so he's not using his legs.
Yeah, that's correct.
Long way to go, just
well, it certainly is.
Only,
yeah,
really,
it's
isn't it? Yeah.
well, arms and body, but yeah, he just had a bit of a hiccup there. Just talking to his coach earlier, Kathleen Hextall, and was saying that he's very new to the sport, so not used to these longer distances. He hasn't quite got the endurance bit yet, so as he gets a bit tired, he struggles. He can't quite feather because of damage on his on one of his hands. He can't feather, so that gets a little bit hard. So, but he's doing particularly well for his first race down the course. But certainly, Mark, no problems whatsoever for Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club.
Flynn does look like he might be tangling with the boys, though, on his bow side. So he's just managed to move himself slightly away from them.
Because Mark, he's gone through that 1,000 metre mark with a 47-second advantage over Georgina Browning, so really has put the power on early in this race.
And still looking very strong as he comes up to the 500 metre mark, or 1,500 in this 2,000 metre race. So Sydney's Flynn Wilkinson's probably got about 350, 400 metres to go. Still rowing very strongly in this 2,000 metre para-single scull. It would be about 250 metres then back to I think we worked out that's Georgina Browning. She's then been pursued by Bronte Marshall, and then Mika Kelly over on the far side looks to have either dropped back, or the other two, that's Sam Stanford and Fiona Jackson, have caught up to her. She hasn't raced for some time. It's been dealing with a few health issues, so I think perhaps they're catching up to her. But a very strong finish here coming from Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Putting on a very strong finish here as he comes up to the line. And I can't see the time, Rob, but you'll be able to tell us maybe that that's 7:28. That's very good, even if you weren't a para rower. So a very strong row there from Sydney Rowing Club's Flynn Wilkinson. 7 minutes 28. That's a fantastic time in anyone's grade. So yeah, really well done there by Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club. It's Georgina Browning from University of New South Wales is probably now about 300 metres out. She's still going pretty strongly. She's been followed by about 10 lengths back by Bronte Marshall, who's coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam Janes and Robin Smith. Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales is coached by Justin Quigley. But putting on a pretty nice finish here now is Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. She's got about 150 metres to go. Looking very comfortable towards the end of this 2,000 metre race. Para-single scull. Bronte Marshall, she's been competing for many years, and we can just see she's really taken it up here to finish. She's about 150 metres out. She's certainly rating very high now. She knows she's close to the finish. I think it's starting to hurt. She's looking around. So Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales took second spot. Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club just crossing the line now. And then further back, let's see what's happening in the rest of the field. So Drummoyne's Sam Stanford, you were saying it's his first outing, Rob. He's doing pretty well. He's managed to catch and may have overtaken Mika Kelly, who's now in her last stretches as well. She's over on the far side. Sam Stanford is closer to us.
Yeah, Mark, I think his instructions for the race were just to relax and take it easy, just get over the course. But I think there's obviously some competitive spirit has kicked in there, and you know, he's doing incredibly well for his first. He's been literally rowing for a month, or a couple of months. So
fantastic.
With 1 or 2 outings a week, and he certainly is doing very, very well, and great to see a PR2. Another PR2 come into the system.
Yeah, he's just having a few steering issues there, so I'm sure he'll take a lot of learnings back with him. Mika Kelly just looking good with her technique, but my guess is she's simply run out of puff. But going very nicely there as she comes through to the finish, so she will finish a few lengths ahead of Sam Stanford. Nice finish there by Mika Kelly. Sam Stanford, very impressive there. Upper body and arms only. Getting nice boat run. It's Sam Stanford from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Kathleen Hextall. And then we have Nepean's rower Fiona Jackson, who's coached by Daniel Waddell, who will now round out the field.
And we're moving right along to race 7, the men's under 21 single scull. In lane 2, Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. In lane 3, Sydney University's Bryn Potter. In lane 5, Mossman's One's Tobias Elias. In lane 6, Sydney University's Curtis Pepper. In lane 7, UTS Joseph O'Brien. And in lane 8, UTS Zachary Neal. And through the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Tobias Elias with a slight advantage over Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway, and followed about a 9-second gap back to Zachary Neal, very close between him and Bryn Potter from Sydney University, and a little bit further back to Joseph O'Brien. So the race is certainly on at the front between the Mossman, Tobias Elias, and Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. As they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. Certainly not a lot in it. There's probably about 15 or 18 seconds covering the whole field here. And great conditions out there, but certainly is warming up. It's a little bit hard to tell at times from our air-conditioned position up here in the commentary box, but certainly watching the temperature you know, on the app, and it certainly is coming up at a fast rate. But it is this Mossman's Tobias Elias may well have just pulled a little bit more ground over Joe Lee Conway over there in lane 2. But he certainly is a close race between these 4 or 5 scullers on the course at the moment.
I would say Zachary Neal from UTS, closer to us, is probably in the mix as well. It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, no, certainly Zachary Neal was, a little bit behind him coming through the 1,000 metre mark, but looks to have done a bit of work in that third 500, that all-important third 500, and pulled back a fair bit of that time. But certainly no problem out front for Tobias Elias. He has, I would guess, at about, from our vantage point, as he comes down about 350 to go, about a 2 lengths advantage over Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. But as they come in towards the 250 metre mark, we'll get a better idea. But yeah, certainly a lot of work has gone over here in this lane 8 sculler, Zachary Neal from UTS. And I think he may well be level pegging with the Mercantile sculler at the moment, Mark. He certainly is got some boat speed at the moment, and also the Bryn Potter from Sydney University is close behind the Mercantile sculler as well. But as we come down to the 250 metre mark, it looks like the Mossman sculler Tobias Elias may well have just taken the pedal off the metal a little bit and allowed Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway, who has gone for a big burst, as is Zachary Neal over here in lane 8, as we come to that 250 metre mark. But looks to have it covered at the moment, Tobias Elias, but won't want to sit back too much. coming in, because certainly the Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile is coming home hard, as is Zachary Neal. And got to think, going through the, if our timing was right, going through the 1,000-metre mark, Zachary Neal was nearly 10 seconds behind these guys, so has certainly done some work in that third 500 if that was the case. But coming down to the line it is. Tobias Elias from Mosman holding now only about a length's lead over the Mercantile sculler, Joe Lee Conway. Certainly has pulled the rating right down. I would suggest, Mark, that he's going to have to make a bit of an effort here, because the Mercantile sculler is coming home fairly quickly. But he looks like he's judged up the situation and is going to do enough to get across the line. It is going to be very close from the lane 8 and lane 2 scullers as we come down to the line, but it will be the Mossman's Tobias Elias going across to take out the win. It's going to be extremely close for second and third, but it will be Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway just ahead of Zachary Neal of UTS. A little bit further back to Bryn Potter from Sydney University, and it will be the UTS sculler Joseph O'Brien coming across to take out the 5th place and round off this field. So a great row there by Tobias Elias to take out the first heat of the under-21 single scull.
So with this under-21 single scull, there are 3 heats. The first 3 of each heat go through to the A final, which is race 32, and the 4th, 5th and 6th spots go through to the B final, which will be race 31. So through to the A final will be Tobias Elias, Joe Lee Conway and Zachary Neal. Then Bryn Potter and Joseph O'Brien will be through to the B final. And roaring down the course now, we have heat 2 of the men's under-21 single scull. Over on the far side from UTS, Robert Olivier. Lane 3 from Canberra, Angus Scott. Lane 4 from Mossman, Oscar Shield Gamberg. Lane 5 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Angus Mitchell. Lane 7 from Sydney, Michael Jenkins, and in lane 8 from University of New South Wales, Will Sulisic. And a bit hard to tell at this stage who is sitting where, but it does look to be like lanes 4 and 5 out in the middle. So that's Oscar Shield Gamborg and Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. Then over in lane 1, Robert Olivier from UTS is also there. We'll get a better picture as they come through the 1,000-metre mark there. We have the sun glaring in our eyes. It's a little bit hard to tell exactly what's... We're basically relying on instinct here, but again, it will be the first 3 through to the A final, and the next 3 through to the B final. Over on the far side, that lane 1, I think Robert Olivier from UTS may be taking the lead over the Oscar Shield Gamborg, and the 3rd spot, one that's going to be really fought for, is a little bit hard to tell between Angus Scott, Dylan Lee, and then a little bit closer to us, but I think a little bit further back, is Will Sulisic from University of New South Wales. So quite a battle here going on compared to the previous race, where the first 3 were comfortably first through to the A final, and we could see that the way they backed off as they came up to the finish line. But here, these boys are having to fight for it. And yes, it is Robert Olivier over the far side from UTS, and then Oscar Shield Gamborg in the 1st and 2nd spots. It's the battle is on for that coveted 3rd spot to get through to the A final. It's between Angus Scott from Canberra and Dylan Lee. So that's lanes 2 and 4. And we can see them really going for it at the moment. And the 2 leaders, the race leaders there, that's Oscar Shield Gamborg and Robert Olivier, are having to keep their pedals to the floor to hold these other 2 off. So pretty exciting race here, especially for a heat, but this is exactly how it should be with the under-21s. So over on the far side, we have Robert Olivier is holding on to his lead, as is Oscar Skeel Camborg, who's managing. He looks like he's actually just dropped it back a bit there, because I think he thinks that Angus Scott from Canberra has no chance of catching him. So looking pretty relaxed there. We can see Dylan Lee from Leichhardt really winding it up, as is Angus Scott's giving it everything he can get. He's got, it's probably going to be a photo finish for the third spot, but we're just about to have Robert Olivier from UTS just comfortably crossing the line there in first spot. Then Oscar Shield Gamborg in second, and Leichhardt, Dylan Lee in third. So those three will go through to the A final. They were followed across by Angus Scott from Canberra, and then quite some distance back to University of New South Wales, Will Sulisich. So those two will be through to the B final, as will the who is this? This is Sydney University's Angus Mitchell. Oh. Oh, Michael Jentkins from Sydney Rowing Club. Yeah. So they will all be through to the B final. And coming down the course, I'll hand over to Rob, who is Heat 3 of the men's under-21 single scull.
And just a reminder, Heat 3 of the men's under-21 single scull, first three to the A final, the remainder through to the B final. In lane 2, we have Mossman's Harry Coddington. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club's Ben Anderson. In lane 4, Black Mountain, Riley Dale. In lane 5, Sydney University, Morgan Jones. In lane 6, UTS's Willem van der Risk. And in lane 7, Sydney's Ben Muffet. So we're coming down towards that 1,000 metre mark, and we've got coming through the 1,000 metre mark, we have Sydney Rowing Club's Ben Muffet coming through with a good lead over Harry Coddington of Mossman Rowing Club. Very close then back to Morgan Jones from Sydney University. Black Mountain's Riley Dale also close, and a little bit of tailing out the back is the UTS Sculler. And we're getting, so we must have got a bit more of a hand up there in the 1,000 metre timing hut, because we're getting some more regular timing coming through at the moment. So hopefully, and once again, a reminder that we can do with more volunteers always. The more volunteers we get, more in volunteers we get in timing huts, the more accurate the race call. But certainly the Sydney Sculler Ben Muffet does look to be holding that advantage over here in lane 7. It looks to might have even extended that lead. He had about 11 seconds coming through the 1,000 metre mark over Harry Coddington from Mossman, Morgan Jones, Sydney University, and Riley Dale from Black Mountain. It does look like it's still very close between those three scullers, so it is going to be another close race to see who gets into this top three and go through to the final. At the moment, it does look like the sculler from Black Mountain may well have just fallen off the pace just a fraction, probably down about a length on the Sydney University sculler from our vantage point. But it is no trouble at all out the front for Ben Muffet from Sydney Rowing Club, and as they come down to about 300 odd metres to go, he's holding quite a commanding lead and looking very proficient in his technique as he's coming down to the 250 metre mark with about a 3 or 4 length lead. It does appear that it is still the Harry Coddington and Sydney University's Morgan Jones who are going to fight out for this all-important third place to the final. But still not out of it is the Black Mountain sculler Riley Dale, and certainly putting in a big effort to try to bridge this gap of about a length and a half that he's tailed off the back of these other two scullers. But coming into through the 250 metre mark, and it is a clear advantage for the lane 7 sculler Ben Muffet from Sydney Rowing Club, and probably extended that lead out now to about 4 lengths, 5 lengths. So that 11 seconds has certainly grown. Big effort there coming in the middle from the Harry Coddington from Mossman Rowing Club, and the Sydney University's Morgan Jones, and they look to have put some ground now on the Black Mountain sculler Riley Dale, and so it looks like it will be these three going through to the final in a couple of hours. So it is Ben Muffet from Sydney Rowing Club, once again holding a very commanding lead, really taking it down now, just taking a little bit of time getting that, not actually pushing too hard as he comes down the line to take out first place in this heat 3 of the men's under 21 single scull. The Mossman sculler, Harry Coddington now looks to have backed it also right off. He knows he's through to the final, as is the Sydney University sculler Morgan Jones. The Black Mountain sculler Riley Dale has worked very, very hard to try to stay with this group, but just lost out over the last 500 or so metres, and will cross the line in 4th, just going to the B final, and it will be the UTS sculler Willem van Ryswyk who is coming down to the line and will take out the. Just watching the water come off the front of that boat there, Mark. It looks like something's grabbing in the water and throwing some water up off the front of that scull. And he will cross the line, UTS sculler, in 5th place.
Yeah, very unusual that. There was something throwing up a bit of a splash off his bow, might be a little nick in it or something. Anyway, coming down the course now is the first heat of the women's under 21 single scull, race 10. With this, there are only 2 heats, so the first 4 would go through to the A final and the rest in the B final. Over on the far side from Sydney University is Patricia Boland, formerly a glebe rower. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. Lane 3 from Sydney University, Audrey Stigter. Lane 4 from UTS, Sienna Morgan. Lane 5 from Sydney, Emma Sullivan. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Georgina Stevenson. Lane 7 from Mossman, Elise Coates. And in lane 8 from UTS, Hannah Alexander. So having watched Paddy Boland race for the last couple of years, I was expecting, I know some of these names, and looking like a fairly hot field as we can see coming down the course. Very hard to pick who is in the lead at the moment. There's a fairly straight line coming down the course, so it's going to be the first 4 through to the final, so they're going to have to work to certainly that 5th place is going to be the one that they'll all be watching out for. At the moment, it does look to be Elise Coates is in the lead in lane 7. And then over the far side, we can see Paddy Boland is probably right behind her. But then I would say Sienna Morgan from UTS. We do have some, Neve Tierney is the one that's come through. So that's the 1,000-metre mark. It was Elise Coates, Patricia Boland, Neve Tierney and Georgina Stevenson. Then there was nearly 3.5 seconds back to Sienna Morgan. So if those places hold as they come up to the finish line, then it's those 4 through to the final. A little bit further back to Emma Sullivan, then Hannah Alexander and Audrey Stigter. So they're probably about 500 metres out at the moment. And we're getting a much clearer view as we look down the field. So Elise Coates and Georgina Stevenson are the 2 that are battling it out closer to the grandstand. Over on the far side there, Paddy Boland is pretty much on her own next to, well, no, she's got Neve Tierney right beside her. So they are battling it out too over on the far side there in lanes 1 and 2. But I think the leads, the first 2 will be Elise Coates and Georgina Stevenson here in lanes 7 and 6. But there's somebody out there in the middle doing a real push as well, would be Sienna Morgan from UTS. Trying to get herself in the mix, as is UTS's Hannah Alexander. But I think a fairly comfortable lead here by Elise Coates and Georgina Stevenson closest to us. And over on the far side, a little bit hard to tell because the light is falling. We're getting reflection of the trees on the water, so it almost looks like there's a shadow over there. But Paddy Boland over in lane 1 and Neve Tierney next to her in lane 2 are just rowing along side by side. They've just got to hold off the Sienna Morgan out there in the middle. So I think they're fairly tactical race here by these women's under 21 single sculls. They all know that it's just the first 4 through to the A final. So they're probably just holding their positions, conserving energy for that big race in a couple of hours. That'll be race 32. So as we can see, they're coming up to the finish here, all of them looking fairly relaxed. Mossman's Elise Coates with a comfortable lead. She's going to be followed across by Neve Tierney over on the far side. Paddy Boland just holding her spot there in 3rd place. And she'll be followed across by Sydney University's Georgina Stevenson. So those will be the first 4 through to the A final. That's Elise Coates, Neve Tierney, Paddy Boland and Georgina Stevenson. And then through to the B final, coming across the line now is Sienna Morgan from UTS. She'll be followed across by Sydney's Emma Sullivan and rounded out by Hannah Alexander from UTS.
And Mark, we're moving right along to race.
And then Audrey Stitcher will round out the field.
And we're moving right up to race 11, the women's under 21 single scull heat 2. Reminder, first 4 through to the final. Well, they're already through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is Sydney Rowing Club's Lucy Yabsley has gone through in time of 4:04, followed by Eloise Stevens from Mosman Rowing Club, Alice McCready from Sydney University, Emily Barrett from Sydney University, followed by Sarah Bibbington, Grace McKinley and Jemima McKenzie. So the race is certainly on. It does look like it's fairly clear-cut top 4 at the moment, with the Sydney's Lucy Yabsley leading the field and holding down about a length's lead, or a length and a half, over the Mossman's Eloise Stevens. The 2 scullers from Sydney University, Alice McCready and Emily, having a great battle. There's nothing in it between those 2 scullers as they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. It's at about 3 lengths back to the 5th place sculler of Sarah Bebbington of Sydney Rowing Club. But as they come down, we can see quite clearly now that it is the sculler right in the middle of the field, Lucy Yabsley, very successful as a schoolgirl rower, and certainly moved on to club rowing, and is having left school, I believe, so is making a really good fist of it here. And in lane 5 there, she's now holding probably about a 2 lengths lead, and it's back to Alice McCready, Eloise Stevens, and a little bit further back to Emily Barrett. So Emily looks to have tailed off a little bit, so she's probably got a little bit of work to do just to stay in this, but as there was a fairly big gap back to the trailing scullers, the scullers from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Bebbington, Grace McKinley from Sydney University and Jemima McKenzie, looks like she has got it covered. So maybe she's just having a tactical move here and saving some energy for the final, because it certainly has warmed up somewhat out there, but no problems whatsoever at the moment for Lucy Yabsley, and certainly rowing well, within control. The ratings right down. The Mossman sculler Eloise Stevens is holding down that 2nd place. Also looks very comfortable. Probably working a little bit harder is Alice McCready from Sydney University, but may not realise just how much gap they've got over the 5th place getter. So they're all pretty safely through to the final if they just hold their positions. But coming through the 250 metre mark, it's Lucy Yabsley from Eloise Stevens, and then we would be followed by Alice McCready, and a little bit further back to Emily Barrett, and that's how standings are coming into that 250 to go. It looks like there's too much work to do for these trailing scullets, Grace McKinley, Jemima McKenzie and Sarah Bivington, to try to pull back and get a place in the final. But it is a fairly clear-cut win by Lucy Absley. Certainly has the rating down, holding her technique, conserving as much energy as possible, but we'll still get the win and the probably the preferred lane draw in the middle of the lanes this afternoon. But it is Lucy Absley from Sydney Rowing Club who will go across the line to take first position, followed by Eloise Stevens from Mossman. It will be Alice McCready from Sydney University crossing in third, and the fourth and last one into the final, Emily Barrett from Sydney University. Over here now we have the Sydney. Sarah Bivington has got a little bit of a gap over the Sydney University's Grace McKinley, and she will go across the line in about 3 or 4, 5 or 6 strokes to go, and so she will take out 5th place. It will be the Sydney University's Grace McKinley who will follow her across the line, and then UTS's Jemima McKenzie.
So very pleased to say that we have 3 former glebe rowers there who will be doing all through to the final. Patricia Boland, Emily Barrett and Lucy Absley. And roaring down the course now, we have heat 1 of the men's under 21 pair. In lane 1 from Sydney, Tommy Poulton and James Bell. Lane 2 from Mercantile, Luke Valelli and Eric Wiseman. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Thomas Maloney and Matthias Maloney. Lane 4 from Sydney, Ollie Harvey and Toby Smith. Lane 5 from UTS, Charles Brand and William Bender. Lane 6 from Sydney, Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Finley Mitchell and Sam Basher, and in lane 8 from Sydney Uni, Matthew Coleman and Raphael Corbett. And this is, there are 2 heats to this men's under 21 pair, and the first 4 through will go through to the A final. As they come down, it does seem to be the Sydney Rowing Club of the Maloney, I dare say, brothers. Matthias and Thomas, and over there in lane 3, and then closer to us in lane 8, Matthew Coleman and Raphael Corbett look to have a slight lead over their compatriots, or a bit hard to tell, neck and neck. In the lane beside them, Finley Mitchell and Samuel Basher. And it's going to be hard to work out who's going to take that coveted 4th spot to get through to the A final. I would say it's over in lane 1 there, Tommy Poulton and James Bell. But they are being pushed hard by Sydney's Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie in lane 6. So, well, and then then they're being followed by UTS's Charles Bram and William Pender. But with a very comfortable lead here in lane 3, we have the Thomas and Matthias Maloney. So this is men's under 21 pair, first 4 through to the final. It's going to be, could almost be a photo finish for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot, but with a nice little lead here from Sydney University, Matthew Coleman and Raphael Corbett will be followed across by Finley Mitchell and Samuel Basher. Very closely followed over on the far side by Tommy Poulton and James Bell. Those crews go through to the final. They're followed across by Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie from Sydney Rowing Club. Then I think that was Ollie Harvey and Toby Smith from Sydney, and then the Mercantile boys, Luke Valelli and Eric Wiseman, and rounded out by the lane 5, UTS Charles Bram and William Pender. So some pretty exciting racing here. We're coming up to the 2nd heat of the men's under 21 pair.
Yes, Mark, and we have this race is well underway, and for the time for that last race was 7 minutes flat, so a pretty handy time, in these sort of conditions. So well done to those crews. In race 13, we have the men's under 21 pair, heat 2. Once again, a reminder, first 4 through to the final, the rest through the B final. In lane 1, we have Zachary Hyde and George Field from UTS. In lane 2, Sydney University's Luke Fleet and Samuel Stewart. In lane 3, UTS, Harry Kelly and Harrison Davis. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland. In lane 5, Sydney University's Max Garnett and Gus Szolka. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club's Ferdinand Hanlieb and Oliver Edwards. In lane 7, Mercantile's Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood. And in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Pursehouse and William Pillar. And through the 500 metre mark, it was the crew. We don't have a 1,000 metre mark, so it is very tight at the top. Though it does appear that the crew in the middle of the crews in the middle of the field are faring best at this point in time. Although the Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Pursehouse and William Pillar over here in lane 8 may well have slight advantage over what appears to be the Sydney University crew of Max Garnett and Gus Szolka. But it is very, very close. It does look like it is clear cut between these top 4, with a little bit of a gap back to Mercantile's Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood. So at this point in time, it does look to be the crews over on this side of the field who are holding down the positions. Zachary Hyde and George Field over in lane 1, running for UTS, probably maybe have just pulled up a level pegging now with the Mercantile crew. So certainly that's where the race is going to be on, but they'll need to do some work to get up to 4th place. Currently held down, but appears to be Max Garnett and the Kinross Wallaroy crew of Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland. Certainly it is clear cut out the front here, and it does appear to be the Sydney crew of Ferdinand Hanlieb and Olivia Edwards who are holding down a bit of a good lead, or Max Garnett, sorry, and Gus Szolka holding a good lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and followed by Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Pursehouse and William Pillar. So it is very close, but it does look like the crew over Zachary Hyde and George Field now putting on a big push, and they're coming back at this Kinross roller is Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, and they're doing a fair bit of work now. It's a very good row from what is effectively a schoolboy crew, so they're certainly really putting in a great effort here, but the work is coming over from the UTS crew, Zachary Hyde and George Field, who look like to be going to row the top. There's been a crab caught in that Kinross Wallaroy crew, and that really has dulled their chances somewhat, but it will be the Sydney University crew winding down to the line. Garnett and Szolka, they will take out 1st place in this race. It will be followed by the Sydney's Ferdinand Hanlieb and Oliver Edwards. It will be the Sydney's Henry Pursehouse and William Pillar who will come in 3rd. It will be that UTS crew, a great effort by them over in lane 1. They will come through to take that 4th place in the final, followed by Sydney University, Mercantiles, Pollock and Collingwood, and UTS is Kelly and Davis, and the Kinross Wallaroy crew of Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland have got going again, and they will cross the road. But it was a great row to them, but great row for them. But just probably just trying to push it up at the end there, and didn't work out so well for them. But a great row anyway.
Yeah, I missed that, Rob. My guess is they clipped a buoy the way they spun around, had to get themselves out of the next lane as the next crew was coming down. The next race is race 14. It's about halfway down the field already. It's the first heat of the women's under 21 pair. Again, 2 heats, both smaller fields. So the first 4 will go through to the A final, the rest to the B final. Over in lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, in lane 3, Eva Thompson and Mika Nato. Lane 4 from UTS, Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker. Lane 5 from Sydney, Mary Canary and Elizabeth Yardley. Lane 6 from Mercantile, Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter. So only 5 boats in the race, but it's the first 4 through to the A final. As they come down, it does seem to be Mercantile's Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam have a lead over the rest of the field. Bit hard to tell for the rest of it as they come through. They have come through the 1,000 metre mark, so it was the Mercantile, then the Sydney Mary Canary, I think, no, it'd be the Far Side crew, so it would be Eva Thompson and Mika Nato, and then Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker from UTS, and Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley in that 4th spot. There's about 3 seconds back to the 5th spot, which would go through to the B final if they hold these positions, which is Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter from Sydney University. So a bit of comfortable lead here by Mercantile's Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam. We're just I'm having a few issues just trying to see everything with the glare that's coming in off the water. But this is the first heat of the women's under 21 pair. Only 5 boats, first 4 through. So we'd expect there's one boat now seems to have fallen away. Sydney University's Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter in lane 7. So the other boats, I would expect they're not going to be really pushing too hard. All they have to do is stay ahead of the boat towards the end there. But that boat, that Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter, we can see they're pushing, just having a little bit of a balance issue there for briefly. And we're seeing a big push come now from, that looks like the Sydney crew of Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley. So they're about 300 metres out of that, probably 250 metres, 300 metres. So I think Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley and Olivia Harris and Chelsea, no, I've got that wrong, and Lucy, Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker are just having a nice little race there for the 3rd and 4th spot. Over on the far side there, Eva Thompson and Mika Naito looking very relaxed. They know they're through to the final, so they're conserving their energy for the race later in the day. That's race 38, which will be the A final. As the Mercantile crew now, Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam, just cruising through to the finish. Got a very comfortable lead. They know they're through. And we're having a little race here between Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley from Sydney and UTS's Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker. Sydney Uni crew still going hard, but unfortunately they're not in the mix today. That's Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter. So that's Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam from Mercantile made their trip from the southern states worthwhile, followed across by Eva Thompson and Mika Naito over on the far side. Then it was Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley, followed across by Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker. They'll be the A final, and Miranda Warswick and Eveline Stigter from Sydney University in 5th spot.
And moving right along to Heat 2 of the women's under 21 pair, first 4 through to the final. In lane 3 we have Sydney Rowing Club's Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. In lane 4 UTS's Zoe Fallon and Bianca Rupnik-Williams. In lane 5 Sydney Eva Eels and Melanie Poulos. In lane 6 Sydney Rowing Club's Gemma McLaren and Madeline Wark. In lane 7 UTS Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. And through the 500 metre mark, it was that UTS crew of Swain and Mannins who went through with about a half-length lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Taylor and Bennett, and a little bit further back, probably a length and a half, to the second Sydney crew of McLaren and Wark. A little bit of tailing out then to the 4th crew in fourth, which is Sydney Rowing Club's Eels and Pulis, and then UTS's Fallon and Bianca Rupnik-Williams, about another 2 lengths down. But it does appear that this UTS, the UTS crew over here in lane 7 is holding a reasonable lead, or was very close to the Sydney crew in second place. A little bit of a gap back then, which we can now see is quite visible from the tower, back to the crews from the second Sydney crew and the 2 Sydney crews from that are in the middle of the field. But it does appear that the Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins from the UTS have now probably opened up about a length's lead over the crew over in lane 3, Taylor and Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club. A little bit further back to McLaren and Wark. Then the race is on for that 4th position. It does look like the crew in the middle, Eels and Pulis, is now struggling a little bit. That crew of Fallon and Rupnik-Williams from UTS is coming back at them. But certainly no problem out the front here for the UTS and Sydney crews, and they hold quite a sizable lead back to McLaren and Wark from Sydney. Those first 3 positions look like they won't be challenged as they come into the last 300 metres of this race. And certainly in the conditions with the heat due to come up, it's great to be able to, in a position where they can preserve their energy a little bit and take it, wind it down a little bit. Got to stay getting used to these conditions because it is going to get hotter, so you want to sort of feel that strain, but certainly backing off enough to just save that little bit of energy, which they will need later. But the race is on at the back of the field, but it does look like the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Eels and Pulis may well have done enough just to pull a couple of lengths over the UTS Fallon and Rupnik-Williams. But it is no trouble whatsoever for the UTS crew of Swain and Mannins. Probably Sydney Rowing Club also got the rating right down, about half a length down, but absolutely nothing in it. I'm sure that they will be a lot closer as they are into the final. The crew from McLaren and Wark from Sydney doing a fair bit of effort at the moment. I'm not sure that they need to do a whole lot, but probably just looking for a better lane in the lane draw. But the crew of Swain and Mannins looking very polished as they come down towards the line. They will have about a length's advantage as they go across the line over the Sydney crew of Taylor and Bennett in lane 3. It will be the second crew of Sydney crew of Gemma, McLaren and Madeline Wark, who will cross in 3rd place, and it'll be further back to Eels and Pulis from Sydney Rowing Club, who will take that 4th position into the final. The UTS crew, Fallon and Rupnik-Williams, still working very hard as they come down to the last 100 or so metres, but will just miss out and go straight to the B final. But so we're coming down the line now. It is Eels and Pulis crossing the line now to take out 4th place and the 4th place in the final. So it was UTS, Swain and Mannins, Sydney's Taylor and Bennett, McLaren and Wark from Sydney Rowing Club, and Eels and Pulis from Sydney Rowing Club through to the final.
And now we move on to the 1,000 metre mark for the first division of the Women's Masters pair. So for those maybe not quite familiar with Masters racing, we have some handicaps. There are 5 crews in the first division from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, a Masters C category, and in lane 4 from Mossman, Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti are also C, so they will go off 5 seconds. Then the rest of the field D category, in lane 5 in the middle, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison. In lane 6 from Mossman, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. So there's going to be some pretty tight racing here, I think. There's some hot competition in this field, being a little bit more familiar with Masters than under 21s myself. So the the three crews closest to us, that's Glebe, Mossman and Leichhardt, will all start off go, and they're already underway. And then 5 seconds is the Glebe crew of Heidi Lindahl, Ben Lindy Rowe, and Mossman's Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti. So all crews are now underway. It does seem to be the Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison and Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong from Mossman have a lead, but really a bit hard to tell at this stage because those C category rowers may well catch up to the rest of the field either early on or, in theory, if the handicaps are working well, they'll all hit the finish line at the same time. But the Masters C rowers are certainly starting to gain ground already. It's Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong have the lead at the moment in lane 6, so that's the second lane in from the grandstand. They're being fairly hotly pursued. Over on the far side, it is Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, who started off a 5-second handicap, but they're making that up very quickly. Then we have Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison also pushing very hard. They're being coached by the venerable Robin Mackney. And it does seem to be Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong are holding their lead at this stage. They're being very hotly pursued by Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe over on the far side there. So remember, Heidi and Belindy were off a 5-second handicap, and will they be able to catch Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong by the finish line? And it looks like they are gaining ground. They're being very hotly pursued by Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti, who are battling it out with Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison. Then a little bit further back is Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. So a great effort here by Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, who at this stage got about 200 metres to go, are managing to hold off Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe from Glebe over on the far side there. Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti putting on a real battle with Glebe's Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson. So some great racing here, but I think Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong are going to be able to hold their very comfortable lead over the rest of the field. But the Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe certainly made up the time from their 5-second handicap and are probably going to finish a little less than 5 seconds behind Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong. So Olivia Tong and Catherine Boland just coming up to the finish and crossing over now. Then it will be Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe from Glebe. They'll be followed across by Chris Ross and Nikki Lepresti from Mossman. Then Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson from Glebe, hotly pursued by Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson.
And moving right along to race 17, Division 2 of the Women's Masters pair. In lane 3, we have North Shore's Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, and they're off 49 seconds. In lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club's Kate Wareham and Sarah Norris, also off 49 seconds. Then we have Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5, M. Barrack and Sue Huggett, off 42 seconds. The Endeavour Composite of Carolyn Vernon from Drummoyne and Lindy Nisbet from Endeavour in lane 6, off 33 seconds. And in lane 7, North Shore's Susan Wannon and Susan Walter, and they were off go. So some big handicaps in this thing. And what we've seen in races for the last couple of years, the two Sues, Sue Walter and Sue Wannon from North Shore Rowing Club, will be very, very hard to beat. It's a big handicap, but certainly they're in the I age group, followed by the G age group in Endeavour, from Endeavour Composite of Vernon and Nisbet. But at the moment, a bit hard to tell what will happen towards the end and when the handicaps really come into play. But it is the North Shore crew of Susan Wannon and Susan Walter holding, still probably holding, 15 or 20 seconds. So they've pulled back a lot of this this handicap. That North Shore crew of McCoach and Hodgkinson certainly have pulled away from the Glebe crew of Wareham and Norris beside those. So they have made back a lot of time. Leichhardt's Barrack and Huggett also making a lot of ground. They look like they've pulled up beside the Endeavour Composite crew. They had about 9 seconds over them. So they look like they've pulled up close to them. I know that a lot of these crews just get in the boat for the race, as I well know that for the Endeavour Composite. So they're probably just still getting used to each other. But certainly those crews, the Leichhardt and North Shore, have pulled back a lot of the handicap, but still a lot of work to do. I'd say, coming into the 300 odd metre marks to go, the two Sues of Wannon and Walter will be very, very hard to catch from here. But Leichhardt's Huggett and Barrack certainly going to give it a good hard crack. It looks like the Endeavour Composite have found their mojo a little bit. As I say that, they take a big turn, but they are still holding down a reasonable advantage over the McCoach and Hodgkinson's North Shore crew as they come into the 300 metres to go. But it is the Wannon and Walter from North Shore Rowing Club. I can't see that the crew from Leichhardt is going to pull back probably 14 to 15 seconds, but a bit of a wobble in the North Shore crew. We don't see that too often. They've crossed the buoys, but they've got their technique back to going again now, and certainly they've got the rating up. This is an I crew, and they have rowed a lot in this boat together. Barrack and Huggett from Leichhardt really working hard now, but they are just not going to be able to make this ground, I don't think. But there's still about 150 odd metres to go, so we'll have to wait and see as they come down towards the line. But this is a very, very accomplished crew, as we've said many, many times before. The North Shore crew of Walter and Wannon, the two Sues, they still are holding down about a 4-length lead over the Leichhardt crew of Barrack and Huggett, who have tried valiantly to pull back the time. It does look like that Endeavour Composite, after looked like we caught right up by the North Shore crew over in lane 3, look to have got going again now, and they look like they will hold on for third at this point in time. But it is the North Shore crew of Susan Walter and Susan Wannon who will cross the line to take out a very good win in the Women's Masters Pair Division 2. Barrack and Huggett from Leichhardt, about 3 or 4 strokes to go, and they will cross for second place, followed by the Endeavour Composite of Vernon and Nisbet in third. It will be Hodgkinson and McCoach of North Shore crossing the line in fourth, and then a little bit further back to the Glebe combination of Wareham and Norris.
So, Rob, that's quite amazing, really. The two Sues, they're an I crew, which means over 75. So it's a 75 to 80 age group. And the other interesting thing is, I don't know if other clubs have this problem, but Kate and Sarah are out there rowing the pair race with no steering. We have endless issues with steering. We have more and more people wanting to row pairs, and somebody jumps in the boat and disconnects the steering, and then we lose the parts, and the story of my life. So I'm bowing out now. We have Michael McRae about to take over, and I haven't met you. Henry. So Rob and I are going to depart. I'm off to do a race, so welcome, boys.
Well, very good morning to everyone out here at the Regatta Centre today. Thank you to Mark Tejan and Rob Glendenning for putting in the first shift of the day up here in the commentary tower. My name's Michael McRae. I'm joined up here by Henry Lees this morning. And we'll be taking you through the next bit of racing. We're underway in race 18, this morning's program, on time. So this is the first division of the men's under 17 single scull at the 2026 New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. In lane 1, representing Northern Beaches Secondary College, Logan Johnson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 2, representing St Augustine's College, Daniel Corrigan, coached by Josh Wilson and Remy McKay. In lane 3, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Soren Andresen, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 4, from Mossman, Brody Kinsman, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 5, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Cassius Young, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 6, from Cranbrook, Lachlan Randall White. In lane 7, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty. And finally, from Marist College ACT, in lane 8, Lachlan Carter. And so our sculls have just got underway in race 18, so there'll be some distance off yet, just passing through the 250 metres. That's Soren Andresen in lane 3 in the Leichhardt colours over there on the far side of the course. And some excellent conditions for sculling this morning. And the colours of St Augustine's there, it's Daniel Corrigan on the screen. If you're joining us on the live stream from wherever you're watching, welcome. Or if you're out here at the Regatta Centre, watching on the big screen in the grandstand. Looks as though it's it's looking as though Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty, lane 7, making the best of things at the moment. A nice, consistent rate of striking, and that boat is looking nice and trim, wouldn't you say, Henry?
I think the striking there and the conditions is excellent. You know, he set himself up well in the first 500, settling nicely into the middle 1,000. On screen, we've got Brody Kingsman from Mossman taking quite an imperious start there, which is lovely to see.
Just on the right of the screen there, Lachlan Carter from Marist College in lane 8. And certainly testing conditions, of course, under 17, the first age group. We see schoolboys and schoolgirls competing over 2,000 metres, making that transition from 1,000 metre racing to 2,000 metre racing. As you well know, Henry, it's a really tough transition to make, and certainly a new skill set for young scullers coming through to be able to race over 2,000 metres and exert themselves consistently over that distance.
Exactly right, Michael. I think not only the physical game, but the mental game of doubling your race distance as well. You know, when do you when do you settle, when do you push, when do you know when to move? So these young scullers out there are, you know, great examples of the challenging mental conditions that all rowers face on the course.
Precisely, and Harrison Peaty of the Northern Beaches Secondary, ostensibly in the colours of Mossman Rowing Club. Well, he looks as though he's making the best of things at the moment, enjoying a small advantage ahead of, it looks like
Logan Johnson there up in lane 1 on the far side. He's coming through the 1,000 about a length behind from Harrison.
the Corrigan of St Augustine's, lane 2, coming through 1,000 metres in second place, followed by Andresen of Leichhardt Rowing Club, a kinsman of Mossman, currently in 4th place, Lachlan Carter, Morris College, in lane 8, currently in 5th place, and a bit of a distance then back to the remainder of our competitors.
We're looking at about a 4-minute 1,000 here, so you know this is typically what the scullers would have raced. So now we're into uncharted territory for them. The heat, the distance, and the mental game really comes into it now. So it'll be interesting to see how these young athletes react.
Harrison Peaty from Northern Beaches Secondary, still ostensibly in the lead. We'll have some updated numbers for you shortly, and we'll get a better picture as they come through the 1,500 metres. But it is Peaty of Northern Beaches Secondary from Corrigan of St Augustine's. Not far behind him is Soren Andresen from Leichhardt Rowing Club as well, who you can see on the top of the screen if you're joining us on the live stream. But Peaty of Northern Beaches Secondary, well, he's got a really strong finish to that stroke, doesn't he, Henry? He's just really wrenching it through with his forearms.
He's leaning on the boat and leaning on the oars, and sending the boat towards the finish line as strongly as he can. You can sort of see here on the far side, we have a bit of a blanket of the scullers there in the racing for the minor positions, lanes 2, 3, and 4, respectively. That'll be a great race for the finish there, I should say.
And our leader at this stage of the race, Harrison Peaty from Northern Beaches Secondary, not unchallenged for the lead. Corrigan of St Augustine's, well, he's probably only half a length down. And we said earlier on that the challenge that's presented to these young athletes in the under-17 age category, coming from 1,000 and 2,000 metres, what is part of that skill set, Henry, as you go through the years, is knowing when to put your foot on the accelerator and take it to the opposition. And this will be one of those first tests, I would have thought, for these young athletes as they come through and have this great opportunity on a flat course here at the Regatta Centre.
On a cracking day.
On a cracking day, and to test themselves against each other. And just as we say that, Corrigan over the far side, lane 2 in the St Augustine's colours, he is lifting his rate of striking, and we're into the final 250 metres.
Into the red boys, winding towards the line. You know, the coaches would have put them on the the rowing machine, set 2 kilometres, and let them understand when to push, as you said before, Michael. So the mental game is taking over from the physical here, and we are seeing some excellent racing and winding to the line here.
And I think we're going to see an overtake here, if not already, from Daniel Corrigan from St Augustine's, who's had a really, really gutsy performance in this last 250 metres, and he has overtaken and snatched the lead off of Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 7, and I think it's going to be a win, Henry, in this first division of the men's under-17 single scull for Daniel Corrigan from St Augustine's College.
That is a sensational finish. He timed that to perfection. Well done to all these young athletes today for one of their first 2,000 metre races.
Second place goes to Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty. Third place going the way of Sorensen Andresen from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fourth place going to Brody Kinsman from the Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4. just having to contend with those red boys in the last 100 metres or so. And followed across the line now by lane 8, Lachlan Carter from Marist College.
All these athletes have done exceptionally well. As I keep reiterating, for their first 2 kilometre race, you know, at the 2000 Olympic Regatta Centre, it's a massive step up from regattas they would have done previously, and well done to all of them out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Lachlan Carter from Marist College having just crossed the line. Congratulations, and will be followed across the line by Lachlan Randall White of Cranbrook. Will claim 6th place by the looks of things.
Coming in with a strong finish here from the sculler from Cranbrook, bringing his rate up, giving it all as well, which is, you know, at the end of the day, all anyone can ever ask for is maximum effort. And we're seeing that today from the young sculler from Cranbrook.
Congratulations, Lachlan Randall White, 6th place. He'll be followed across the line by Cassius Young of Northern Beaches Secondary, who was in lane 5 today. He claims 7th place.
Well done, Cassius, and well done, Kieran, as well, for coaching several athletes in this field. Kieran Kabelki, that is, I should
Excellent.
say.
Congratulations to all of those scullers. Race 18 is now complete. We move our attention to race 19, which is on the course. It's the 2nd division of the men's under-17 single scull. So in lane 2, representing Leichhardt, is Luca Wilson. In lane 3, representing Marist College ACT, is Dashel Spiller. A scratching from Glebe in lane 4. In lane 5, Banjo Kirkham is representing the Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 6, from Northern Beaches Secondary, is Geordie Lewin. In lane 7, from Marist College, Jay Miller. And finally, from Northern Beaches Secondary, in lane 8, is Daniel Gruter. And the race is, well, it's mostly complete, Henry.
Yeah, we're coming to the final 500 from what I can see from up here, Michael. And the these athletes are, you know, going through the same mental experiences as the previous race. And, you know, we have the perfect timing from some of these athletes, biding their time during the middle 1,000 of the race and targeting when to sprint and get their bow ball over the line first, which is excellent to see.
Well, precisely, but it's looking as though Luca Wilson of the Leichhardt Rowing Club in the ascendancy in lane 2, and Luke is just lifting his rate of striking as he comes into the last 200 metres or so, and he's looking mighty fine as he does it as well.
He's looking very strong, very tall, very poised here. You know, a great bit of sculling from this young athlete on the course.
Probably rating low 30s, I would have thought, at this stage. And he's just...
he's in control here.
He's in control, and he's putting himself through the gears as he comes into the last stage of the race, which is excellent to see, and great practice as he progresses through his sculling career, and it'll be great to see what he can do
in the future.
And for the rest of the season as well. Luke Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club, no doubt about it, he was in control of that race.
And Michael, we have quite a race here for the second and third places between these two scullers now. Looks like, I believe that's Daniel from Marist College has just pipped Banjo from Mossman on the line, but a great sprint from these two athletes here as well. You know, well done to them, sitting tall and racing very well.
So 2nd place to Marist College Spiller in lane 3, and 3rd place to Kirkham of Mossman in lane 5. 4th place going the way of Jay Miller from Marist College in lane 7.
Another great finish here from Marist. Well done to Jay, Mr. Miller, for finishing that one in strong form.
And finally, looking as though we'll have lane 8, a Northern Beaches Secondary, just a little bit back, and he's just coming across the grandstand now.
Also at a excellent rate of striking here. You know, he's winding to the line, as you would say in the rowing terms, and he's giving it his all still, which is excellent to see from all athletes across the field.
Excellent effort from Daniel Gruter from Northern Beaches Secondary. Congratulations. And it's a flourish to finish this race.
Yeah, he's brought the rate up and has wind into the line, which is excellent to see.
Yeah, congratulations. So Daniel crossing the line completes race 19. And we'll move along to the third division of the men's under 17 single scull, which is in race 20, comprised of scullers from Morris College, Northern Beaches Secondary, St Augustine's and St George. So in lane 2, representing Morris College is Armand Lisman. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches is Zachary Lusher. In lane 4 from Mossman, Liam Creasy. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches is Jake Krause. Lane 6 from St Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy. In lane 7 from Morris College, Jonah McLaughlin. And finally, in the colours of St George, is Preston McClelland.
And what are they coming through now, Michael? It looks like they're just crossed over the 1,000-metre mark, probably coming closer towards the 1,500.
That's right, probably at 1,400 metres at this stage, Henry. And this race is looking a little bit tighter than perhaps the first two divisions we've seen in this event, the men's under 17 single scull, but looking as though the lead at this stage being enjoyed by Jonah McLaughlin.
Lane 7 from Morris College.
Yes.
But that's not to say that the rest of the field are not hot on his heels. We can see that there is a bit of an effort from lane 5 as well. Jake Krause from Northern Beaches Secondary, followed by lane 6, Oliver from St Augustine's, and then Liam from Mossman. But to say that anyone is out at this stage would be foolish on our behalf.
Well, there you just see the numbers coming through the 1,500 metres, some 12 seconds between first and second, McLaughlin and Krause. A little bit back then to Preston, McClelland, Oliver Kennedy and Armand Lismond in that order, and Liam Creasy currently occupying 6th place. So it is a little bit more spread out, but Jonah McLaughlin, just saw him on the screen before, a very, very powerful looking stroke, long and low on the recovery, a really tidy looking sculler.
Yeah, he's imperious at this stage, you would say, of the race. You know, he's in control. I think these athletes coming from the 1,000-metre race to the 2,000-metre race, he has taken that by the scruff, understands how to race, and has put himself in the best position for the final 250 metres, which is excellent to see from such a young athlete.
And there's so much to be said, I think, in single sculling for occupying that that first position for a large part of the race, because it allows you just to look at the competition and see where the challenge is coming from, and allows you to respond. And that's one of the advantages that Jonah enjoys in this race, just being able to look back at the competition. He's got a little bit of pressure coming on him from Liam Creasy from Mossman over there in lane 4, and also from Armand Lismond in the Morris College colours in lane 2 as well, but certainly not enough to challenge him for the lead at this stage. And you would have thought he's going to enjoy the last 100 metres of this race as he comes across at a very steady rate of striking. And Henry, that's just some fine sculling, wouldn't you say?
That is excellent sculling. You know, you can tell he's a powerful athlete as well. Sitting nice and low, putting the power through the blade, and you know, enjoying the efforts he put in the first half of the race to get that win. Well done to Jonah McLaughlin from Morris College.
Second place going the way of, it's looking as though it's Jake Krause from Northern Beaches Secondary. Third place to Preston McClelland from St George. Fourth place to Lismond from Morris College. Fifth place to lane 6, St Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy. Sixth place to Liam Creasy from Mossman in lane 4. Looks as though we've had a scratching out of lane 3, so looking as though that'll complete the third and final division of the men's under 17 scull, race 20 on the program.
Well done to all athletes, and I think, Michael, as you were saying, the ability to look at your competition as well, especially these athletes coming from coxed boats. You know, a lot of this racing would have been one of the first times they've raced without a cox.
That's right.
So having that mental ability to see where the athletes are around you and react accordingly is not something that we should you know, dismiss lightly.
That's right, and you know, whereas you come up through the younger age groups in school and you're a foot soldier in a platoon of
An armada
scullers
of
and
Cox quads.
under the guidance of a coxswain, but in a single scull. Well,
You're the commander of your own destiny.
the commander-in-chief, and that's a new experience for each of these young scullers in the under 17 age category, which makes it always a fascinating event to watch.
And they'll all be better off from it now.
Absolutely.
You know,
So race 21 underway, which is the only division. It's a straight final for the women's under 17 single scull. So in lane 1, representing MLC School, is Maya McBrien, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford-Meisel. In lane 2, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Sophie Moore, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 3, from Nepean Rowing Club, is Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. In lane 4, from Mossman, is Ava Baker, coached by Joshua Hewitt. In lane 5, from Black Mountain in the ACT, is Ava Rothel, coached by Charlotte McCarthy. In lane 6, representing UTS Rowing Club, is Willow Chapman, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, from Mossman, is Heidi Heap, coached by Alfie Young. And finally, out of lane 9, representing Manning Valley Anglican, is Nia Simmons, and she's coached by Murray Doust.
And as you can see here, Michael, we've got the athletes have come through the 1,000-metre mark. Looks like Heidi is in the lead at this stage, but that's not to say that she's not got Ava closely on her heels. You know, Heidi is from the Mossman crew, with Ava from Black Mountain taking up the first and second position there at the 1,500-metre mark.
It's looking as though it's a rather commanding lead being enjoyed by those two scullers, Heidi Heap and Ava Rothel, over the rest of the field. An event comprising 2 races. Sophie Moore and Ava Baker currently occupying 3rd and 4th position.
With a second gap there back to the sculler coming through, Nia Simmons as well. And with that, we have the first 2 scullers coming into the final 250-metre mark of the race, Michael. And like we said with the under 17 boys, the girls here would have been racing in, 1,000-metre races, coxed, quads, or potentially 4s, and having the single race for the first time, you are the master of your own destiny. So watching these 2 athletes at the front go tit for tat is very exciting to see.
Some 3.5 seconds, the margin between Heidi Heap of Mossman and Ava Rothel at Black Mountain. That was the margin as they went through the 1,500 metres. Now, Rothel of Black Mountain in those red colours, I think she's challenging Heap for the lead. She's just chomping at her heels, and she's raised her rate of striking now, and certainly under a bit of duress is Heidi Heap of Mossman Rowing Club, and she's going to have to work just to resist that late assault in the final 100 metres of this race.
Heidi's looking very strong here as she comes down to the line, looking over, and I think, barring anything disastrous, it might be a win for her in the Mossman colours.
Yeah,
and
I think that's right.
As she crosses the line here, we have the winner, Heidi Heap from Mossman, followed very closely by Ava Rath from Black Mountain second. Well done to these 2 athletes. A great race and a great sprint finish and a battle between the 2 of them.
Yeah, really gutsy finish there from the Black Mountain sculler, Ava Rothel, in the final 100 metres, really taking it to the Mossman sculler, but just ran out of water there in the end. A close competition for this 3rd position as well now between Sophie Moore of Leichhardt and Ava Baker of Mossman. It's going to be the Leichhardt sculler that claims 3rd.
Well done to these 2 athletes who have just crossed the line. Another great battle between the 2 of them for the final place.
5th place going the way of lane 8, Nia Simmons of Manning Valley Anglican.
With the sculler from UTS here, Willow Chapman coming in. Looks like the 6th place position will be hers. She's got a lovely rate of striking coming towards the line as well. Then on the far side, Maya Edwards as well, finishing strong. As she winds it towards the line. Well done to these athletes in one of their first 2,000-metre races down the course, down at Cirque here as well. And in the 6th, that was Willow Chapman from UTS. And then in 7th place, we have Maya Edwards from the Nepean Rowing Club.
And to finalise this race, it'll be Maya McBrien of MLC School over there in lane 1, who will claim 8th place. So we're underway in race 22, the first division of the men's under-19 double scull. So we're moving through the age groups and divisions here.
And boat classes as well. You know, we've finished the under-17 singles and we've moved on to a more senior age group in a double as well. So it'd be great to see these athletes who in previous years would have raced in this under-17 division, Michael, and moved on to one of their first crew boats to race as well, which is excellent to see.
All right, so race 22, it is probably about halfway done. It's the first division of the men's under-19 double scull. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Oscar Nicolaitis and Hamish Hargens, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 3, representing Mossman, is Brody Kinsman and Lawrence Gandor, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 4, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Remy Wilson and William Swede, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 5 from St Augustine is Lachlan Schofield and Hamish Wise, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. In lane 6, representing Cranbrook, is James Wilson and Max Alchin. Also from Cranbrook in lane 7 is Maxwell Scales and Henry Maison. And finally in lane 8 is Manning Valley Anglican, represented by Oliver Sampson and Hayden McPhellamy, coached by Murray Doust.
And coming to the 1,000-metre mark here, we have some action in the lead from Manning Valley Alican, I should say. Second and third spots are occupied by Cranebrook. Fourth is St Augustine's, and then in 5th place we have Sydney Rowing Club at this stage with Manning Valley Anglican, beg your pardon, sorry for getting my words mumbled, everyone out there, leading with about 5 to 6 seconds at now the 1,500-metre mark.
Yeah, that Manning Valley Anglican crew looking really quite strong as maintaining a healthy rate of striking. Sampson and McPhellamy, and it's one of those tricks of the trade in the double scull, just to keep that boat moving and trim along the water and just wanting to tick it along and really doing...
Move and sink.
That's right.
Let the boat do the work for you, and it looks like this crew here have, you know, without knowing the history, it looks like they've rowed together for a while because they are one person, one set of blades coming down the course at this stage.
Of one mind are the crew from Manning Valley Anglican, Sampson and McPhellamy. They're looking very, very sharp indeed. And a bit of a distance back then to the Cranbrook crews in lanes 7 and 6.
With St Augustine's snapping on their heels per se, and I think, you know, when you have two crews from the same school or club in hot contention, it breeds another level of competition. So, you know, do you have bragging rights walking around the schoolyard, or, you know, do you become the top boat? So great to see these two crews from Cranbrook really, really pushing hard for the finish here in the last 250 metres of this race.
Yeah, that's right, Henry. But for the moment, it all is going the way of the Manning Valley Anglican scullers, Sampson and McPhellamy, who really are looking in control. They are looking long and they're looking powerful and looking as though they've rowed together for years. It's going to be a win for Manning Valley Anglican. Oliver Sampson, Hayden McPhellamy take a bow. It is a very compelling performance.
Excellent rowing there from that crew. And it looks like the two crews of Cranbrook, we have lane 7, Maxwell and Henry, will take the second place in bragging rights, with James Campbell and Max Alkin in the 3rd place, followed hotly by the crew from St Augustine's coming over the line in 4th. Well done to the top 4 athletes here.
Looking as though the 5th and final crew to cross the line is going to be that crew from Leichhardt, Sydney Rowing Club, I should say. Those are the options. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Nicolaitis and Hargens.
which means unfortunately 2 scratchings from Mossman and Leica. But I can see a couple of names here would have raced in the 17 Skull 2 races prior, so it would be a large effort from some of those young athletes to back up so quickly from a single to a double like that.
So recapping the results of race 22, the first division of the men's under-19 double scull, a win for Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson and Hayden McPhellamy. Second place to Cranbrook, Maxwell Scales and Henry Maison. In lane, third place was Cranbrook's James Campbell and Max Alchin. Fourth place went to St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield and Hamish Wise. And fifth place, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Oscar Nicolaitis and Hamish Hargens.
Well done to all athletes, and a great way to start off the under-19 men's doubles races for the day.
And the second division of the men's under-19 double scull is on the course now. It's looking as though we have not quite a full field, but in lane 3, representing Cranbrook is Oscar Auden and Tate Leggett. In lane 4, from Marist College ACT is Luca Storgato and Roland Carter. In lane 5, from St Augustine is Henry O'Hare and Rory Parker. In lane 6, from Sydney University's Angus McInnes and Lockie Tyndall. In lane 7, from St George is Aidan West and Jacob Wilson. And finally, representing Barker College in lane 8 is Tenzin O'Gorman and Hudson Donovan.
It looks like these athletes are just coming through the 1,000-metre mark at the moment, and the crews are, I would say, the middle lanes looks like they're occupying the top 3 spots, but the splits have just come up, and Sydney University are in the lead, closely followed by St Augustine's second, Marist College in third. A slight break back to Barker College in fourth, with Cranbrook and St George occupying the final 2 spots of this race. But I think Sydney University and St Augustine's, along with Marist, will have quite a race for the finish here. 3 seconds between those top 3, so the final 500 metres will really, really determine this one, as always. And as we say that, the 1,500 metre mark, Sydney University have maintained their lead over St Augustine's, with Marist College in the 3rd spot. Excellent racing here from the top 3 cruisers as they come through the screen if you're watching on the live stream. And as the race comes into the final 250 metres, the crew from Sydney University still in the lead here, and from the Regatta finish tower, they are moving in sync, moving that boat very efficiently towards the line. Not to say that St Augustine's is not at all, they are coming hot on their heels as well. So a great final 200 metres here as we come to the Red Boys from St Augustine's and Sydney University Boat Club.
Okay, so here comes the charge from St Augustine's. Henry O'Hare and Rory Parker, they are looking to take the fight to McInnes and Tyndall of Sydney University in this final 100 metres. Question is, will they run out of water? They are certainly the faster moving boat at this stage. McInnes and Tyndall looking as though they are tiring just a little bit. Their rate of striking is down, and that Augustine's crew, well, they're just going through the gears now. Here comes St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare and Rory Parker. Will they run out of time? It's going stroke for stroke in the final couple of metres. I think Sydney University's going to hold on by a narrow margin indeed, and they just clash with the boy over the line. Heavy drama out here at the Regatta Centre. A win for Sydney University. Second place, St Augustine's. Third place, Damaris College in lane 4. Fourth place is a little bit back now, but looking as though it'll go the way of Barker College, lane 8.
With St George looking like they're giving them a bit of a push here as well, bringing their rate of striking up on the far side there. Oh, sorry, Cranbrook, I should say. Beg your pardon, everyone out there. And yes, as it comes to the line, Barker College will hold off the fast finishing Cranbrook crew to take 4th place, and then over in lane 3, Cranbrook finishing over in 5th place. And coming through the middle of the course here, we have the crew from St George of West and Wilson rounding out the field.
So congratulations to St George. And just to finalise the field, and recapping the results, a win for Sydney University, Angus McInnes and Lockie Tyndall. Second place, St Augustine's, represented by Henry O'Hare and Rory Parker. Third place went to Marist College, represented by Lucas Dorgato and Roland Carter. Fourth place to Barker College, Tenzin O'Gorman and Hudson Donovan. Fifth place to Cranbrook's Oscar Auden and Tate Leggett. And finally, St George, represented by Aidan West and Jacob Wilson.
Excellent racing from all crews around there in the under-19 men's double scull.
And the third division of this event is now underway. It's race 24 on the programs and is looking absolutely delectable on the live stream. But just as that race unfolds, we'll read through some names here. So, in lane 2, representing Sydney University, is Jack Lamson and Harrison Howard, coached by Robert Black and Simon Huxley. In lane 3, representing St George, is Jake McAfee and Julian Grunzel, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 4 from Mossman is Leighton Skoman and Ewan Humphreys, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 6 is a Leichhardt Nepean composite, James Baker of Nepean and Peter Simkovich of Leichhardt, coached by Daniel Waddell and Isaac Shepherd there. In lane 7 of Marist College is Oscar Spirit and Ethan Williamson Bell. And finally, representing Cranbrook in lane 8 is Christopher Vlahos and Henry Dawson.
And at this stage, the race results are indicating that the Mossman crew is commanding a nearly 12-second lead at this at the 1,000-metre mark. You know, Mossman is having quite a turnout in the junior sculling at the moment, which is excellent to see. Second place we have Marist College, third place Cranbrook, fourth place is the Leichhardt Nepean composite, fifth place St George, and as we can see on the live stream here, the Mossman crew is moving exceptionally nicely as they move through closer towards the 1,500-metre mark. And as I say that, they just passed the 1,500-metre mark, rowing very well, sitting up tall, very nice rate of striking. They are in a position to take this race and make it their own.
So 6:58 was the unofficial winning time in race 23, the second division, claimed by Sydney University's McInnes and Tyndall. And Mossman in lane 4, Skoman and Humphreys, well, let's see how they do against that time. Of course, they're not under so much pressure as were the Sydney University scullers in the previous race, but conditions comparable.
I would say conditions are, you know, exactly the same. We're blessed to be out here today on such a warm day at the Regatta Centre, Michael. Minimal wind on the water, and the sun is warming up the athletes nicely to perform at their best.
Well, they're going through the gears, Leighton Skoman and Ewan Humphreys, as they come towards the finishing tower. They're looking pretty strong in that double scull.
Definitely are, Michael. Sitting tall, you know, they're really rowing that boat like a double should be rowed, giving it a bit of a double bounce there as they sort of ride the momentum, kicking through the gears to the final red buoys. And their time is not going to be poked at. You know, they're racing their own race and they're doing it very well at the moment. Their finishing time unofficially 6:48 on the screen there.
Yeah,
and that's
and faster than the previous division as well.
And you know, congratulations to the boys celebrating accordingly. Well done to those two young athletes. And now we have the final, the other crews coming towards the line here. And Michael, who do we have here coming down in second? Is that the Marist College crew there?
Yeah, that's right. Lane 7, Marist College, Oscar Spirit and Ethan Williamson Bell. They're going to claim second place, followed by Cranbrook, Christopher Vlahos and Henry Dawson in lane 3, and then by that composite crew, Leichhardt Nepean in lane 6.
Some great
they claim fourth place.
Great racing from those three crews. They're all within a boat length of each other, so you know, real match racing there. Looking to your left, you see a crew. Looking to your right, you see a crew. It's will give all these athletes something to work towards in the future, seeing what's around them.
Looking as though they will claim 5th place is the St George crew of McAfee and Grunzel over there in lane 3. And finally, race 25 on the course, the first division of the women's under-19 double scull.
And we've got two divisions today for the under-19 double scull for the women today, Michael. So it'd be excellent to see the race times comparison like we've just seen in the final race of the under-19 men's double scull as well.
Indeed. So race 25 and 26. So in lane 1, representing Redlands, is Ava Ford and Grace Ford. In lane 2, from Mossman, Sophia Gray and Annabelle Signer. In lane 3, from Mossman, is Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. In lane 4, from Barker College, is Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. From the Armadale School, in lane 5, is Matilda Coddington and Isabel Coddington. In lane 6, from the MLC School, is Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake. Another Leichhardt Nepean composite crew here. In lane 7, it's Jessica Harris and Amir Simkovich. And finally, in lane 8, from Mossman, is Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. I wonder, Henry, if we've got sisters racing together in this race, 2 pairs perhaps.
Yes, I was just looking at that, Michael, and if that is the case, I dare to say they might have a bit of an unfair advantage. I say that tongue-in-cheek, They know each other hopefully all their lives, and they know the ins and outs and how to push, which will be great to see as they come down the course. But one other thing I would like to say is, we see schools here from all around the state and in ACT as well. So the Armadale School making the journey down, very much appreciated, and I'm sure the young athletes out here as well do appreciate the effort by school, coaches and parents to get them safely down here to experience the Regatta Centre.
Yeah, of course. It is always great to see regional and interstate or territory competitors at the Regatta Centre, and we love having everyone from all over the country come to the Regatta Centre to compete. And the athletes through the 1,000 metre mark in race 25, and it looked as though, Henry, we don't have any numbers, but it was the Mossman combination of Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong on the near side.
So from what we can see on the live stream, all the crews here are racing and rowing exceptionally well with the lovely flat conditions. We haven't quite got times yet, so please forgive us and thank you for your patience and understanding. We are looking at some of the scullers here as they come down the field, and all the athletes are rowing lovely in sync, driving the boat towards the line and having a very clean rate of striking as well.
Yeah, just looking out at the competition lake, it's difficult to tell from where we are up in the tower, and we'll have a better idea as the camera pans around, but it is looking as though it's that crew in lane 8 from Mossman, Darcy and Armstrong who are making the best of things, and perhaps their colleagues over there in lane 2, Sophia Gray and Annabelle Signer, they're not far behind, if at all. So I would have thought those 2 crews are making the best of things, but 2,000 metres is a long way, so let's just see what happens as they come through.
And from what we can see up here, it looks like the athletes have just passed the 1500 metre mark here as well. And the camera zoomed in on lane 2, beg your pardon, lane 3 there from Mossman, and lane 4 there from Barker, having athletes come through now as well. So hopefully we can give you some times as it becomes available.
Yeah, certainly looking as though it's that crew in lane 8. Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong.
With a 10-second lead at this stage. So these two athletes must have set themselves up in the first 1500 Michael and are now in that position where they can command the race and race their own race towards the line, as we said previously with the Mossman Scullis. Yeah,
that's right. They'll just be looking to move their hands away from the finish and keep the boat moving, not wanting to rush into the catch and so as to impede the boat run, but just looking to tick the boat along. It's
sit
one
tall,
of those,
sit tall, be proud, and soak up this experience. So other regattas and other races, and they do have a more of a competition, I should say. They know what to do and know how to push and move.
That's right. There's no substitute for racing under pressure, but certainly it's one of those races for this Mossman combination where they'll be revelling in the opportunity just to put themselves through the gears and to test themselves on really flat, lovely conditions.
And they are doing that today as well. They are pushing themselves towards the line, which is excellent to see. And then in the middle of the course here, we have a tight race here for the second and third finish, with the other crew from Mossman taking it over in lane 3, I believe it is, or lane 2.
But it's the Armdale crew in lane 5 as well, who I think occupying second place.
They're doing excellent work there.
Yeah, stripes look a different colour, but looking similar in the middle of the course there. It's a win for Mossman, lane 8, Darcy and Armstrong.
Well
second
done.
place is looking as though it'll go the way of the New Englanders in lane 5. Matilda Coddington and Isabel Coddington, congratulations. They're going to claim second place.
Well done.
Followed by lane 3's, that's Arabella Turner and Erica Nutt from Mossman as well.
Oh no, Michael, and looks like here in fourth place we've had a slight hiccup from the crew here in lane 6. They've managed to recover very nicely and will very comfortably claim the fourth spot. We all have incidents where we sort of let go of the blade, but I like to say people who let go like that are trying the hardest, so well done to those athletes for recovering so nicely.
Unfortunately for those MLC scullers, not much going on there, and they claim fourth place. Fifth place going the way of Barker College, Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. I think that is, we've got one crew finishing in lane 2. That's Sophia Gray and Annabelle Signer from Mossman, and it's looking as though it'll finalise the field. So recapping the results, a win for Mossman. That's Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. Second place, the Armadale School, Matilda Coddington and Isabel Coddington. Third place, Mossman, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. Fourth place, MLC School, Olivia Keast and Jemima Blake. Fifth place, Barker College, Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. Sixth place, Sophia Gray and Annabelle Signer.
Well done to all athletes in that race. Some excellent racing there.
The second division of the women's under-19 double scull underway. It's race 26 on the program, contested by 8 crews. So, in lane 1, representing Canberra girls, and the ANU is Talia Turnbull and Charlotte Bowen. In lane 2, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Katia Reichel and Lara Petrozzi. In lane 3, from Nepean Rowing Club, is Viti Young and Sophia Whitelaw. In lane 4, from Mossman, is Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham. In lane 5, also from Mossman, is Kieran Karisk and Matilda Edgley. In lane 6, from Redlands, is Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. In lane 7, from MLC School, is Isabel Ang and Steffi Liang. And finally, of UTS Rowing Club, is Isabella Henderson and Charlotte Olivier.
And at this stage, Michael, looks like the crews have just come through the 1,500 metre mark with the composite from Canberra Girls and ANU in the lead, with Mossman bringing in second and Redlands in third. There is a bit of a gap there between those top three crews, and I think in the final 500 anything can happen, so we will see some tight racing here, which is always exciting to see as well.
Yeah, that's right, that top three, as you say, Henry. Canberra, ANU composite in the lead, UTS currently occupying second. Just having a little discussion up here to work out who's in the lead.
The Brains Trust is looking through the window to see who's in the lead, and from our discussion we've come to the conclusion that it's the Canberra Girls composite crew in lane 1 that are in the lead here, with the crew from UTS closest to the finishing tower in second, and then in the middle here we have a bit of a race between the Mossman crew and I believe it's Redlands coming in for the third place. But on the top of the course, the composite crew is going to take the lead here, and these two girls travelled up from the nation's capital, and they will leave with a win in Division 2 of the Women's Under-19 Double Scull. Congratulations. Lane 8 coming in very strongly is the UTS crew. Lane 4, Mossman will take third, and then Redlands will wind it to the line to take fourth place in this race now.
And coming towards the line in the final 150 metres of their race is Nepean in lane 3, VT Young and Sophia Whitelaw. And also Sydney Rowing Club's Katia Reichel and Lara Petrozzi having a strong finish to their race too.
And the crew here from the Nepean has really picked it up towards the end here. Yeah, the girls have brought the rate of striking up significantly to bring it to the line in the red boys, so congratulations to them. They claim 5th spot.
So that's Nepean Rowing Club, lane 3, claiming 5th. It'll go to Sydney Rowing Club for 6th place, followed by MLC School in lane 7. And as MLC cross the line, that'll finalise the second and final division of the Women's Under-19 Double Scull. So recapping the results, a win for Canberra Girls Composite, Talia Turnbull of the Australian National University and Charlotte Bowen of Canberra Girls Grammar School. Second place to UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Isabella Henderson and Charlotte Olivier. Third place to Mossman, Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham. Fourth place to Redlands, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. Fifth place to Nepean's VT Young and Sophia Whitelaw. Sixth place to Sydney Rowing Club, Katia Reichel and Lara Petrozzi. And seventh place finally to MLC School, Isabel Eng and Steffi Liang. Just have another change up here in the commentary tower, welcoming back Rob Glendenning to the airwaves.
Okay, Henry, we're back racing with the para double and para single. In this race we have in lane 1 the para double of Community Rowing Club's Poppy Richards and Robin Smith, coached by Robin Smith. In lane 5, para single, Communities, Bronte Marshall, coached by Liam James, Robin Smith and Barbara Ramjam. And in lane 6, in the single from Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextall. And they're well through this, well, it's a 1,000 metre race, so just about to come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it was a double, as we'd probably expect, coming through the first 500 in a time of 2:04, so they're holding an advantage at the moment. But Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, right in the middle of the lanes there, is certainly giving it a good push. Probably holds a little bit of an advantage over Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne, but at this point in time, Bronte Marshall looks like she might have that single pretty well tied up, unless Stephanie has a big extraordinary effort over the last 500 metres. But the double certainly over there in lane 1, as we'd expect, being a double, looks fairly unchallenged at the moment. I think we're going to have the two different winners in this event.
2 races in 1 race. You know, it's great to see that we can have such competitive racing in this regatta as well. So the double, as you were mentioning before, coming up to the final 250 here. They're going to remain sort of in their own field, while the 2 scullers in the middle are hotly on each other's heels as well.
Yeah, and Henry, that what they do with the para events, they still have a 1,000 metre event as well as the 2,000, because physically some of the para athletes cannot get over the 2,000 metres, or certainly up their early stages as they build up. But as we saw in the 2,000 metres, we had a great field, including PR3 and PR2. So it's certainly a building group, and hopefully that continues.
Couldn't agree more. It's excellent to see, and you know, it's a great opportunity for all athletes from all walks of life and all abilities to come out here and race and show what they can do in the field.
And as we come down towards the line, it is the double, looking pretty good over there in lane 1, and they're, as I said, fairly unchallenged, although Bronte's had a look over and said, I think I could probably catch these guys if I give it a good crack, but she's just going to run out of space. As they come into the red buoys, they'll come across the line, the double will come across the line, and probably hold only about a 2 or 3 length lead over Bronte Marshall in the single from Community Rowing Club. So a great effort on all parts. Just the timing getting out just a little bit in the double now, but they're over the line, so they'll take the win. It will be Bronte Marshall coming over the line to take first place in the single, and Stephanie Walker, as I said, having a big look at the moment, probably feeling the heat out there. Just got the rating up now, probably rated a little bit low through the middle of the course, but got the rating up now, and looking good as she comes down towards the line. About 3 or 4 strokes to go, and will cross to take second place in the single. Oh, they're right. And we have race 28, the men's masters pair. These are always hotly contested, men's masters pair. And of course, we have a range of handicaps in this race. We have from the C division right up to J. So the C's have a 63-second handicap, which is something else. So we have from lane 2, North Shores, George Loiterton and Tom Payton. They are a C and off 63 seconds. Newcastle's Dave McCready and Ballas Hansel. They are 59 seconds. In lane 4, University of New South Wales, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. They are an E division or 54 seconds. North Shores, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh off 40 seconds. In lane 6, Glebes Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan off 30 seconds. Lane 7 is Mossman's John Struick and John May, and in lane 8 Mossman's John Hardy and Philip Titterton. And so, Henry, these are a lot of experience in this pair. I know for certain the Halliday-McEnroe combination from University of New South Wales, Luck-Walsh combination from North Shore, McEwen-Artesian, John May, these are very experienced and been rowing in these boats for years. And as you can see, the Hardy-Titterton combination over here in lane 8 has, they've really, I don't think, bitten too much into that handicap. So they're actually a very experienced pair combination.
Oh, very experienced. I remember in my days of rowing in Mossman, Phil was around and, imparted his wisdom back then, which was sort of a pleasure and a privilege to have that be taught across to our young athletes.
Yeah, but the race certainly on there, and if we look across, it's probably the combinations of Luck and Walsh from North Shore and Universities Halliday and McEnroe is where the race is on. We got North Shore had about 14 seconds head start on them, although we're probably looking back, probably a bit further back than that, but it certainly is or McEwen and Artesian, I think we have right up there. But at the moment, it's this Mossman #1 crew of Hardy and Titterton. They are with about 200 and 300 metres to go, just drifting a little bit on the lane. They're coming over towards the lane dividers. The Mossman crew of Struick and John May also are very experienced. They certainly are troubling the boys on their side as well. So McEwen and Artesian from Glebe all like to come together. It's a nice close-knit group. But as they coming down towards the line, Hardy and Titterton, but the North Shore, Luck and Walsh really coming home like a train. Doesn't look like McEnroe and Halliday of University of New South Wales will have enough. They pull back a bit of that combination, but this group here now coming down to the line are just certainly looking the goods.
Yeah, I can see North Shore here. They've sort of come into their own with the Red Boys now. The handicap has all but eroded apart from the Mossman crew in lane 8 here, and I think North Shore with their 40-second handicap have taken over the crews from Glebe and Mossman to get into a strong, what I would say is second position here, but the crew from Mossman of John and John are not going to let them go without a fight. But over the line in lane 8, we have the crew from Mossman of John and Philip taking the lead, and as we come down to the line, North Shore, Eric, Luck and Chris Walsh will take second. Mossman, John and John will take third, just over lane 6 from Glebe, which was some excellent racing from those crews. And as it comes over University of New South Wales, James and Andrew take the 5th place. And on the top of the race course here, we have a very tight race, actually, between North Shore and Newcastle.
Yeah, 63-second handicap. That North Shore crew, 40-second handicap to overcome. It was just too much in the end. And but they had a very experienced combination of John Hardy and Philip Titterton. I'll give you the age groups, 82 and 80 respectively. So they've got a fair few years on them, but a fair few years of experience. And certainly that showed out today. And on the line now we have the men's under 23 single, heat 1. The progression is first four to the A final, the rest to the B final. In lane 1 we have ANU ACT James Robinson, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 2, Sydney University 2, Trefon Stramboli, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In lane 3, Canberra ACTs, Cameron Schmidt, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 4, UTS's Jack Power, coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Charlie Hine, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Lane 6 is UTS's Sky Luke Davidson, coached by Jack Hargraves. In lane 7, Canberra ACT's Jesse Rossen, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 8, Hawthorn's Max Curry, coached by Tristan Stevsky and Jamie Ford.
And you were saying before, top 4 through to the A final here, so we do have a sort of a real race to play for here as the scullers will come through the 2,000 metre course.
And they're underway now, so they're probably got about gone about 200 metres, and it certainly looks like the sculler
from Canberra ACT
from
in
Canberra
lane 3
ACT. Cameron Smith looks to have jumped out to a bit of a lead, although we can't pan across to the rowers on this side, but certainly with the camera on him, it does look like he's jumped out to a fairly handy lead, although the sculler right over this side from Hawthorn, Max Curry, also looks to have gotten out strongly.
And your prediction and viewing was right. The Cameron Schmidt has got a bit of the lead at the moment, with Max Curry coming through second, Jack Power, UTS in third, James Robertson fourth. But at this stage, you could throw a blanket over the field.
Yeah, certainly the strategies will all be different. But look at the time, Henry, going through there. We've had between 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. We have about 1.5 seconds. It's there's nothing, absolutely nothing in it. It's only probably Trefon Stramboli, who was about a length off the back of the other 7, but there's still nothing in it. And certainly this early in the race is well enough to overcome that sort of gap. But look, it's on for young and old at the front, but it does look like Cameron Schmidt just holding that slight advantage over Hawthorn's Max Curry. Noticing a few Victorian crews up at for this regatta. So obviously looking out for some combinations and getting preparation for the Nationals.
Exactly right, and racing is racing. Why wouldn't you come to a regatta centre like this? It is one of the best in the world, and any opportunity to race here in this beautiful weather, beautiful conditions, you're only going to be better for it.
Oh, absolutely, and look at the conditions out there today. Apart from the heat, it's absolutely perfect rowing conditions. Still, I think when we last looked, it was hovering around 29, 30 degrees, so probably a little way off yet, heat being a real issue, but we'll keep an eye on that, and certainly the powers that will be will advise as we go through the day. But with the camera at the moment, still on Cameron Smith, and he's coming down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Still got the rating up, Henry, and really pushing along as he comes through the 1,000 metre mark. He goes through
in 3:30.
3:30, but not much in it. Only about a length back to Max Curry. So they have really turned it on here. The sculler over on the other side, I think that was James Robinson, also from ANU, also holding there well. So there's still nothing in it. Only about 7 or 8 seconds between the top 4 or 5. Remembering the first 4 go through to the final.
And as we can see here, as the athletes come through, they would have settled into their mid-race rhythm now. Some of these under-23s have been racing maybe 4 or 5 years in the 2,000 metre division, so they're well versed at how to handle a 2,000 metre race. You have your start, you settle, and then, as you said, top 4 through. So, they might have a race plan, but that might go out the window if someone's chomping on their heels. It might be, they step at the 1,500, but at this stage, they're in third and there's 3 crews behind them or 3 scullers behind them, all within a length. That has to go out the window, and your only aim is to get your bow ball over the line quicker than the other blokes around you in this race.
Yeah, and as you say, Henry, you come to that 1,000 metre mark and you've got all the best plans laid, and take a look to your left and right and realise you're 4th, 5th or 6th. That you've got to really dramatically change that, and the ability to actually react to that change without destroying yourself over that next 500 metres is the all important way to go.
and being adaptable in that as well, right? You know, we need to be strategic about it. Is it worth pushing for that first place in the heat? Is it worth, you know, getting over the line, recovering, adapting, changing your strategies? So on these hotter days, when you do have that second race, which I believe is race 56, you can be at your best to, you know, get towards the pointy end when it counts and get a bit of metal around your neck.
But the all-important thing is you've got to be there, Henry, and
You've got to
that's
be in
it.
it to win
You've got to be in that top 4 to get into that final to have that chance. And you know, we all know we've come out of a heat and had an ordinary row and felt like we're going nowhere and had an absolute blinder in the final. So the all-important thing is just to get into the final and have that opportunity.
I couldn't agree more. And as we come through the 1500, the top 2 places have remained the same of Cameron Schmidt and Max Curry, which is great to see. And then the 3rd and 4th place here, you know, the crews of James and Power are still holding on, but the real race will be, I reckon, between 4th and 5th here today to get into that final.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be an all UTS affair for that one. So I think we've got in 4th is Power, and
yes,
Lubke Davidson is in 5th. So it's going to be a real match race amongst those UTS scullers. But certainly the Canberra ACT's Cameron Smith actually getting challenged now. Fairly hard challenge from Max Curry over here from Hawthorn. I don't think there's much in it at all at the moment now, Henry. I think he's made a lot of progress, Max Curry, over here in Hawthorn, and may well have even drawn up a level, as is the sculler over in lane 1. The James Robson from ANU ACT has certainly pulled up there as well, but it's going to be close to the line.
Some excellent racing here from Max. You know, he's timed it to perfection if he does pull this off, and from what I can see, I think he might have just nipped his bow ball in front, and you know, it doesn't matter if you're leading for 1,990 metres. All that matters is your bow ball's in front of the 2,000 metre mark. And Max has done that. Well done to that athlete. Max from Hawthorn. 2nd place there is the Cameron Schmidt. 3rd, James Robson. And 4th was the UTS sculler, Jack Power. 5th was Mr. Sky. And as we come down the line, we have Charlie from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. And then rounding out is Jesse Rosen from Canberra ACT. Great racing there. Max timed it to perfection, I would say.
Yeah, like he's done pretty well too there, Henry. He's gone through that 1,000 metre mark at 3:30, and understand he's probably backed it off a little bit. That's he's done some pretty good splits there to get over the line in 7:12 for that race. But we move right along to race 31. Sorry. Sorry, race 30. It's the second heat of the men's under-23 single scull. Progression first forward through the final. In lane 1, UTS's Brandon Smith, coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club's Max McAlpine, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 3, Canberra ACT's Darcy James, coached by Tom Westgarth. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Bedell, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Lane 5, UTS, Oscar Beregi, coached by Matthias Ungermark. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert, coached by Justin Quigley. Lane 7's Newcastle Uni, Ryan Furness, coached by Odin McIntosh. And in lane 8, UTS's Zinc Bosco, coached by Jack Hargraves and Matthias Ungermark.
And as we say that, we just reached over the 1,000 metre mark with Oscar from UTS in 1st, Darcy James in 2nd here, and then the field is, you know, equally spread out, but that also means everyone's got an equal opportunity to get into that top 4 placings. You know, the splits are moving quick as well, like in the first heat we had, and from what we can see, Oscar is taking the lead, moving into the 1,200 metre mark as well. As we see here, the back of the UTS sculler in lane 5, Oscar, he is rowing strong, sitting tall, and you know he was in the lead at the last split check, checking around, checking the course. one of the great things about being in the single is you are the master of your own destiny. You know where the other athletes are, which is a unique experience in the rowing world here. Not many other sports, you get to look at your competitors and see how you're placed.
Of course, you've got to be in the lead to be in that position. So
that's why we're looking at Oscar here, who is in the lead. So
I think he's got a panoramic view of what's happening behind him, hasn't he? He's well in front as he goes through the 1,500 metre mark, holding down a sizable lead at the moment.
No, he's doing very well. You know, he's put himself in the best position to get himself into the A final. And coming in the second, then we've got another UTS sculler, Brandon Smith. Hot on his heels is the Sydney sculler of Mr. Bedell. Coming up after him is Zach Bosco, beg your pardon, from UTS. And it looks like at this stage, at the 1,500 metre mark, the top four are set, barring any disastrous sort of reactions on the water there, but not to mean that the other athletes in fifth onwards are not racing for the opportunity or racing just for racing to be better next regatta as well.
Absolutely, and as you say, the first four in this one now fairly well clear cut and coming down to the line. It certainly is Oscar Bereggi who holds a commanding lead in this race, and the UTS Brandon Smith also a great 1-2 combination for UTS. The Sydney Rowing Club's Henry Bedell just probably behind the other UTS's Zing Bosco over on lane 1. So it will be these four going through to the final. I don't think that the sculler over this side, Newcastle Uni, Ryan Finesse, will have enough to come back and get into that final. But certainly untroubled going towards the line is Oscar Bereggi, and really winding it down now, just conserving that bit of energy, understanding in an hour and a couple of hours it's going to be extremely hot. So he's just conserving all the energy he can coming down to the line. We'll take out a great win in this second heat of the men's under-23 single scull.
Yeah, it's smart rowing from Oscar there. He knew he had the win. He knew he has a race later, and he knows it's going to be hot. So, let's adapt to the conditions and adapt to the race, so you can give yourself the best position for that next one. In second there, Darcy James from Canberra ACT. Well done to another interstate athlete. Third place, we had Brandon Smith from UTS, and then fourth there was the Sydney sculler of Henry Bedell. That makes up the top four that go through to the final. Race 56, coming in at fifth place was Zach Bosco from UTS. Congratulations to him. Winding to the line nicely there is Max from Sydney as well.
And already well underway, we have race 31. It's just the B final of the men's under-21 single scull. In lane 2, it's UTS's Willem van Ryswyk. In lane 3, UTS's Joseph O'Brien. Lane 4, Canberra ACT, Angus Scott. Lane 5, Sydney University, Bryn Potter. In lane 6, Black Mountains, Riley Dale. In lane 7, University of New South Wales, Will Solkich. And in lane 8, Sydney's Michael Jenkins. And as they come down towards 1,000 metres, it was in fact Angus Scott from Canberra ACT, holding about a length and a bit lead over Black Mountains, Riley Dale, and all Canberra fair up the front. Just a very small gap of 0.62 back to Sydney University's Bryn Potter, and then Will Solkich coming through from Sydney University, University of New South Wales, sorry, followed by UTS's Joseph O'Brien, UTS's Willem van Ryswyk, and Sydney's Michael Jenkins. But this is a very commanding performance by, it looks like to be Cameron Angus Scott, and as they come through the 1,500 metres. And good to see that we've got some more volunteers now and getting timing from all the huts. So this is, it's great and makes life a whole lot easier. But it was Canberra's Angus Scott going through with about nearly a 2-length lead over Sydney University's Bryn Potter, who has moved through Riley Dale over that third 500. back to University of New South Wales, Will Sulkic, about another length and a half down, followed by the two UTS scullers. So it is at this moment, it looks like Angus Scott will hold out the other scullers and take out this B final. And good to see too that all the scullers have turned up for the B final. It's quite often it is particularly with this heat, it's a pretty easy thing to pull the pin on it. But it's great to see we've got a great field out in the B scull final.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, any opportunity to race is only going to do you well, whether that be a B final, a heat, a C final, or a composite crew. If you get an opportunity from your coach, race. You're only going to be better for it.
Well, the other thing is too, you've got to get used to these conditions. It is very important, to be adaptable to all conditions. So we're talking about adaptability earlier. And certainly to be able to get out there in any sort of conditions, whether it be wind, whether it be heat, whether it be rain, and race in that conditions is always going to fare well down the track when it'll come into play when you get to one that others are less comfortable in.
Exactly right, and having that ability to enjoy it as well. It is a sport, it is competitive, but fundamentally we do want to enjoy what we do. So if you can be out here, you can win a final, it's a memory you'll have as well. And as we say, that coming down to the line, lane 4, Angus Scott from Canberra, looks like he will take the lead, and he is coming through very nicely there.
Quite a tussle over here between Uni of New South Wales and Black Mountain scullers, but Riley Dale from Black Mountain has responded now, and it looks like he will just hold on. So it was the Sydney University's Bryn Potter that came through for second. It will be Black Mountain's Riley Dale coming through for third, followed by Will Sulkic of University of New South Wales. It will then be Joseph O'Brien, UTS.
And then we have quite a race here for the between Sydney and UTS on the far side here. It looks like both crews have really brought up the rate of striking, but I think with a few minor sculling issues towards the end, the UTS sculler will take that position right over the Sydney Rowing Club athlete there. Well done to everyone in the B final of the Under 21's men's single scull.
We have race 32, the A final of the men's under 21 single scull coming down now. So the lane draw is in lane 1, Sydney University's Morgan Jones. Lane 2, Mossman's Oscar Steele Gamborg. In lane 3, Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. Lane 4, Sydney, Ben Buffett. Lane 5, Mossman, Tobias Elias. Lane 6, UTS's Robert Olivier. Lane 7, Mossman's Harry Coddington. Lane 8, UTS's Zachary Neal. And lane 9, Leichhardt Dylan Lee. And through the 1,000 metres, well, not quite through the 1,000 metres yet, but yes we are. We're through the 1,000 metres, and we have Tobias Elias holding about a length and a half lead as we came through the 1,000 metres over UTS's Robert Olivier, followed by Mossman's Oscar Seals Gamborg. Then nothing in it between Sydney's Ben Buffett, Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. A little bit of a gap back then to Zachary Neal. So the race is really on between these, the top 5 here, which is the Mossman, UTS, Mossman, Sydney and Mercantile scullers. But Tobias Elias in the middle of the field, certainly holding a lead now. And from our visuals here, looks like he might have extended that a bit, Henry.
Couldn't agree more. He's extended that and he's looking good while he's doing it as well. Sitting tall, sitting strong, really sort of ticking the boat along. Sitting proud there and giving himself the best opportunity to capitalise on that lead. He's done so well to gain in the first 1,000 metres there.
And as you talked about before, once again, he's got the look on the field. And with that sort of lead coming into the 1,500 metre mark, 500 metre mark to go, he'd be sitting up feeling pretty confident about where things are at. So as long as he holds it, keeps on doing what he's doing and keeps it relaxed, he should continue on for this win. But you never know.
Exactly right. And as we saw in one of the races before, it was a lead for one of the athletes for 1,990 metres. But at the end of the day, all that matters is where you are at the 2,000 metre mark.
That is exactly right. And as you can see, that Robert Olivier looks to have a bit of boat speed here. He looks like he's wound it up a bit. I'm not sure that he's got enough to overcome Tobias Elias in the middle of the field, but certainly is making a valiant attempt to do so. The sculler over there, it looks like the Mercantile's Jolie Conway and Sydney's Ben Muffet are certainly right up there, as well as is Mossman's Oscar Schill Gamborg, but nobody looking to trouble Tobias Elias at the moment. He's got a good advantage over the rest of the field. I'd say it's probably out to about 2.5 lengths. So, but the race is certainly on now, Henry, for second and third place.
Couldn't agree with you more. And I think it's important to note that the Mercantile sculler came through 1500 at 5th and is pushed himself up to 3rd into the medal contention at this point. So, you know, boat speed looks like it's with the sculler from Victoria for those minor placings.
Yeah, and I think in the heat he did exactly the same. He was a bit slow through the first 1,000, but really brought it home. But certainly that race is on for second, third and fourth between the Sydney, between the Mossman sculler, Oscar Schill Sandborg, Jolie Conway, and the sculler over on this side, Robert Olivia, for second, third and fourth. So it is absolutely hammer and tongs out there at the moment, but Tobias Elias has really stretched out that lead and probably is taken now to about 3 lengths as they come down to the last 50 or so metres. He's going well, but the race is really on, and big effort from Robert Olivia here. He's just gone for a big push, and it looks like he might have just got some advantage over the Mossman sculler, Oscar Schill Gamborg. And no, it won't be. It will be the Mossman sculler. Yes, he's just run out of puff at the last bit, but it will be the Mossman sculler. Will cross the line to take second place. It will be Robert Olivia crossing for third, looking fairly distressed there as well. And Mercantile's Jolie Conway, followed by Ben Muffet. It will be UTS's Zachary Neal coming across the line, followed by Leichhardt, and then the Mossman sculler Harry Coddington will close out the field, as well as Sydney University Morgan Jones on the other side.
I think it's important to say that the second Mossman sculler absolutely wound to the line there. You know, he shortened up, really brought up his rate of striking, and just got his bow ball in front of the UTS sculler there towards the end, which was, you know, excellent racing to see. So coming down the course now, we have the under-21s women's single scull B final. Lane 2, we have UTS's Hannah Alexander. Lane 3, Sydney University's Grace McClay. Lane 4, UTS's Sienna Morgan. Lane 5 and 6 are occupied by Sydney Rowing Club of Sarah Bebbington and Emma Sullivan respectively. Lane 7, UTS's Jemina McKenzie. And in lane 8, Audrey Steiger. Looks like the crews are coming through, just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark at this stage. And once we have some splits on the screen, we'll let you know how everyone is tracking.
So through the 1,000 metre in the B final of the women's under-21 scale, it was Sienna Morgan who went through in 4:17, followed by Hannah Alexander, about a length behind. Emma Sullivan, just down about a second. Sarah Bebbington, followed by Gemma McKenzie, Grace McKinley, as they came through. We're coming down towards the 500 metre mark. 1,500 metre mark, 500 metres to go, and it does look to be still that Sienna Morgan from UTS holding down a reasonable lead at the moment. In fact, it was Sienna Morgan coming through, and she looks to have extended that lead slightly over the second UTS sculler, Hannah Alexander, about 2 lengths. So certainly making a a good race of it out the front, these two UTS scullers. Just only 2 seconds back to the Sydney's Emma Sullivan, and a little bit further back to Sarah Bevington. So the race certainly is still to be won in the top 4 scullers here, the 2 UTS and 2 Sydney scullers. A little bit of a gap back then to Grace McKinley from Sydney University, UTS's Jenna McKenzie, and Sydney University's Audrey Steiger. But it does look like Sienna Morgan now still trying to extend that lead. She's looking to row well in control, Henry. Her rating must be about 26 out there at the moment.
I know, having a look at that now, looks like she's dropped the rate down. She must be feeling confident with her position, you know. She's taking control of this race, as we said before. Have to be in front to see how you're going. She's in front, she's brought the rate down, and, you know, hopefully the finish line comes close enough for her.
Yeah, well, I think she's got, looks like she's got plenty of opportunity to lift a couple of points in rating and bring it home if she needs to. But at the moment, it doesn't look like that's the case. But the race is certainly on for second and third places. The race on at the moment between the Hannah Alexander. It looks like they've pulled back on her a fair bit. She's over in lane 2 there. And it does look like the Sydney scullers over on this side may well have got the better of Hannah Alexander over in lane 2. So the race is certainly on between the 2 Sydney scullers and the UTS scullers for second and third. So it's going to be a very, very tight race, but no problems whatsoever out in front for Sienna Morgan. She is cruising now, just kicking the rate up a couple of points as she comes down to the red buoys, and looks untroubled as she's coming down to the line. But the race certainly on. It does look like the sculler from Sarah Bevington has a slight advantage over her compatriot Emma Sullivan that's coming down to the line. They look like they've gone through Hannah Alexander. She looks like she's pretty well spent over on the other side there, but it will be the Sienna Morgan, the UTS sculler came through, and right on the line we have Emma Sullivan coming through just to bump Sarah Bevington back to third. It will be Hannah Alexander who will come through in fourth. Going down the line now, Grace McKinley from Sydney University, followed by Jemima McKenzie from UTS. A little bit of a distance back now to Audrey Steiger from Sydney University. So a great win there from Sienna Morgan. So we have the A final of the women's under-21 single scull. They're coming down thick and fast, so we get to them with a quick roll call. Sydney University in lane 1, Emily Barrett. In lane 2, Sydney University's Patricia Boland. Lane 3, Mossman, Eloise Simpson. Lane 4, Mossman, Elise Coates. Lane 5, Sydney's Lucy Yabsley. Lane 6, Neve Tierney. Lane 7, Sydney University's Alice McCready, and University's Georgina Stevenson in lane 8, and welcoming Chris McCarthy back to the mic.
Thank you, Rob. Pleasure to be out here this morning, and as predicted, so our top 2 ranks from the heats, the winners from the 2 heats, Elise Coates from Mossman and Lucy Yabsley from Sydney Rowing Club in the centre of the course there, leading the charge here in the A final, the under-21 single. Paddy Boland over on the far side of the course, a good showing from her too. She was a little way off it in the heats, but has certainly made inroads, and certainly impressive given she's still an under-19 competitor. In fact, so is Elise Coates. So there's quite a few fairly young competitors here in this field who are stepping up to the under-21 age group and all being fairly competitive. This is one of the races that I had had a look at and thought was going to be one of the tightest of the day, and some prizes on the line. So this is a key selection event for the state team for the Youth 8 for the Bicentennial Cup. Oh, I'll get it wrong a couple of times, I'm sure. Top 2 scullers in this event will go through to the seat racing by selectors. A couple more can make it in at the selectors' discretion, and Paddy Boland making a good case for herself on the far side there. I think Lucy Yabsley's maybe just run out of steam a little bit. Elise Coates from Mossman in the centre of the field in the red and white stripes charging ahead, but Patricia Boland from Sydney University Boat Club Half of the under-19 double last year. Looks to just be hitting the lead in the last few strokes of the race. About 50 metres to go now. I don't think Elise Coates has got anything left in the bag to respond here. Patricia Boland, what a well-timed run to the finish here. And she will take out this A final of the under-21 single scull by just over a boat length in the end. Elise Coates second. Lucy Yabsley in third. Tight for fourth. Neve Tierney will just take it over the second Mossman sculler, Eloise Stevens there. Sydney Unis, Alice McCready in sixth place rather. Georgina Stevenson from Sydney University in seventh. And the final Sydney University sculler, Emily Barrett in eighth on the far side of the course. Very, very interesting considering the results of the heats there. And I'd say just bodes well for the state team, having racing that competitive this early in the season.
Oh, absolutely. And what about the row from Paddy Boland over there in lane one? Yeah. I mean, you know, that means lane one means she's one of the slowest into the final. So she's had an absolute cracker of a race there and rode through them over the last 500 metres, Chris. And
she'd be one of the youngest competitors in the field. She's still rowing at Loretto Normanhurst and stroking or up in there in the first eight, and real standout athlete. We'll be looking to make a second Australian junior team this year, but we'll surely have designs on donning the Waratah at the National Championships at the end of March. But moving on from the singles, we've got the under-21 pairs, the men's B final up next.
And we're actually underway in that race, race 35, the men's final of the under-21 pair. In lane one, UTS's Charles Brand and William Pender. Lane two, UTS Harry Kelly and Harrison Davis. In lane three, Sydney's Ollie Harvey and Toby Smith. Sydney University, Luke Fleet and Samuel Stewart in lane four. In lane five, Sydney, Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie. In lane six, Mercantile's Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood. In lane seven, Mercantile's Luke Vallely and Eric Wiseman. And in lane eight, Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland.
Yeah, so majority of this field are sort of first year out of school and haven't quite cracked the B final in this event. Some good entries in the under-21 pair in that, you know, we've got two completely full races in the B final and the A final. And again, this bodes well for the state team, even if there are a couple of Victorians in the mix here into Mercantile crews in lane 6 and 7. Mercantile with new head coach this year in Scott Rowe, moving down from Cairns. And if early season results at Melbourne Head and Head of the Year are anything to go by, their under-21 squad's certainly one to watch, and it'll be interesting to see how they pan out in this race. But at the moment, the Sydney Rowing Club crew in the centre of the course in lane 5, Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie leading the charge reasonably comfortably over UTS's Charles Brand and William Pender, and then Luke Fleet and Samuel Stewart from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. That's our top three at the moment, but Kinross, Mercantile, Sydney and the first Mercantile crew all trailing with less than a second separating each of those crews. So anything to play for here in the B final. And as we said, the A final, you've got pairs competing for places in the seat racing squads. Given they're all New South Wales crews in the A final, it would be a tough ask for any of these crews to make their way into those squads, but it'll certainly be a good mark on their record. And probably some internal selections and things going on as well. Sydney with 6 under-21 men's pairs, which so I'm sure there'll be some hot competition to get into their under-21 men's 8.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of depth in these programs now, and it certainly was some good racing in the heat, and we expect to see that in the final. But this race is still relatively close. It's not a big gap amongst the field, which is what we'd expect coming into one of the finals, even be at the B final. I remember that crew from Kinross Walleroy, the schoolboy crew. They had a bit of a shipwreck not too far out of the final. They may well have made it into the final had it not been for that, but probably how they're running in this race probably indicates that this is probably their right place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are two quality competitors there in Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, who have done great things in the world of the schoolboy quad in the last couple of years. So interesting to see them out here in the pair. I'm sure they wouldn't have trained it too much, but currently running second at the 1500 metre mark, and probably troubling some of their older competitors here, because those two Kinross boys are obviously at least a year, if not 2 years older than 2 years younger rather than the rest of this field. So yeah, great to see the boys out from the Central West, and I think they've got a bit of momentum too. It's a bit of a tall ask to overcome the leading Sydney crew there of McGrath and Leckie, but Kinross crew, if they can avoid a shipwreck like you said they had in the heat, although I've just commentators cursed them.
Absolutely, but it is a very close race between that second and third place. We've got probably 5 crews in contention for that at the moment, but not trouble at all out in front of Angus McGrath and Edward Leckie from Sydney Rowing Club. And as long as they can hold it together, they should come away with this win. But a big move coming over there on the other side from one of the UTS, Harry Kelly and Harrison Davies, also putting in a big effort to try to pull back a bit of this lead and consolidate second place. But the race is certainly on with the Kinross Wallaroi crew, the two Mercantile crews and the Sydney University crew and UTS all fighting out for that second place. It is very close coming down to the line. They're coming back on this Sydney crew as they race amongst themselves. They bring it back, but I don't think they'll have enough room to get in front of this pull back the Sydney crew with only, or they've just hit the buoy. So they don't want to be doing that if they're this close to the line, but it will be the Sydney crew. It does look like the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 8 will come over the line. It's very, very close between them and the Sydney crew, but they just have a slight advantage. Sydney's number 1 crew going across the line. It will be Kinross Wallaroi, followed by Sydney Rowing Club. Then it was Mercantile, and then Mercantile, Sydney University and UTS in lane 1, coming down to the line to round out this field.
Yeah, great row there from the Kinross boys. You know, rowing the pair is a skill that takes a while to learn. And if they haven't been out in it, you know, as much as they've been out in the quad or anything, then certainly that's a very, very impressive result. But the A final coming at us thick and fast, and well, apart from our race leaders at the moment, it's looking like the rest of the field is just as tight in this A final. So Sydney Rowing Club's Maloney, Thomas and Matthias leading the charge, which for those of you who have followed junior rowing over the last couple of years, and under 21s for that matter, probably wouldn't be too surprised. Those two were in the junior men's 4 last year, and they're currently leading Sydney University's Finn Mitchell, Samuel Basher, and then the other half of the junior men's 4, the Sydney University's Max Garnett and Gus Sazolka, currently running 3rd, but tight between the two SUBC crews. UTS running 4th, Zach Hyde and George Field, and then close back to another Sydney University crew, Coleman and Corbett. Then the 3 other Sydney crews in lanes 1, 2 and 6. That's Polton and Bell leading Pursehouse and Pillar, and then Hanlieb and Edwards in 8th place. But still certainly all to play for, and a run at seat racing and selection in the Youth 8 will certainly be at the forefront of all 16 athletes in this race's mind at the moment. We can see the Maloneys there, very comfortable lead indeed. They've gotten themselves out of danger early, have Thomas and Matthias, and they got a good look back on the rest of the field as we follow them down the course there through the 1500 metre mark, and still waiting for their competitors to cross the 1500 metre mark. I think we may have buzzed the line a little bit early on the 1500, but that's them through the 1500 there, and that's almost 4 boat lengths back to the Sydney University crew, who have been trailing in second of, well, they were in 3rd, Garnett and Sazolka, and they've moved up to 2nd in front of their club mates Mitchell and Basher, who are coming under a little bit of pressure now from Zach Hyde and George Field from UTS, and then the trailing 3 Sydney crews look to be some way off, mounting a late challenge here. It'd be a big ask for those trailing 3 Sydney crews to make their way into the top 4. That top 4, as we mentioned, very important for state team selection. It is top 3 eligible crews in the pair will go straight through to the seat racing, and top 2 scullers, but the selectors will then choose another handful of athletes from this and the single scull field. So they'll certainly all be wanting to put on a good show here, but Matthias Maloney and Thomas Maloney looking very, very comfortable at the head of the field here. Still a number of boat lengths clear of the remainder of the field. It's a good tussle between the two Sydney University crews here. The one to the right of the Maloney's, you can see there in lane 4, Garnett and Sizolka. We're just still ahead of their club mates, but UTS in lane 8, a little way off it as well. But it's the
yes, they come down to the line. It is this Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club looking very, very clean, very sharp as they come down towards the line. And they will cross the line with 4 or 5 lengths. But the real race is on for that second and third between the two Sydney University crews. And here's the crew of Garnett and Sizolka that holds a slight advantage over their compatriots from Sydney University. And they will go across the line to take second place, followed by the third place Sydney University. It will be the Sydney University's Mitchell and Basher who take fourth. Across the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Polton and Bell, followed by the second Sydney Rowing Club crew of Pursehouse and Pillar. They'll take out 6th. And back over to another Sydney crew. It's very much a Sydney affair in this race. Ferdinand Hanlieb and Oliver Edwards will take out 7th.
So I've probably neglected, I think we've neglected to mention there, Matt, it was Matt Coleman and Raphael Corbett, the Sydney University crew that crossed in 3rd. I think we had, maybe they were called across some of those timing points as Finn Mitchell and Sam Basher, but they were the ones doing tussle with their club mates the entire way down the course there. So a good result from Sydney Uni. They were a little way off 3rd in the under-21-8 last year at Nationals, and a few gents from that squad back in the fold this year, and Simon Huxley now joined by Rob Black in coaching that group. Very interesting to see how they progress throughout the season in what will be the second year of the under-21-8 at the National Championships, but of course the Colleagues Cup for the under-21-8 at the New South Wales Championships, always a very hotly contested event, and expecting 3 pretty strong crews from Sydney, Sydney Uni and UTS in that one this year.
Yes, but it is great racing out here today, Chris, and that augurs well for putting some good crews on for those state crews, putting them on the water.
Yeah.
We move over to the B final of the under-21 pair. We have just the 2 crews in this race. From Sydney University, Miranda Warsick and Evelyn Steiger, coached by Alan Bennett and Phil Bourgeonon. And in lane 5, UTS's Zoe Fallon and Bianca Rupnik-Williams, coached by Sam Fennessy. And it is the Sydney Uni crew that's holding a commanding lead coming through the 1,000 metres, about 3 or 4 lengths. And I'd say they've extended that, Chris, as they come down to the 1,500. It looks to be out to about 7 or 8 lengths, but a few steering issues in the crew from UTS. They are certainly wandering around that lane, which is not good at any time, but in a pair it's tough going.
No, exactly. Certainly, and when you're that far behind, it feels very lonely out there, and if you're rowing any extra metres, it's not going to be an enjoyable experience, especially out in the heat. It is very warm out here, and a reminder, anyone's getting on the water, anyone's out in the sun, hats, sunscreen, heaps of water, please. We don't want to have anything delayed or postponed, or anyone needing medical treatment out there. Today it is going to get pretty warm by the end of the day, so I think most of the athletes that are going to be wrapped up by or just after lunchtime will be pretty happy to be out of here before the worst of the heat hits later this afternoon. But a couple little parish announcements that we've got the New South Wales Championships up shortly in a couple of weeks. It's a new date this year, which should create a little bit more exciting racing, I reckon, a little bit later on in the piece. Entry is open now, and you can pre-order your merch from the Regatta shop at the moment. And the other really exciting one we've got coming up is the sprint eliminator at the schoolboy and the schoolgirl heads of the river, and we've got almost all our places locked in now, with a few more wild cards to be announced. So keep your eye on the Rowing New South Wales social media channels. And but the big name announced recently, Emma Twigg from New Zealand, the multiple Olympic medalist and Olympic champion, joining us for the sprint eliminator, and that will be fantastic to see. It's always a great spectacle. So in the lunch break of the schoolgirl and the schoolboy heads of the river in about 6 weeks' time.
a great initiative to put it in with the schoolboy and schoolgirl.
Yeah.
You want some incentive and something to aim for, to be able to see Emma Twigg and the likes of just racing even over a short distance is a fantastic opportunity. But it is this Sydney University crew of Zoe Fallon and Bianca Rupnik-Williams coming across the line now to take out the win. It is a fair distance now back to the UTS crew. They've looked like they've had a bit of a struggle over the last 700 or 800 metres. Certainly have shortened up a bit and have wandered over the lane, so they're very, very tight and feeling the heat as well as the pressure of the race. They'll cross the line and close out this field.
All right, so A final of the women's under-21 pair coming at us now. A couple more A finals, or I think just one more A final, and then a few more straight finals through to us, or division races, to get through to the lunch break. Yeah, so the last A final for a little bit that we've had heats for. The women's under-21 pair, lane 1, UTS, Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker. Lane 2, Sydney Rowing Clubs, Gemma McLaren and Madeline Walk. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Clubs, Eva Thompson and Mika Naito. Lane 4's UTS's Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam. Lane 6 from Sydney, Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. Lane 7 from Sydney, Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley. And in lane 8 from Sydney, Eva Eels and Melanie Poulos. And as they come through, they're through the 1,000-metre mark, and it is the Victorians, the sole Victorian crew in the race, who have hit the lead. A reasonably comfortable lead as well. So Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam, about 3 and a bit seconds clear of UTS's Madeline Swain, Madeline Mannins, and then Sydney's Eva Thompson and Mika Naito running in 3rd place. We'll have a quick change of the commentary, and we'll welcome through to the lunch break Michael McRae into the commentary box.
Thanks, Chris, and a delicious race, as you've just described, unfolding in the A final of the women's under-21 pair, race 38, and as you say, the Victorians showing their colleagues how it's done for the moment. They come through the 1,500 metres. The margin 2.68 between Mercantile, currently occupying 3rd place, and Swain and Mannins of UTS Haberfield, currently in 2nd. Sydney Rowing Club, currently occupying 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, so UTS making some inroads in the 3rd 500, but not a whole lot. It will take another couple of gears, I think, to overcome that early lead from Mercantile. So travelling all the way up to Hume, I would assume yesterday, and making that trip worth it for the girls from the Yarra River under the tutelage of their new head coach, Scott Rowe. Things seem to be looking pretty good for one of Australia's oldest rowing clubs, the Red and White of Mercantile. And maybe a little statement for what we can expect at the National Championships when we see the big white V come down the course. But there is certainly a whole host of very experienced New South Wales athletes in this field, and obviously we saw the Scullers in the women's under-21 single a little bit earlier, and what a fantastic race that was, with Paddy Boland and Elise Coates and Lucy Yabsley, very talented little age group that have come through over the last few years. But in the pairs, the race in front of us, it is still Mercantile as they approach about 150 metres left to row. They've got almost a boat length over Madeline Swain and Mannins, the two St Catherine's alumni who've rowed at UTS for the last couple of years, and look to be fairly comfortable in that 2nd place at the moment. And then the Sydney crew on the far side there in lane 3. It's the lane 3 crew that is missing the bow number, Eva Thompson and Mika Naito, the Queenwood and Pymble alumni there, who are making inroads on UTS. Things getting a little bit scrappy in the last few strokes, but it is Mercantile making the trip up the Hume worth it with the win in the under-21 women's pair. UTS, Swain and Maddens in 2nd. And Thompson and Naito from Sydney in 3rd, and then it'll be a few more Sydney crews all in a line with the crew in lane 6, Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett in 4th place, or 5th place, 4th place. It's just too many Sydney crews here for me to keep track of things in front of me here, but yeah, Taylor and Bennett in 4th, McLaren and Walk in 5th, Canary and Yardley in 6th place, and then UTS's Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker in 7th, and then the final Sydney crew on the near side, Eva Eels and Melanie Poulos in lane 8.
Just as that final Sydney crew comes across the line, recapping the results of race 38, the A final of the women's under-21 pair. A win for Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam. Second place, UTS Haberfield, represented by Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. Third place, Sydney Rowing Club, Eva Thompson and Mika Nato. In 4th place, Sydney Rowing Club, Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. 5th place, Sydney Rowing Club, Gemma McLaren and Madeline Walk. 6th place, Sydney Rowing Club, Mary Canary and Isabel Yardley. 7th place, UTS Haberfield, Olivia Harris and Chelsea Baker. And 8th place, Sydney Rowing Club, Eva Eels and Melanie Poulos. So a shot across the bow there, Chris, by the Victorians.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That the Youth 8s are always one of the most hotly contested events, as all the interstate races are. But you know, it's so great that we get to follow the under-21 competition through the season so well now, not only in the small boats, but we've got the under-21 8 featuring at a number of regattas. It's always been at the state championships for the not for the Colleagues Cup for the women's, but the Colleagues Cup for the men's, and now featuring at the Nationals. And you know, we can always glean a little bit of information as to how those 8s are going to go, and then ultimately how the Youth 8s are going to go for the Noel F. Wilkinson and the Bicentennial Cup at on the conclusion of the national championships. And we'll put a bit of a call out that if you are going to be down in Tasmania, whether it's watching your son or daughter race, or just there as a spectator or an administrator, or you've just got a little bit of spare time, we're always looking for more volunteers. Jump on the Rowing Australia website to sign up. Some good roles. You generally get a little bit of lunch and a little bit of kit to show off for it as well.
Yeah, that's right. To show you're a bled through rowing supporter.
Yeah.
Always a good thing to be able to parade around the boat park when you get back to Sydney, and it's a great experience. And we'd welcome people willing to volunteer their time
at all regattas.
At all regattas, that's right. New South Wales and Rowing Australia regattas. But for the moment, race 39 is the action unfolding on the competition lake, and it's the first division of the men's under-17 double scull. And we saw many of these scullers, Chris, compete earlier this morning in the single sculls, and so they're now teaming up with each other, and we will just see how they go. So in lane 2 is Leichhardt Rowing Club, represented by Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson. In lane 3 from Mossman Rowing Club is Cal Thompson and Zach Corner Huang Lee. In lane 4 from Cranbrook is Lachlan Randall White and Miles Gregory. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Geordie Lewin and Harrison Peaty. In lane 6 from Morris College is Jay Miller and Armand Lisman. Lane 7 from Barker is Jacob Apps and Nathaniel Ward. And finally, also from Northern Beaches Secondary is Logan Johnson and Zachary Lusher, coached by Kieran Kabelki.
So at the 1,000 metre mark was Leichhardt Rowing Club, Soren Anderson, Luca Wilson, who were leading the charge. Soren Anderson third in the single earlier this morning in the first division. Luca Wilson won the second division in a very quick time indeed, faster than the first division time. So on paper would be the short price favourite, and over there in lane 2, of course unseeded lanes because we haven't had heats for this event, just straight divisions. But over there in lane 2 with a fairly comfortable lead. They look to only be extending now in the third 500, the championship quarter of the race. Then the crew second from the near side of the course, which I believe would be Morris College there, Jay Miller, Armand Lisman, who are looking best placed for second. Fairly tight battle going on with Northern Beaches Secondaries, Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty, coached by Kieran Kabelki, who are looking to get themselves in contention or challenge for the top 2. But they look to be a little way off now, just faltering behind as we join them on screen, get a side-on shot. So we approach the 1,500 metre mark.
That's that Morris College crew on the screen there. They're currently running second, as you say, Chris, behind Leichhardt Rowing Club, Sorensen and Wilson. But, yeah, we had those both two scullers from Morris College competed earlier today. Jay Miller, we went fourth in the second division of the under-17 single scull, and Lismond, his partner, fourth as well in the third division of the 17 single sculls. So teaming up to put a strong performance on the water in the double scull. But for the moment, Leichhardt in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Isaac Shepherd, Arabella Barr, the coaching team there. It's a very good job with these younger athletes. And these results bearing some fruit for those coaches. They've been up in Tyree, I think, as well, and as a number of these athletes have, getting a little bit more early season racing experience. And the Morris boys would have been out. I think there was a regatta the other week at on Lake Burley Griffin. I think they'd be, even though it is warm here, I think they'd be glad not to be racing on Lake Burley Griffin this weekend, where I think it's going to be even hotter than it is up here.
Yeah, just the way the heat kind of reverberates around the Canberra Valley is vicious sometimes, but...
you think the wind would help, but it just makes it worse down there, so... certainly, as great a place as it is to row sometimes, it certainly can be inhospitable at others.
Andresen and Wilson of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 2, making the best of things. Looking poised now, and they'll take out this first division of the men's under-17 double scull. Congratulations to Leichhardt Rowing Club. Second place looking as though it'll go the way of Morris College ACT, Miller and Lismond. Third place looking as though it will go the way of Northern Beaches Secondary, Geordie Lewin and Harrison Peaty. Congratulations to Northern Beaches. Fourth place going to Barker College, Jacob Apps and Nathaniel Ward. And the race is a little bit spaced out now, so fifth place probably be Mossman, lane 3, presented by Cal Thompson and Zach Corner Huang Lee. And Cranbrook over there in lane 4 as well, yet to finish. Just in their final couple of strokes now, the Mossman crew. Congratulations to Cal and Zach. And finally, the Cranbrook crew in lane 4, Lachlan Randall White and Miles Gregory. So recapping the results of the first division of the men's under-17 double scull, a win for Soren Andresen and Luca Wilson of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Second place, Marist College, represented by Jay Miller and Armand Lisman. Third place to Northern Beaches Secondary, Geordie Lewin and Harrison Peaty. Fourth place to Barker College, Jacob Apps and Nathaniel Ward. Fifth place to Mossman, Cal Thompson and Zach Corner Huang Lee. And sixth place to Cranbrook, Lachlan Randall White and Miles Gregory.
Division 2 is on. It's just the two divisions of the under-17 doubles, and then we'll move back up to under-19s, back to single sculls, and quite a number of entries in those events. But up first, Division 2 of the under-17 double scull, Mossman in lane 2, Jake Krause, Liam Creasy, Morris College in lane 3, Cooper Clark, Jonah McLaughlin. St Augustine's in lane 4, Jasper Moy and Daniel Corrigan. Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 5, Daniel Gruter and Cassius Young. Barker in lane 6, William Ryan, Kobe Neal. And Morris College in lane 7, Dashel Spiller and Lachlan Carter. Don't think it's the same Lachlan Carter that has been a stalwart of New South Wales rowing for the last 15 years or so.
Perhaps
but,
not.
I don't think he's quite eligible for the under-17 double scull these days. But it is the other Morris College crew, Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin, over in lane 3, who have stolen a march on the field and leading by 13 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark. They've just come through the 1,500, and we'll get an update on that margin. It looks to have only grown in the third 500, so some serious margins going on here in the second division. As we say, not, the divisions are seeded but not seeded sort of thing. There's a little bit of luck of the draw. So Barker now 21 seconds behind. And the second Marist College crew there in third place, ahead of Mossman in fourth. And the two crews in the centre of the course from St Augustine's and Northern Beaches Secondary running fifth and sixth at this stage of the race. So I wouldn't see too much potential for too much change. We might not see any big sprint finishes here.
Just as the boats come towards the grandstand, that is a substantial margin enjoyed by Marist College. And we saw, of course, Jonah McLaughlin win his a race in the under-17 single scull earlier this morning, and he was just looking phenomenal in the single scull, pairing up now in the double with Cooper Clark. And they are absolutely in the ascendancy in this race, completely unchallenged, and have the opportunity, Chris, just to put themselves through the gears in the final 200 metres or so.
Yeah, certainly be good racing experience. A little, it's a pretty small program, Old Marist College, and a bit of a almost privateer program. It's almost a club program in the school colours there, but did manage to make their way all the way over to Henley Royal Regatta last year, and you know, won the national championships in the schoolboy quad. So certainly small but mighty boys from Marist, and proving that here with a pretty handy time as well, 7:19 or so, as they cross the line. In maybe our timing on the screens on the live stream's a little bit off from but 7:22 as Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin storm home unchallenged with the two boys from Barker in lane 6.
It's great to see the Barker colours out here at the regatta as well.
It's such phenomenal. A big school, and now that they've sort of really made a few commitments to running the rowing program, and they've got a huge turn up in huge numbers to a lot of these regattas, and it'll be exciting to see what comes out of them in the future. We've got Donovan Seck, the South African Olympic bronze medalist and former Sydney Rowing Club head coach and multiple-time Australian team coach, heading up that program now.
Yeah, excellent. And fantastic they've got themselves a home over there in the Lane Cove River as well, out of North Shore Rowing Club. So, yeah, that's a program that we will watch with enthusiasm over the next
I wonder
season
how they
or
fit,
so.
because they seem to have so many athletes already for a program that's only a few years old. So, yeah, it will be a very interesting one to watch. It is a really big school, so 350 to a year group up there in the upper North Shore of Sydney.
This is Daniel Gruter and Cassius Young rounding out race 40 in lane 5, and they claim 6th place. So a recap of the results: a win for Marist College, Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin. 2nd place to Barker College's William Ryan and Kobe Neal. 3rd place to Marist College, Dashel Spiller and Lachlan Carter. 4th place to Jake Krause and Liam Creasy of Mossman. 5th place to Jasper Moy and Daniel Corrigan of St Augustine's. And finally 6th place to Daniel Gruter and Cassius Young of Northern Beaches Secondary. And so the first of 5 divisions in the men's under-19 single scull is underway, and this will be fantastic and a rowing Tradrick's delight to watch all these divisions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in for some good showings here. I would say we're probably going to see a few more wins go the way of Mossman Rowing Club, given the form that we've seen earlier on in the regatta and earlier on in the season as well. So Division 1, we've got over in lane 1, Redlands Thomas Hooper, Mossman in lane 2, Floris Elias, coached by their new head coach Alfie Young. Maxwell Scales from Cranbrook in lane 3, Lachlan Sly from Nepean in lane 4, Toby Anderson from Redlands in lane 5, Harrison Howard from Sydney University in lane 6, Cranbrook's Tate Leggett in lane 7, and Hayden McPhillamy from Manning Valley Anglican College in lane 8. And as Anyone who's watched a little bit of rowing recently would probably have picked Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, 7 seconds up at the 1,000 metre mark, and so looking to match his brother's efforts earlier this morning. We saw Tobias going very well and doing a very, very quick time in the single scull in the under 21s. Tobias, obviously the half of the junior men's double at the World Championships last year, and rode the double with Floris at the National Championships as well, and I think won the schoolboy double. I'm going to have to double check before I say that, but it certainly was at least a medal, if not a national championship, to the Elias brothers in the double scull. I think it was the schoolboy double because they are different ages. Yeah,
the Elias surname certainly being announced a fair few times out here at the Regatta Centre these days, and yeah, Floris plying his trade out there on the course this morning. Just to shout out as well to the Manning Valley Anglican sculler Hayden McPhellamy, who this morning teamed up with Oliver Sampson, who's racing in the 3rd division of this event, and they performed very, very well in the double scull, in the under-19 double. So keep an eye on him as well, because they had a cracking race this morning. But for the moment, Floris Elias, the colours of the Mossman Rowing Club, in lane 2, going through the 1500.
Silver to Floris and Tobias Elias for rowing as Northern Beaches secondary at Nationals. And Floris, I think, still yet to nab a national championship gold, but certainly has set himself up very well at the early stages of this season in the under-19s to be competing in that event. It'll be one to watch. Lead just shrinking a little bit in the 3rd 500, possibly just taking his foot off the gas slightly, as Max Scales from Cranbrook in lane 3, who's just to his left, starting to creep up in the closing strokes of this race. I'd say the Cranbrook sculler with the rate right up as well, so may have, I think may have sung the praises of Floris Elias a little bit too early here. He might come under a little bit of pressure. Oh, he's seen
here
it.
Goes Elias now.
He's seen the danger there, and
yeah, he throws the rate through the roof and just and maybe backs down a bit now. I mean,
I think he was just, I don't know what you'd be conserving energy for at this stage, but it looks like he was just having a bit of a breather from the 1250 to the 1750, and then he's just popped up again, right up.
Gee, that's a powerful stroke, though, from Floris Elias in the colours of Mossman, looking really in charge of that single scull and putting to bed the threat that emerged from Max Scales over there in lane 3 in the Cranbrook colours. And yeah, Elias looking poised now to seize with both hands the 1st division of the men's under-19 single. And taking the rate right down as he drifts across the line.
Just playing with his food.
A win for Elias of Mossman. 2nd place to Scales of Cranbrook. 3rd place is a little bit tighter, but it's going to go the way of Redlands, Toby Anderson in lane 5. 4th place to Thomas Hooper of Redlands. And 5th place, it'll be Manning Valley Anglicans Hayden McPhellamy, coached by Murray Doust.
Watching that, the up and down and the playing with his food reminds me of another sculler at this regatta a number of years ago wearing the Mossman colours. Do you remember when Ollie Zeidler came over here for a race?
I do remember that very well.
Ollie Zeidler came over here for a race, the now Olympic champion, and he in the Mossman colours when the Ungermarks were there, because he's related to the Ungermarks, and I remember him racing. I'm fairly sure it was Matt Curtin that he was up against, and he got up in front, and then he just dropped the rate, let Curto get up nice and close, got a little bit of hope, and then would just surge off into the distance, and then drop the rate. He was just playing with everyone, and it was it was tough to watch because he had so much more left in the tank.
Phenomenal side. I think he jumped in a double with Sean Murphy as well at one point.
Yeah, I do remember that, and it looked very funny. 2 very different sized human beings.
Yes. I remember Matthias Ungermark said to me that it was like Ollie was wearing a backpack in that race with Sean in the bow.
a backpack with a lot of heart and a lot of spirit.
Absolutely. A dear friend of mine, Sean Murphy.
Yeah, yeah.
For the moment, race 42, the second division of the men's under-19 single scull. On the course, in lane 1 from Leichhardt Rowing Club is Remy Wilson. Lane 2 from Cranbrook, Oscar Auden. Lane 3 from Redlands, Henry Dobson. Lane 4 from Nepean, Aidan Hall. Lane 5 from Mossman is Ewan Humphreys. Lane 6 from Cranbrook is Henry Dawson. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Jack Lampson. And lane 8 from Marist College is Oscar Spirit.
Yeah, Ewan Humphreys, another Mossman sculler in that junior program that's a few good results so far. Medals in the under-17 double and the under-17 quad at Nationals last year. And spot in the A-file, the under-17 single, which is always very competitive, those under-17 events. The National Championship is very, very difficult to win those. And he's right up there. But now surging through the 1,500 metre mark, looking very, very comfortable indeed. He's a couple of screens, a couple of camera widths for those of us joining us on the live stream at home. All 100 and let's have a look. 129 of you joining us on the live stream. Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome indeed. From wherever you are watching.
I hope you're enjoying the show here. Ewan Humphreys from Henry Dobson of Redlands, Remy Wilson of Leichhardt in 3rd, Oscar Spurrett from Marist in 4th, and Henry Dawson from Cranbrook in 5th place. And again, we're not going to see too much change in the latter stages of this race. Things fairly well spread out as we approach sort of about the last 250 metres now. We're through the last 250 metres, are we? Almost at the last 250. But Ewan Humphreys not quite doing what Flores did with taking things down, and he's probably too far ahead really to be
16 seconds.
toying with anyone at this stage, but certainly going to try and put a good time on the board here, and we'll see. I'm sure there'll be some comparisons going on back at Middle Harbour at Mossman Rowing Club between 2 times over the 2 divisions.
And we saw Ewan Humphreys, Chris, team up this morning with Leighton Skoman in the 3rd division of the under-19 double scull, where they claimed the win in that race as well. So Humphreys doing his best as well in the single scull, and yeah, unchallenged for this lead, ostensibly from start to finish, and gee, that's some tidy sculling as well. Yeah, so remember that name, Ewan Humphreys.
Big long levers. And yeah, the Mossman Scullers, you know, they were quick last year. They've been quick for a couple of years, but I think it's almost not fair. They've got Alfie Young now, and they've just stepped on another gear, 7:42. So he's 1 second quicker than Floris Elias.
Gee, that's
in the previous race.
Pretty tidy time as well.
Yeah, for unchallenged and the hot conditions here, and not the first race down the course and early on in the season. That's I'll be pretty happy with that one.
Second place going to Henry Dobson of Redlands. 3rd place goes to Wilson of Leichhardt. 4th place to Spurrett of Marist College. 5th place to Dawson of Cranbrook. 6th place, the other Cranbrook sculler, Oscar Auden. He's just a little bit back. He's taking the final 100 metres of his race or so.
Yeah, the Cranbrook Scullers will be enjoying the flat water out here. They do most of their training out on Sydney Harbour, out of shed at Rose Bay in coastal boats. And I think just on the weekends maybe get over to, they were getting over to Middle Harbour at one point, doing some training there. And certainly make their way out here and out to the Nepean River from time to time. We'll see the final sculler in this race. Penultimate sculler in this, final sculler in this race from Nepean there. Aidan Hall rounding out the field in Division 2, the men's under-19 single. Division 3, 3 of 5. We've got 5 races here in the under-19 single. It's always a very well-subscribed event. Is underway and just pushing through the 1,000 metre mark now. So in lane 2 from Redlands, Oscar Pearce. Lane 3 from Mossman, Lorenz Gandor. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, Peter Simkovic. Lane 5 from Cranbrook, Henry Mason. Lane 6 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker. Oliver Sampson from Manning Valley Anglican in lane 7. And Aidan West from St George in lane 8. So all eyes on the Manning Valley Anglican sculler there. We just did well in the double earlier on this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. It was a compelling win. So Oliver Sampson in lane 7, certainly one to watch in this race. But, looking at across the course, it's hard to see. It could be Rory Parker of St Augustine's, who performed well in the double early this morning as well. So they'll be having a battle in lanes 6 and 7.
Yeah, I think Rory Parker there with, so we're just missing a little bit of timing from our 1,000 metre mark, so we can't give you exact updates on this Division 3, but it certainly looks like Rory Parker from St Augustine's there leading Manning Valley Anglicans. Oliver Sampson. And then fairly close between the two scullers in the centre of the course, Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt, Henry Mason from Cranbrook, with the Leichhardt sculler maybe just in front as they approach 1,500 there. You can see that's the sculler in lane 7 there, Oliver Sampson from Manning Valley. So he, at the moment, running second, and a pretty comfortable second. A long way off first, but also a long way in front of third. And it is the Cranbrook sculler coming through the 1,500 there in fourth, ahead of Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt. And I think that would be the sculler on the far side from, there we go, 1,500 timings. Oscar Pearce from Redlands over there, the Mossman sculler. Lorenz Gandor, coached by Kieran Kabelke, I think takes maybe the more entry-level sort of, or learn to row sort of athletes, I think. There, it's definitely not the Alpha Young high-performance squad.
But it's just done a phenomenal job of instilling a sense of determination and just the way that he's developed that program from the ground up has just been exemplary and a great servant of our sport.
Yeah.
Kieran, and he's to be congratulated for everything he's achieved over there with the Northern Beaches program and the Mossman program too.
Yeah, and got that medal win at Nationals in the schoolboy quad for Northern Beaches Secondary, which is in a very competitive event. I travelled all the way over there to Perth for a very small program. Was a couple of years ago. It's fantastic. Very excited to get back to Perth next year.
Yes, indeed.
One of my favourite places to go. It's not a great place to row, let's be honest, but it's always an enjoyable trip for those in the commentary box. It's a
a bit of partiality up here in the commentary tower for once in a change.
Yeah,
completely
exactly.
Completely impartial at the best of times.
Yeah. But this is the sculler from St Augustine's, as it's been the whole way down the course. Very, very comfortable indeed. Rory Parker. And 7:47, so not a long way off the previous two races, but completely unchallenged the entire way down the course. Fantastic row from Rory Parker. Manning Valley Anglicans, Oliver Sampson, coached by Murray Doust, take his final few strokes across the line to secure himself second place. Cranbrook sculler maybe made some inroads on second, but still some way off there. A couple of big strokes towards the line to push himself away from Peter Simkovich, but Henry Mason will cross the line in third. Peter Simkovich in fourth place, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club. On the far side there, Redlands' Oscar Pearce. The St George sculler here, Aidan West, coached by Mark Featherston. Another great servant of our sport, who works very hard down there between the two sheds at St George, and it's a great job. Aidan West crosses the line there, and then on the far side, be the Mossman sculler in lane 3. Slightly different colours from what we expect of Mossman. But Lorenz Gandor, coached by Kieran Kabelke, as we mentioned before. We'll round out this third of 5 divisions, the men's under-19 single, and Division 4 is well and truly upon us here with 7 scullers present, and should be fairly interesting race. Pretty high caliber sculls here. So William Spow from Leichhardt in lane 2, Christopher Vlahos from Cranbrook in lane 3, Felix Pentony from Black Mountain down in Canberra in lane 4, Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program in lane 5, Oscar Nicolaitis from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Connor Morrison from Redlands in lane 7, and Ryan Watkins from Manning River in lane 8. And I believe that looks to be in the centre of the course there, Harrison Braithwaite.
Perhaps unsurprisingly.
Perhaps unsurprisingly. He took, I think, the first ever medal at Nationals for Marist College a couple of years ago in the under-17 single, and was in that Henley crew this year as well, and moving on to Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program under the tutelage of Tom Westgarth, the previous coach at the Women's National Training Centre for a couple of years, or two Olympic cycles rather, and doing a great job with the boys and the girls down there on Lake Burley Griffin. So there we go, lane 5 sculler there across the line. Harrison Braithwaite fairly unchallenged in across the majority of that race, but a good few lengths ahead of the sculler from Redlands, who's had a good battle all the way down the course. So Connor Morrison from Redlands keeping in front of Felix Pentony, and then William Spow from Leichhardt. And the Cranbrook sculler on the far side there in their signature fluorescent hats. In station 3, that is Christopher Vlahos.
He's given a real tilt, Christopher, in the final 15 metres. Good on him as well, putting himself through the gears. He claims 5th spot. Sixth place is going to go the way of Manning River, Ryan Watkins. And finally, Oscar Nicolaitis of Sydney Rowing Club in 7th place.
And we're almost through it with the under-19 singles. It's been a long haul to get here. We've seen some good big margins out in the leaders of these races, but Division 5 of the men's under-19 single coming almost through the 1500 metre mark now. Cooper McDonald from Redlands in station 2. Mossman's Leighton Skoman in station 3. St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield in station 4. James Campbell from Cranbrook in lane 5. Sydney University's Angus McGuinness in lane 6. Cranbrook's Max Olchin in lane 7. And James Baker from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8. And at the moment, as we alluded to earlier, Leighton Skoman from Mossman, another member of that sort of high performance group of junior scullers from Mossman Rowing Club. Doing very, very well, out currently leading this race by some considerable margin, but closer for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So at the moment, 2nd looks to be going the way of Angus McGuinness from Sydney University Boat Club, and then pretty close between sculler 2 to his right, St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield, and then Redlands Cooper McDonald on the far side of the course there. Those two battling it out for 3rd position. So 1st and 2nd clear of each other and clear of the rest of the field at this stage. Bit of a tussle for 3rd and 4th as well. Nepean's James Baker not quite out of it at this stage of the race, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold.
Yeah, we saw Leighton Skoman, I should say, team up earlier this morning with Ewan Humphreys, who is one of his colleagues in Mossman colours, tear down the course earlier in the double when they claimed the win in Division 3 in race 24 earlier on this morning. And so he is reflecting the strong performance and backing it up in the single scull, and he is He is winding it to the line, is Leighton Skoman. And he will establish a cracking time, Chris. One of the faster ones we've seen.
Yep, that is the quickest time so far, and for Division 5. So 7:38 across the line there, a couple seconds clear of his club mates. So as you said, Leighton Scone was in the double earlier. He's in that under-17 double that got a bronze at Nationals last year as well. With Ewan Humphreys, Angus McInnes from Sydney University, coached by Simon Huxley and Rob Black. Have a rejuvenated coaching team there on the Lane Cove River, doing a great job with their youth and under-19 men. And on the far side there, Redlands Cooper McDonald just holds off James Baker from Nepean. Gutsy row there from the local. Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's just dropping back into 5th. Max Alchin from Cranbrook in 6th. And the final Cranbrook sculler there of James Campbell crossing the line here to wrap up our 5th and final division of the men's under-19 single scull.
So recapping the results of the 5th division of the men's under-19 single, a win for Leighton Skoman of Mossman, 2nd place to Angus McInnes of Sydney University, 3rd place to Cooper McDonald from Redlands, 4th place to James Baker from Nepean, 5th place to Lachlan Schofield of St Augustine's, 6th place to Max Alchin of Cranbrook, and 7th place to James Campbell from Cranbrook.
So we've been mentioning all morning, it is fairly warm out here in beautiful Penrith, and we've hit the level 1 heat alert at 32 degrees, and we're pretty close to hitting the level 2. So level 1, just a strong recommendation to adhere to the heat management measures. So make sure you're taking plenty of water out in the course with you. Limit the amount of time you're out on the warm-up lake, and not getting out 45 minutes before a race, limiting it a little bit earlier. And if anyone is treated for any heat-related illness, must withdraw from the day. So level 1 is just a bit of an advisory. We're pretty close to level 2 though, which is where we consider whether it's safe to run events and everything else. So please keep up to date. There'll be text messages flying around from Rowing New South Wales, and we'll try and keep you up to date here from the commentary box. But moving to the women's under-19 single scale, the 1st division is well underway. Lane 1, MLC schools, Eliza Kershaw McDonald. Lane 2, Lottie Raverstein from Mossman Rowing Club. Ava Ford from Redlands in lane 3. Jade Sharp from Nepean in lane 4. I think we had a scratching possibly from Ava Ford from Redlands in lane 3, but Jade Sharp from Nepean in lane 4. Isabella Henderson from UTS in lane 5. Amelia Darcy from Mossman in lane 6. Sophie Winnell from MLC in lane 7. Lara Petrozzi from Sydney in lane 8, and Catherine Walsh from Mossman in lane 9. So fairly stacked field in terms of numbers. All full 9 crews across. I think we should have that in the next race as well, barring a couple of scratchings. But at the moment, man, are we going to get sick of calling Mossman winning in all these small boats at the moment? This is fantastic. Opening to the account for 2026 for Mossman Rowing Club. Lottie Raverstein leading the charge here. Possibly not, as we pan across, and I did say that earlier, but Isabella Henderson from UTS, who's graduated from the Armidale School, where we saw her competing really well across the under-17 and the under-19 divisions, and should be right up the pointy end of the under-19s this year and leading very comfortably, rather.
Yeah, she's gone
from 2 Mossman scullers.
Isabella Henderson gone from strength to strength this past season, and really enjoying her time down at the UTS Haverfield Rowing Club, and as you said, Chris, in the lead in this race, enjoying an advantage ahead of Amelia Darcy, who we saw claim a win earlier this morning in the under-19 double scull. Still a lot of water to row for these scullers. Through the 1,000 metres goes Isabella Henderson, and a pretty substantial advantage, you would have thought. And coming across the line now, her closest competitors in Amelia Darcy and Lottie Ravenstein, and Sophie Winnell occupying 4th place.
And just another reminder as well with the heat that we're not doing, as you may have noticed, not doing podium presentations here on the presentation dais. If you've had a good result, you've gotten the win, just head back, put your boat in the rack, and come on over to the finish tower, level 1 of the finish tower. Be able to collect your prize. I haven't laid eyes. I assume it is a nice glass mug today, but a mug of some description.
Through the 1500 metres, Isabella Henderson of UTS Haberfield, 6:18 the time posted through that milestone. And again, as we saw earlier on in the race, a substantial lead. 14 seconds the margin to Lottie Ravenstein, 3 seconds back to Amelia Darcy, her closest rivals. So plenty of work done in the first two-thirds of the race, I should say, by Isabella Henderson, and it's a fantastic performance. Sophie Winnell currently occupying 4th place. Catherine Walsh and Eliza Kershaw-McDonald also doing battle over there for the minor placings. Isabella is just raising her rate of striking in the final 250, having enjoyed the lead from the start of this race, I should say. And she's got Lottie Ravenstein in lane 2 that she can look on and ward off any late challenge, but certainly the margin is very significant. And they come into the final 8th of this race when the boys turn red. And looking very tidy indeed.
Yeah, so it's a statement of intent there for Isabella Henderson. She missed out on a medal in the schoolgirl single last year by less than a second. So certainly be looking to rectify that at the national championships this year, and she can continue on this form with a fairly handy time as well here in the under-19 single. She can continue on that form throughout the rest of the season. She'll certainly be very well placed to do so. So not in the schoolgirl single, but...
Indeed. Well, Coach Sam Fennessy will be very happy with that performance indeed. So congratulations to Isabella and to UTS Haberfield. Second place is going to be claimed by Mossman Rowing Club's Lottie Ravenstein over there in lane 2, followed across by Amelia Darcy, also of Mossman in lane 6. And so the scullers trickling across the line now. Lane 7's Sophie Winnell, representing the MLC school. She's followed over by her colleague Eliza Kershaw-McDonald over there in lane 1. And then by Catherine Walsh of Mossman. And 2 scullers yet to finish.
That was the Nepean Sculler across the line in 7th there, Jade Sharp. And we'll have the Sculler in lane number 8 of Lara Petrosi in 8th place.
Looks as though we might have had a start from lane 3, so
Yeah.
looks as though that's the final boat to cross in the first division of the women's under-19 single scull. A win for Isabella Henderson and UTS Haberfield. Second place, Lottie Ravenstein of Mossman. Third place to Amelia Darcy of Mossman. Fourth place to Sophie Winnell of MLC. Fifth place to Eliza Kershaw McDonald of MLC. Sixth place to Catherine Walsh of Mossman. Seventh place to Jade Sharp from Nepean. And finally, Lara Petrozzi of Sydney Rowing Club in 8th place. And, we do have a start in the next division, the second of, oh goodness me, 5 divisions as well, Chris. So
it's always well subscribed, the under-19s.
Indeed.
It's, where most of our athletes come from the schools and the clubs doing their junior rowing, and can only hope that they're having such a good time out here that they're continuing on for years to come into the under-21s. Some great entries in the under-21s this year, but it's not always the case. But yeah, this year is the a record entry, over 500 entries for Small Boats Regatta, which is fantastic to see. The sport just continuing to grow year on year on year. Maybe just had someone come a little bit unstuck there in lane 9. And there's a good reminder that if you're feeling unwell at all, not just get on the water in the heat. And if you are treated for heat, not to, that you will need to withdraw for the rest of the day. But back to the rest of the race. Division 2, Inkster Dive from Sydney University, leading Charlotte Olivier from UTS and Erica Nutt of Mossman. Inkster Dive is pretty young in the under-19s. I think she's still under 17 actually. And rower at the Ascombe School, so you wouldn't be too surprised to see the name of our co-commentator Lizzie Chapman listed as part of the coaching team alongside her husband Alan Bennett and Phil Bergeron. And she's been done very well, Inkster, over the very little 2K racing that she's done. She's been very successful over the 1K racing in the under-16s. But moving into a bit of 2K racing this year, and it's good to see that she can be competitive in the under-19 division. But it is, at the moment, now that we're through to the second 500 and the 1,000-metre mark, Charlotte Olivier from UTS, maybe just a little bit more experience there, and can bide her time well, and has moved through into the lead in front of Inkster Dive. And then Erica Nutt currently sitting in 3rd place from Mossman. Eve Parker from MLC ahead of Liv Goodland from Redlands, and Ella Hugh from MLC in 6th place. And we'll just be the 6 competitors. We saw one, the MLC sculler, unwell at the start there.
Yeah, just a reminder, please do take care in the heat. As we said, level 1 heat alert is in place, and that we are likely to move to a level 2 if the weather carries on in this trajectory. So please do ensure that coaches, that your athletes are hydrated and spending as minimal time in the sun as possible. As Chris said earlier, we're not going to be holding our presentations for mugs in those circumstances, so please do ensure that your athletes out of the sun as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and it is, well, the feels like temperature, however that's calculated, we don't know, is actually saying it feels warmer than it is.
Yes.
Which I don't think I've really seen. So 31, but feeling like 34 out there. So certainly some tough conditions for racing. And if you think you're going to be susceptible to the heat, it's no medals worth damaging your health this early on in the season. So certainly take care out there in the heat. Lots of water, lots of shade, lots of sunscreen, etc., etc. But a good race in prospect here starting to emerge. Our top 2, Inkster Dive from Sydney Uni, Charlotte Olivier from UTS. was Inksa earlier on. Olivier moving through in the second 500, but not moving away. Maybe just over a length up as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, less than a length up even. So it's still overlap coming into the final 500. I think I just saw Sydney Uni sculler there, just going for another gear as she approaches the last quarter of the race. They're some way ahead of their trailing two from Mossman and MLC, Erica Nutt and Eve Parker respectively in third and fourth. And I'll wait to see the last two scullers come through the 1,500. But should be over there on the far side of the course. Liv Goodland from Redlands, and then in the centre will be Ella Hugh from MLC. But Inksa Dive not letting Charlotte Olivier run away with it in the closing stages here. I reckon we could be on for a pretty good finish between the Sydney Uni and UTS Haberfield scullers. Closest to the grandstand too, a grandstand finish on this side of the course. So they'll be able to hear the cheers.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a delicious finish to this race.
I think it will be. Inksa Dives is a gutsy young racer. As I said, doesn't have that much 2K racing experience, but has come a long way in the last 18 months. And I think she's starting to mount a charge here and maybe just on level terms with Charlotte Olivier from UTS, who has led since, since about the 600 metre mark when she came through and was up by almost 2 seconds at one point, but hasn't been able to quite break free. They've maintained that overlap. When you're looking at it from the side, there's a little bit of Sydney Uni bow overlapping the UTS stern there, and Inksa Dive found another gear, really throwing everything at it. There's a look over from the UTS sculler. She's still looking over, in fact, and really trying to see where her competitor is, but will need to look in their own boat to be mounting a charge here. I think it is the sculler from UTS still just ahead, but it is very, very tight. Bow ball to bow ball here for the first time in 2026. Inksa Dive and Charlotte Olivier. Inksa Dive throwing everything at it, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Looks like Charlotte Olivier has had an answer to every push here in the last 500 metres. And it is going to be the sculler from UTS Haberfield. Just maintains it by just under half a length over Inksa Dive from Sydney Uni. Gutsy race. In Division 2 of the under-19 single.
Excellent. Spare a thought in the heat. Goodness me, lungs will be burst in that last 500 metres. Congratulations to Charlotte Olivier and Inksa Dive for that performance. Third place going to Erica Nutt from Mossman over there on the far side. Fourth place to Eve Parker from MLC. Fifth place, looking as though it'll go to Redlands, Livia Goodland. Who is in station 1 this morning. Back then to MLC in lane 5. That's Ella Hugh, who claims 6th spot. And I think that is everyone to finalise the second division of the women's under-19 single scull. So a win in dramatic fashion claimed by Charlotte Olivier for UTS Rowing Club. Second place, narrowly, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Inksa Dive. Third place to Erica Nutt from Mossman. Fourth place to Eve Parker of MLC. Fifth place to Livia Goodland from Redlands, and sixth place finally to Ella Hugh from MLC.
Division 3 of 5 is fast approaching, so just through the 500 metre mark, or close through the 500 metre mark now. So Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Whitelaw in lane 1, Freda Kirkham from Mossman in 2, Olivia Pollock from Redlands in lane 3, Kieran Karisk from Mossman in lane 4, Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, Isabel Coddington from the Armidale School in lane 6, Rebecca Beaton from MLC in lane 7, Jemima Blake from MLC in lane 8, and Isabel Campbell from Redlands in lane 9. I think there was a scratching there that I've just, maybe it's just dropped off the screen, but we didn't have a scratching for that one. We'll figuring out who it is. Kieran Kerrisk from Mossman, not in this event from lane 4. But Charlotte Bowen in the centre of the field was the leader, only narrowly at the 500 metre mark. Charlotte Bowen was was a member of their quad that won the national championships last year, and headed over to Henley Royal Regatta and Henley Women's Regatta, and really thoroughly enjoyed their time. I know it's a lot of time and effort and energy and money to get Canberra Girls Grammar over there, and certainly under the tutelage of Kaz Piper, did a great job with those girls. And Charlotte Bowen back for another year, and currently leading by just under a boat length from Freda Kirkham.
Yeah, it's a tasty margin, Chris, at the 1,000 metres. Spare a thought, that's a long way to go, stroke for stroke with someone, but Charlotte Bowen just getting her bow ball in the lead and opening up a little bit of distance between her and Freda Kirkham, the Mossman Scala. Isabel Campbell currently running third, is Rebecca Beaton fourth, Sophia Whitelaw of Nepean, Isabel Coddington from the Armadale School, who we saw in the double earlier on this morning, I think perhaps with her sister. And then Olivia Pollock from Redlands, currently occupying 7th, and Jemima Blake as well from the MLC school.
Yeah, so top 2 separating themselves, but it's not going to be like we saw in the men's races, where every race was top 1. We've seen one cracking finish. I reckon we could potentially be on for another here, with 2 very experienced scullers in Freda Kirkham from Mossman and Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar.
Well, Freda Kirkham is one of those names that we've been lucky to watch come through the age groups out here over a couple of years, and as you say, Chris, under the tutelage of the Mossman coaches, has gone from strength to strength over the years, and of course it's no surprise, certainly to me, to see her at the pointy end of these races.
Yeah, so that quad that we've seen, 2 years ago won the under-17 quad at Nationals, and then last year was silver in the under-19 quad of Kirkham, Ravenstein, Stevens and Coates.
Yes.
It's just been all conquering, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in that quad this year, whether they're trying to get that quad up as a junior quad for Australia, or I'd love to see them go over to Henley. I don't know if it's quite on the radar, unfortunately, but for the meantime, though, they are locking horns. Freda Kirkham and Charlotte Bowen. So the Mossman Scullers maybe just made up a little bit of ground in the last 500, maybe half a length, but there's still half a length in it. And I think in this heat, and with 500 metres to go, half a length's pretty valuable at the moment, but it's pretty even across the course, hardly a breath of wind here. I don't think there'll be much to split these 2 scullers as they come down towards the line. Should be a reasonably quick time, should be quicker than the last division. The last division was won in 8:46. These girls sort of 2:18 away from doing that, so they should be able to be one of the quickest times of the day so far in the under-19 single, especially with these 2 tearing strips off each other, going at it in the closing strokes of this race. I think the Mossman Sculler might have just hit the lead. I think Charlotte Bowen maybe is just, it's tough as well when you're 3 or 4 lanes apart to see someone's coming in the single. If you don't have a cox, you have someone telling you, you've got to kind of stick to your guns, but also be very aware of what's going on around you, because Kirkham on the far side there has just snuck up the inside lane, and I think is now mounting a real threat, a real challenge to the sculler up from the nation's capital, Charlotte Bowen.
Yeah, it just looks like Kirkham has maintained a rate of striking, Chris. I mean, Bowen's really lifting the rate to keep on terms with Kirkham in these final 250 metres, and Kirkham's just looking a little bit calmer at this stage of the race. Charlotte Bowen certainly still in contention, but it'll be, oh gosh, I don't know who's in the lead. Yeah,
it is very, very tough. I think Charlotte Bowen's just got us, maybe even clawed back a little bit of distance in the last 150 metres or so. It is a very aggressive style that the Canberra girls athletes row with a big sit back, sort of not dissimilar to how the girls at the National Training Centre row with that big second half of the drive. And I think she's done enough in the closing strokes here, but geez, it hasn't been easy, has it? She's had to fend off the challenge. A little bit of a look there to the right from Charlotte Bowen, and there might even be a tiny bit of clear water. It'll be a length to the sculler from Canberra. A hard-fought win there. And a boat length clear of Freda Kirkham from Mossman Rowing Club.
Gosh, she's done really well there, Charlotte Bowen.
Yeah, I hope that's it for the day for them, but they could be in the doubles later on.
A long time to clash horns, as you say, Chris.
Yeah. Sculler from Redlands now in lane 9. Isabel Campbell across in third. Nepean's Sophia Whitelaw in fourth over in lane 1, and then the Armidale School's Isabel Coddington in 5th. MLC School, Rebecca Beaton in 6th place. And then the second Redlands sculler, Olivia Pollock in 7th place. And the second of the MLC School scullers, Jemima Blake, just hitting the red boys of the last 100 now.
Division 4 of the women's under-19 single scull now underway. It's race 49. In lane 2, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Mia Simkovic. Lane 2 from the Australian National University, Talia Turnbull. Lane 3 from Mossman, Isabel Armstrong. Lane 4 from Redlands, Eva Simpson. Lane 5 from MLC, Adelaide Abernethy. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Summer Phillips. Lane 7 from Redlands, Matilda Hugman. Lane 8 from MLC, Clementine Hendricks, and Lane 9, Manning Valley Anglican, Nia Simmons.
And could be looking at 2 in a row for the Territorians, the Capital Territorians. Is there a word? The Canberrans. Coming up from Canberra with ANU's Talia Turnbull currently leading the charge. No stranger to success at a pretty high level. She won the B final of this event at Nationals last year, and then which is always one of the toughest events, the under-19 singles, that normally hit the entry limits, and a medal in the Club 4 from the Australian National University. At just 17 years of age is a good bit of experience, and that experience paying dividends here in the under-19 women's singles 4th division, and she was leading by 30 seconds.
Well, that's got to be one of the biggest margins we have seen all day.
I think so.
Talia Turnbull really putting on a clinic for her rivals in this 4th division of the women's under-19 single. Mia Simkovic, her closest competitor, some 30 seconds the advantage at 1,500 metres. And just look at that. I believe that is 30 seconds looking at it from here at the
I
tower.
think it's more. There's more than 250 metres between first and last.
Congratulations to Talia Turnbull and her coach Nigel Harding.
And that's the quickest time of the division as well, or of the event. So, and yeah, to have the biggest margin and the quickest time, or second quickest time. Second quickest time. Isabel Henderson did 8:26. That's 8:31 with a massive margin. I think that's very, very impressive.
No, completely unchallenged as well. So congratulations to Talia Turnbull. Second place, looking as though it'll go the way of Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt. Really tidy scull over there on the far side from Mia. Congratulations. Third place going to Isabel Armstrong from Mossman. Congratulations to her. Fourth place, we'll go to lane 9, Manning Valley Anglican, represented by Nia Simmons. This race a bit spaced out now, so it's 5th place going to Matilda Hugman of Redlands. Sixth place, it's a little bit closer, but it's between Eva Simpson of Redlands in lane 4 and MLC's Clementine Hendricks in lane 8. It's going to be tight over the line. Lane 4, Redlands, Eva Simpson claims 6th. Hendricks of MLC settling for 7th. And finally, Adelaide Abnethy from MLC in lane 5.
We've got the 5th and final division of, that's just flown by, the under-19 women's single. It's been interesting every step of the way, even if the margins have been pretty big. There's been some good racing, but the 5th and final division is upon us with full fleet of 9 scullers, once again a 1 scratching from Grace Ford from Nepean in lane 8. But Redlands, Alana Winder in lane 1, Heidi Heap from Mossman in lane 2, Katia Reichel from Sydney in lane 3, Lillian Forsyth from Redlands in lane 4, Nicola Keast from MLC in lane 5, Ava Falzon from Manning Valley Anglican in lane 6, Emily Barrett from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7, Grace Ford from Redlands in lane 8, and Vitty Young from Nepean in lane 9. And at the moment, looks to be the Sydney Uni sculler there in lane 7, Emily Barrett, who is the closest to the lead. Just waiting till we see the sculls on the far side. Eyes might be playing tricks on us up here in the commentary box, but no. She's back in 3rd. Eyes are playing tricks on me in the commentary box, but Heidi Heap from Mossman currently leading over Redlands, Alana Winder, and then Emily Barrett from Sydney University back in 3rd place at the moment. Heidi Heap moving over to Mossman last year, had one of the best races of the day, or best small boats. Let's say best small boats race. The Schoolgirl 8 was good, but the best small boats race of the day at the Schoolgirl Head of the River, where she placed 3rd in the Year 10 single by such a small margin, and she had left, rode round, didn't think that she got it, and just sprinted through the grandstand to come and get the medal, and just pipped Rani Jarek from Kinross on the line, I think it was. But yeah, gutsy competitor in Heidi Heap, and has done really well since moving over to Mossman. And
yeah, we'll have a look at the competition going on between the scullers that share the Beauty Point boat sheds over there in the North Shore.
Yeah, certainly.
Alana Winder and Heidi Heap going almost stroke for stroke, Chris.
Yeah, stroke for stroke is correct. Stroke for stroke is certainly correct, but I think Heidi Heap maybe just making the difference there in like the last 100 metres, moving out. But Alana Winder from Redlands starting to move back on it. This is a well-timed run if she can make it work. I know Heidi Heap maybe just running out of gears here. Will she hold on? Has she done enough over the last couple 100 metres to put herself in a winning position? As you said, these two, they'll be familiar with each other, having rowing in out of the same facility there at Mossman Rowing Club. And
yeah, I think she hangs on.
It is going to be Heidi Heap by maybe 2/3 of a length, half a length, 2/3 of a length in the end. Alana Winder. And in 2nd place, once again, pretty tough to be going that hard at it over the full race distance out in this heat.
Yeah, Hanley style 2-horse race there in the end. Spare a thought for the athletes who have done that today. Emily Barrett from Sydney University Boat Club claiming 3rd. Fourth place looks as though it'll go the way of Ava Falzon from Manning Valley Anglican. Fifth place going to Katia Reichel of Sydney Rowing Club. And 6th place to Nepean Rowing Club's Vita Young, a local. Lillian Forsyth claiming 7th place from Redlands. And finally, Nicola Keast.
And our, well, not quite our penultimate race, but our last few races up to the elite category for the first time today. Before the lunch break, we've got the men's elite pair and the men's elite lightweight pair almost on top of us here. The two former lightweights in the commentary box. We'd love to see the lightweights up racing, and they're competitive with the heavyweights here as well. But at the moment, so we've got Sydney Rowing Clubs, Connor McGill and Angus Aitken, University of Queensland and Sydney University, Rogers and Tucker, and UTS's Thompson and Blackwell, Harold and Bell from Sydney in lane 5, Fredrickson and Quinn from Sydney in lane 6, and then the lighties, Tyrrell and Tomatovitz from Mercantile in lane 7, and Nick Mather and James Cameron from UTS in lane 8. And it was the UTS combo who went out early of the combination of Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. 3.5 seconds was the lead at the 500, at the 1,000, and at the 1,500. So they've got that lead early and sat there. They're starting to see maybe some pressure from the two crews either side of them. So that's the University of Queensland composite, Will Rogers from Sydney Uni, Lex Tucker from University of Queensland over on the far side of the course, and then the Sydney Rowing Club crew on the near side here, Miles Harold and George Bell. Miles Harold, the Nepean local, George Bell joining us over here from Oxford Brooks, as is about half the Sydney Rowing Club at the moment, with a few tactical imports there, but I don't think it's going to be enough because this UTS crew have gone out hard, gone out early, and they've been able to hold that lead pretty much the whole way down the course. Has Henry Blackwell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached by Matthias Ungermark, and I think they're only furthering that lead now. They're about to hit the red boys of the last 100 metres of the course. The race is on for second between Rogers and Tucker on the far side, and then Bell and Harold on the near side. Both in the two M-Packer shells there, but it is all about the boys from UTS Haberfield here, as Henry Blackwell, Mackenzie Thompson in lane 4 take their last 3 strokes across the line, and they'll take a win here in the men's elite pair. And about a length and a half back to Miles Harold and George Bell. Lex Tucker and Will Rogers over in lane 3 in 3rd place. And then the Sydney combination in lane 6, James Fredrickson and Galen Quinn in 4th place. The lighties from Mercantile, Alex Tomatovitz and Oscar Tyrrell in 6th place. I'm hoping we see some vision on the meta glasses from Galen Quinn of that 4th place finish and that tussle with the lighties. But over on the far side there is the next Sydney crew in lane 2, Connor McGillen and Angus Aitken. And then the lighties from UTS, Nick Mather and James Cameron rounding out the field.
Looks as though we mightn't have had a start over there from Sydney University combination in lane 1, but the same fantastic race, the penultimate race of this morning's program. A win for UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. 2nd place, Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harold and George Bell. 3rd place, University of Queensland and Sydney University Boat Club, William Rogers and Lex Tucker. 4th place, James Fredrickson and Galen Quinn, Sydney Rowing Club. 5th place, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomatovitz of Mercantile. 6th place, Connor McGillen and Angus Aitken of Sydney. And finally, 7th place to Nick Mather and James Cameron of UTS Haberfield. Well, it's
now
52.
To the women's, and 5 very high quality entries here in the women's elite pair. Lane 3, a composite from Sydney Uni and Mercantile. Ruby Galekis from Mercantile, Steph Preller from Sydney Uni. UTS in lane 4, April Draney, Imogen Wollstonecroft. In lane 5 from Sydney Uni, Tiffany Botha and Olivia Natty, a combination that know each other very well. Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers from Sydney Uni in lane 6, and then another combination that knows each other very well and has shared a lot of success together, Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell from Sydney Rowing Club, who somewhat predictably leading through the 1,500 metre mark by some margin. These two won silver in 2024 in the under-23 pair at Nationals, and then went on to get a medal in the straight four at the under-23 World Championships that year. McManus Barrett's a year older, and Isabella Scammell came back again last year for a crack at the pair at the under-23 World Championships, making it her third time over in that event. She's a world champion in the Coxed four in 2023 as well. 2022? I'm sure I'll be corrected, because Andy Hoffman has already sent me a text this morning, and he'll let me know if I get anything wrong with that one. But they are our clear leaders by 13 seconds at the 1500 metre mark over the Sydney Uni Mercantile Composite, who are on the far side of the course, so the furthest crew away from the grandstand here of Jalekis and Prella, coached by Tom Lorich, and they look to be best placed for a second place finish in this women's elite pair race. The UTS girls, April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecroft, currently running third, and then Sydney University's Botha and Natty fourth, but not massive margins between that second, third and fourth position. So there's still a little bit to play for here in the closing strokes, but Scammell and McManus Barrett, it was almost a foregone conclusion with those two of to the brightest up-and-coming sort of talent. I feel like it'd be wrong to call them up-and-coming at this stage, but
very experienced combination.
Up-and-coming in terms of possibly for a spot in the senior team in coming years. Both of them were a part of the New South Wales crew that finally returned the Queen's Cup back to where it rightfully belongs last year. We don't do impartial up in this commentary box when it comes to state biases, but that is Caitlin McManus Barrett and Isabella Scammell for the win in the women's elite pair.
Oh, here we go.
And a good race on for the minor placings. It is still the Mercantile Sydney Uni crew up in front, but Tiff Botha and Liv Natty just moving through. Draney and Wollstonecroft for the third place there. UTS just getting edged out in the closing strokes there. Great sprint finish from the girls from Sydney Uni.
Yeah, really strong. That was just in the last 100 metres did Botha and Natty snatch that third place off Draney and Wollstonecroft of UTS. Coming in fifth place is now lane 6, Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, another deeply experienced combination there, as you say, Chris. But cracking conclusion to this morning's session.
I've got two more. We've got the singles yet.
We've got two more.
We've got two more. And I think they're going to be great races as well. So I think in terms of a cracking conclusion.
I'm very happy to be wrong about that, because these are delicious races.
Are you hungry? Delicious races, tasty races. So the men's elite single scull up next. And full fleet of nine scullers here, and a very high quality field in front of us. So Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni in lane 1, Nick Miro from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Sam Green from UTS in lane 3, Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney Rowing Club in the ACT ACT Academy of Sport in lane 4, Adam Holland from Sydney University in lane 5, Hamish Harding, Australian National University in lane 6, Ken Bradfield from Lake Illawarra in lane 7, Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8, and Matthew Robertson from UTS in lane 9. It is Sam Green from UTS who has stormed out to a 3.5 second lead in the first at the 1,000 metre mark. So a great, I think a great first K for Sam Green, the Queenslander from Nudgee College. Yeah,
Sam Green did plenty of his rowing up at Centenary, I think it was, before coming down to Sydney and joining the ranks of UTS Haberfield, but has gone from strength to strength over the last couple of seasons, but particularly these past couple of months he's been training the house down, and he's making the best of things so far, taking the fight to Adam Holland and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, both established Australian representatives as well. So Sam Green doing really well out here on the competition lake so far, but just an awesome lineup of sculling power out here on the course. Hamish Harding, of course, decorated lightweight and open weight now athlete.
Yeah, he was third at Nationals last year. That podium of former lightweights
that's right,
in the open men's single scull.
Defected lightweights. Oscar McGuinness. What's happening to us?
We had a few. we had a few good conversations at Nationals about the term former lightweights.
That's
we are all former lightweights.
Yes.
I'm sure. Everyone is. Yeah, Sam Green with the early ascendancy. I'd say...
Pasha Bevan in the mix there as well.
Yeah, he's right up there in that leading group. I think it's still anyone's to play for here as they're approaching the 1,500 metre mark. It is still Sam Green, and he's done a great job to get himself right up in a leading position early on in the race, and that'll certainly raise some eyebrows. And those trying to maybe make their way up to the top levels of open sculling throughout this year, and we'll see them come up against National Training Centre athletes over the next couple of months. And Sam Green still leading, but things are close for second. Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney, a good return to racing for him, ahead of Adam Holland, big South Australian from now rowing for Sydney University. Nick Miro from Sydney in fourth, Pasha Bevan from Sydney in fifth, and Hamish Harding down in sixth. Tom Anderson in seventh place. Hamish Harding's normally got a pretty good sprint.
Keep an eye on Hamish at this point of the race. Be very worried if Hamish is in that position.
He's within a couple of seconds. I'd be worried. So that is one to keep an eye on for sure. I'd keep an eye on really everyone in this race. Nick Miro, Pasha Bevan, both big, powerful scullers have been really working hard on their sculling over the last 12 months or so. But Sam Green's race to lose at the moment. He has put himself in a great position into the last 250 metres here of the course in the men's elite single scull.
Absolutely, Chris. And I think he actually extended that lead between the 1,000 and the 1,500. Went from about 3.5 to 4.5 seconds. But let's just see what happens in this final 250. Throwing the kitchen sink at Sam Green will be Cormac Kennedy Leverett, of course, and Nick Miro as well. Adam Holland, of course, in the mix. The minor placings really are anyone's for the claiming at this stage. But Sam Green, as you say, Chris, it's his to lose.
Yeah, I don't see a sprint coming here that's going to challenge Sam Green. There's only about 150 metres left to go. Adam Holland, though, has designs on second place. And Cormac Kennedy Leverett, he just had a look over to his left. He's seen the danger, and he has responded and lifted. Adam Holland is going with him. This is the race to be watching, is the race for second at the moment. I think Sam Green's far enough ahead. He's a bit over a boat length clear. They're coming at him hard. Here comes Cormac Kennedy Leverett. How many times have we said that up here in this commentary box? But I don't think it's going to be enough in the closing strokes here. He's half a length down. He is making up some serious ground here. Sam Green, he's running out of steam in the last few strokes. He's just going to hold on. Sam Green just holding on over Cormac Kennedy Leverett. It says photo finish, but it was certainly the UTS sculler who put himself in a great position to win that race very early on. And a great sprint from Cormac, but not quite enough. I think if he'd started at 2 strokes earlier, he had that. But Adam Holland in third, and we're seeing photo. Hamish Harding, as we said, he was back in 6th at one point, I think, there, and up to 4th.
Yeah.
Nick Miro, Pasha Bevan, Tom Anderson. That race delivered. I was really looking forward to watching that one, and that really, really delivered.
Just an awesome amount of power coming through from Cormac Kennedy Leverett in the past 5 strokes. Just
I called it with 150 left to go. Nothing's going to happen. And that was a length and a half in about 100 metres. That's something special. What a privilege to watch. And hopefully far more of that to come throughout the season. The Open Men's Single should be really interesting at the State Championships in a couple of weeks. It's always a very hotly contested event for a great trophy as well. Can't remember what it's called, but it's big.
Matt Robertson crosses the line there to conclude the men's elite single scull, and we'll move right along to race.
We'll have Ken Bradfield from Lake Illawarra as well. But we do have the women's elite single bearing down on us. And I think this is going to be a great race as well in the women's elite single scull. Smaller field, but certainly a very experienced one.
Some familiar featurers in the Victoria Cup in this race, Chris.
Yeah, a few, as we're talking about former lightweights. Former lightweights is such a great buzzword. I feel like I say it very often these days. But
people will be complaining about us before too long.
We promise we're not light anymore, so you can't say just get some big units in. We got Henry Lees here. He's not a former lightweight. He'll be back on this afternoon. But women's elite single scull now underway and coming towards us at a rate of knots. It's Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. Annika Reardon from ANU down in Canberra in lane 4. Mercantile's Meg Cartwright in lane 5, Elia Herville from Lake Macquarie in 6, and Alexandra Moylan from the Australian National University in lane 7. It has been Soph Whiteman pretty much the entire way down the course here over Annika Reardon and Alexandra Moylan, but it is certainly not over. 1.5 seconds for the local, it's not local, she's from Queensland, Soph Whiteman, but the World Rowing Coastal Beach Sprint bronze medalist from the mixed quad last year, and with designs on keeping the Stillwater dream alive at the same time. So,
yeah, I had a great privilege of calling the Australian Championships down at Monterey Beach, and there last year, and Sophia Whiteman impressed me immensely. They're teaming up with the names just escaped me, but in the mixed double scale, mixed coastal. So yeah, fantastic efforts.
Catherine Kahn.
Yes.
With another ANU sculler. Now she's got a couple of ANU scullers bearing down on her in the closing strokes here. And anyone's guess who's going to have this? So Annika Reardon, who is in the lane next to Soph Whiteman there, has been right on her tail the entire way, but her clubmate, Alexandra Moylan, on the near side of the course is starting to make inroads with about 150 metres left to go. To still Soph Whiteman in the ascendancy. I think she might have actually just done enough to, well, maybe I should learn from my mistakes of the previous race and not call it till it's over the line, but Soph Whiteman with a bit over a boat length now, and I don't think either of the ANU scullers have too many ideas or grand plans to try and overcome that at this stage of the race. So Sophia Whiteman from the Sydney University Boat Club will
very tidy over the line.
Very comfortable lead in the end. Be a good couple of seconds. Annika Reardon holds off her clubmate Alex Moylan for silver on second and third. And Meg Cartwright from Mercantile back in 4th place, and the bright green Zooty of the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Elia Herville, will round things out in 5th.
A real fast finish from Alex Moylan there to put some pressure on Annika Reardon. The ANU scullers have teamed up in the double scull many occasions, and both, of course, represented the Australian Capital Territory in the Victoria Cup.
That once we do have Elia from Lake Macquarie over the line, that will be it for this morning's racing. And we'll be back underway with the finals of our under-23 events in about half an hour's time. Pretty quickly, 1:05 for the B final of the men's under-23 single. Got all the singles events, and then the men's under-23 pair, women's under-23 pair, and then the lighties. And that'll be an interesting race. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session at the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. We're going to get underway very shortly with the B final of the men's under-23 single. But we've got Chris McCarthy in the commentary box, joined by Rob Glendenning for the next hour and a bit for these few finals, the under-23s and the lighty races. It's a very warm day out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We're just keeping an eye on the feels like temperature. It's currently hovering around that 35, 36 degree mark. So we are on level 2 heat management at the moment. And that'll mean that basically if you've been treated for any heat-related issues, you can't race again. You've got to limit your time spent on the water and take plenty of water out with you. Any hotter, and we start to think about what the racing schedule starts to look like with the cancellation of events or anything, but we're not quite there yet, but we will let you know once we get there later this afternoon. But as we mentioned that, the race 55, the first race of this afternoon's session, the men's under-23 single scull, the B final is underway. We've got Ryan Furness from Newcastle Uni in lane number 2 on the far side of the course. Then Sydney Rowing Club's Charlie Hine in lane 3. UTS's Zinc Bosco in lane 4. Skylab Davidson from UTS in lane 5. Max McAlpine from Sydney in lane 6. And Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT High Performance Program. Touched by Tom Westgarth there in lane 7. So some reasonably experienced names here in the B final. It was some pretty good racing in the A final. You can see Charlie Hine there. He'll probably be disappointed to be in this race, but looks at the moment to be in the best position. Finalist at the Henley Royal Regatta last year. The Wyfold Challenge Cup, the race so good they ran it twice. Obviously, there was some issues with the London Rowing Club boat in the first running of that event, but we won't dwell on that. But Charlie Hine at the moment leading the UTS scull. I think that might be Skylab Davidson there in lane number 5. Yeah, that is. And currently running second, and he's going toe-to-toe with Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT. So Charlie Hine with a boat length lead. And Gleb Davidson just a fraction ahead of Jesse Rosen from Canberra.
And Chris, out on the course, the conditions looking very good apart from that heat, and they're still enjoying very, very calm waters out there, and I'm sure they're enjoying it. Up at the start, there's a little bit of breeze, which will just be taking the edge off that heat. Yeah, just the tiniest bit of relief down there at the start, but it's certainly not much. It's certainly not relief in terms of tailwind or anything that's going to affect racing. It is just dead flat up here in the last 500 metres. As this race comes down, you can see Jesse Rosen there in the blue of Canberra Rowing Club. It's Max McAlpin to his right, some way back. And our 2 UTS scullers there, Skylab Davidson and Zinc Bosco in the background. And to the right there, New up at the head of the field in this race. Jesse Rosen staying with Skylab Davidson of UTS under the tutelage of Jack Hargraves, some of the UTS young guns this year. Olympic gold medalist making his way over to Iron Cove, and by all reports doing a great job with the youth squads. So that top 3 unchanged through the 1,000 metre mark. Charlie Hine leading, Skylab Davidson leading Jesse Rosen from the ACT. And then a little bit of a gap back to Zinc Bosco from UTS, I believe that was, in 4th. It doesn't look like we've got
very well-attended timing huts for this afternoon session. So if you're hanging around not doing anything in the grandstand, make yourself known to the Royal New South Wales staff in the tower, and would love a hand in the timing huts. It's generally pretty cool in there and shaded, and you'd be doing a great help to making sure that we've got split timings for all of these athletes.
So Charlie Hine still holding a fair advantage over Sky Lube Davison, and certainly, but it looks to be a bit of a push coming from that UTS sculler, Chris, as they come down towards the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was just having a look at the splits from the heat, and it was Charlie Hine was running 5th, and it was a couple of seconds ahead of Lube Davidson in the heat, and was then overturned. And it was quite a healthy margin. It was 10 seconds to the UTS sculler in the heat. So I'm sure he knows, and he has just hit the lead into the 1500 metre mark. He knows that if he puts that pressure on the championship quarter, the third 500, he can overturn Sydney Rowing Club's Charlie Hine, the St Joseph's College alumni. And he has just done so. So just over a second now, the margin, but the momentum certainly with the UTS sculler, Charlie Hine. It leads Jesse Rosen by 7 seconds. I'd say that'd be a relatively insurmountable lead, but just see how absolutely dead flat the water is in this first race after the lunch break. Zink Bosco, some way then back off our top 3. Max McAlpine from Sydney, who's also originally from the ACT, or at least spent some time down there.
And it looks like Charlie Hine here is making a push to come back on to Sky Lube Davison's stern, but nothing in it as they come down to the last 250 metres. Yeah,
the UTS sculler, just have to have a look at his steering. He's right at the buoy line there, so possibly just expending a bit of energy there in that third 500. He was spending time pushing down on the legs and not thinking about the steering as much, and we hope he doesn't get tangled up in those buoys because he is under a little bit of pressure here. Charlie Hine not letting him get away with it. It was a decisive move there in the third 500 to get him into a spot where he could continue in this race. I think he's just clipped a buoy there, but didn't seem to affect him too much. Into the red buoys now, and still half a boat length ahead is the UTS sculler over Sydney's Charlie Hine. And I think barring disaster, it should stay that way. I don't see too much of a sprint coming here in these hot conditions. I think it's almost a length. It's more than a length, in fact, at this stage. I think Charlie Hine's not quite got the sprint in him at this point. So Sky Lube Davidson, very well-timed run in the B final, the under-23 single. Bit over a length over Charlie Hine from Sydney. It'll be Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club, the blue boat, the blue Zudi. Across the line in third place. And of UTS, the UTS sculler in lane 4 of Zink Bosco in 4th. Max McAlpine from Sydney in lane 6. Finish in 5th place. Over the far side of the course there in lane 2, the ANU sculler James Robson in 7th place. Not James Robson, rather. That's Ryan Finesse from Newcastle. You're getting ahead of myself looking at the next race, which is underway and heading towards us rapidly, and that is the A final of the men's under-23 single. We've got Henry Bedell from Sydney in lane 1. James Robson from ANU in lane 2. Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 3. Max Curry from Hawthorn in lane 4. Oscar Baragi from UTS in lane 5, Cameron Schmidt from Canberra in lane 6, Brandon Smith from UTS in lane 7, and Jack Power from UTS in lane 8. And a fairly evenly matched race. These are good heats in the under-23 single scull, but at the moment, as approaching the 1500 metre mark, it is looks to be sculler from Canberra, Cameron Schmidt, who did very, very well in the heats, was second to Hawthorn's Max Curry, but importantly was up at the 1500 metre mark. So could we be in for another changing of the lead here in the last 500? Max Curry's sitting back in second place. Darcy James, also from Canberra, in third. James Robson from ANU in fourth. So currently the top four from outside of New South Wales. Oscar Baragi from UTS in fifth. Brandon Smith in sixth. And Jack Power currently running seventh after battling a little bit of injury earlier on in the season. And has made a good return to be up here in this very competitive A final of the under-23 single scull. I think we might be missing Henry Bedell from Sydney. He was a little way off the pace there, possibly some dramas earlier on in the race. But it is still the sculler from Canberra ahead of the sculler from Hawthorn. Max Curry from Hawthorn. He has the rate up, so he's getting ready for a challenge here. Making the trip up the Hume worth it. Well, all the athletes have journeyed up the Hume worth it. So Max Curry, he won the B final of this event at Nationals last year. It looks to have progressed over the off-season and is now really starting to challenge for the lead here. The Canberra Rowing Club sculler Cameron Schmidt is probably one of the youngest in the field. The Canberra Grammar alumni who is currently leading this race, but Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club in the bucket hat there is really throwing everything at it. They're almost level coming into the Red Boys the last 100. And from our commentary position here, very hard to tell who's got this or who's looking likely to take the win here. Max Curry from Hawthorn, Cameron Schmidt from Canberra Rowing Club. It's been Cameron Schmidt, but Max Curry came through from behind in the heat and he's come through from behind in the final. He's just got his bow ball in front. It is the sculler from Victoria, Max Curry from Hawthorn. Take the win here in the under-23 men's single scull. Cameron Schmidt second, not happy with that. Darcy James from Canberra in third place. Oscar Baragi in fourth. James Robson from ANU in fifth. It wasn't quite a no New South Welshman in the top four with Oscar Baragi surging through at the end there. But Brandon Smith in sixth and Jack Power in seventh, and then Henry Bedell from Sydney Rowing Club over on the far side of the course there will come across in eighth place.
And we move on to race 57, the women's under-23 single scull. In lane one, we have canned Georgia Campbell. Lane two, ANU Brooklyn Leslie representing Mossman. In lane three, Zoe Bond. In lane four, Sydney's Liesl Page. In lane 5, ANU ACT Zara Turner. In lane 6, UTS's Grace Burke. Lane 7, Mercantile's Zara Kfouri. Lane 8, UTS Madeline Hardy. And in lane 9, Madison joins from Sydney. And just looking up, got that at the moment. They've been through the 1,000 metres. We can't really get any splits on that. But it does look like the sculler looks like Liesl Page, it looks like at this stage from where we sit, maybe the ANU sculler, Zara Turner, who is out to a bit of a lead.
I'm going to say Zara Kfouri there from Mercantile on the near side has stolen a bit of a march early.
Oh, yeah.
And then the three chasing scullers on the far side of the course would be Liesl Page from Sydney, Zoe Bond now at Mossman Rowing Club, and Brooklyn Leslie from ANU. So we're just doing battle with Zara Turner, so the two ANU scullers there going up against each other. But on the near side, Zara Kfouri from Mercantile Rowing Club looks to be out in front. We'll get a clearer idea as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. It is, yeah, Zara Kfouri. I think we've pressed a few wrong buttons there. So Zara Kfouri leading over Liesl Page there at the 1,500 metre mark, and then chasing them through that penultimate timing point was Zoe Bond from Mossman, but a pretty close. The sculler on the far side of the course now from Georgia Campbell, doing pretty well to stay up with the rest of the field. And the two ANU scullers, Brooklyn Leslie, Zara Turner, as well as UTS's Madeline Hardy and Grace Burke, both just looks to be a little bit out of contention at the moment. I think Liesl Page starting to put on the afterburners here. Liesl Page, who was in the under-23 women's quad a couple of years ago, and a former lightweight who made the heavyweight quad in 2024, and is now right up at the pointy end once again of the under-23 field, but a little bit of work to do to reel in Zara Kafori. Saw it was about a length and a half at the 1500 metre mark, and I think has maybe just managed to make some inroads, but there'll be a lot more to do if she's going to get the dub here in the women's under-23 singles. Zara Kafori doing a great job in the red and white of Mercantile, two of Australia's oldest clubs battling it out here. Mercantile and Sydney Rowing Club obviously have a great relationship between the two of them, battling it out for the Kaiser Cup before the head of the Yarra every year, and they're just about to make it into the Red Boys now. Zara Kafori still in front, but not by much. Liesl Page, she's got the length over her competitor there, and just really powering on. I don't think she's quite got the sprint in her, but let's not forget Georgia Campbell there on the far side of the course from Cand, who has overturned Zoe Bond and is looking good for a third place. It'll only be half a length in the end, but Zara Kafori from Mossman will hang on over Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. Georgia Campbell from Cand in third place, and then Zoe Bond from Mossman in fourth, and then come our two ANU scullers. Zoe Bond also originally from Canberra, so three Canberrans in a row. Zara Turner, and then Brooklyn Leslie. We'll have Maddie Joins in lane 9, the local from out here in Penrith, formerly of Penrith Rowing Club. And then the two UTS Haberfield Scullers in the centre of the course there, Madeline Hardy leading Grace Burke.
Moving straight into race 58, it's well underway. They're coming down towards the 1500 metre mark, so we'll just run through the clubs. In lane 2, Sydney University. In lane 3, Sydney. In lane 4, Melbourne University. In lane 5, Sydney. In Uni of New South Wales, Uni of Queensland Composite in lane 6. Melbourne University Composite in 7. And in lane 8, Sydney. Now, I think could be one or two missing out of those, out of lanes 5 and 6. So it does appear that they're missing. So it does look like the crew from Melbourne Uni Composite and Sydney are out in front at the moment. It does look like a handy lead from that Melbourne University Composite crew. They're holding about, well, from where we sit, about a length and a half over the Sydney crew, but nothing in it. Back over on this side, we still have got the second Sydney crew also faring well, or all the Sydney crews faring well, so over in lane 3 and in lane 8. But certainly this Melbourne University Composite crew of Joshua Wilson and Winston Hooper are holding down a great lead, but the Sydney crew on their inside of Hoskin and Club are making a big push. Probably going to run out of room, but certainly going to sprint to the line and hopefully bring back some of that lead. But it looks now at the Melbourne Uni Composite crew is now responding. We've got Josh Wilson from UTS and Winston Hooper from Melbourne Uni, and they do look quite comfortable as they're coming down to the Red Boys with only 100 metres to go. Still pushing hard on their inside. It's the Sydney crew. I'm not sure that they're going to quite have the room, but certainly putting in a great effort. But once again, the Melbourne Uni crew, composite crew responding, and they will go across the line with probably a length and a half lead over the Sydney crew of Hoskin and Club. It will be a tight tussle between the two Sydney rivals, but it will be lane 8 that will cross the line. Maloney and Waxman to take out third place, followed by Harold and Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club in 4th.
And we've got the two Sydney Uni crews, one being a composite and one an all Sydney Uni crew. The Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni composite on the near side, just in front. So that's Jack Cullen from Sydney Uni, James Horton from Melbourne Uni in lane 7 for 6th place, and then Seb Adderton and James Scott Brown from Sydney Uni in 8th place there. And looks like we were just missing the UQ Sydney Uni composite of Will Rogers and Lex Tucker, who we saw do well in the under-21s earlier, and I was quite keen to watch them race again. So not sure what's happened there, why we're missing them, but I think we'll see Will Rogers again in the double later on this afternoon. So still plenty more racing to come, and it is hot, so can't really blame too many people for pulling out of when they've got multiple races, but a combined race now between the club women's pair and the women's under-23 pair. So the under-23 pairs on the far side of the course, we've got Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Ella Spalding and Hannah Ashley Carter. Melbourne University in lane 2, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. Sydney University in lane 4, Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, who we saw racing in the under-21s earlier. Lane 5 has scratched, and then we've got the club women's pairs on the near side. So UTS, April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecroft, who we saw racing in the under-21s earlier as well. University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton and Georgina Browning. And in lane 8 from Sydney is Lauren Graham and Leela Anderton. And at the moment, it is our under-23 crews that are leading. So on the far side of the course, Ella Spalding and Hannah Ashley Carter from Sydney doing battle with Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins from Melbourne University. We've seen the Victorians do pretty well today. We saw Hawthorn Scarlett Max Curry just a few moments ago taking out a win. We saw Winston Hooper there in the pair earlier, teaming up with Josh Wilson, and another very competitive Melbourne or crew from south of the border from Melbourne University there, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins, who look to be right in the thick of things in that top 3. But anyone's guess from our position here in the commentary box who is in the lead at the moment. I could even say that the Sydney crew of Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter are challenging at the moment.
Yeah, well, it does appear that Melbourne Uni has pulled ahead of the Sydney crew in lane 1. They did lead them through the 1,000 metres there, Chris, but couldn't hold that onto that lead. It does look like Melbourne Uni, but yes, the Sydney crew of Vance and Carpenter in lane 3 have moved up onto the stern of the Melbourne Uni boat, so it will be a tight tussle. We'll know as we come across the 1500. We should have the timing huts there. And
pretty good showing from our 2 club pairs, or 2 of the 3 club pairs on the near side of the course there, with April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecroft, who racing the under-21s earlier, and not a million miles off these under-23 pairs, which are quite competitive. And then Lauren Graham and Leela Anderton, who haven't raced yet today, I don't believe, but Lauren Graham making a return over the last year or so. She was a World Championship silver medalist at the juniors a number of years ago. And in the pair with Leela Anderton there on the near side of the course. Not a million miles away off, but at the moment, Melbourne University leading from UTS at the 1,500 metre mark. So Melbourne Uni, Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell making, amount of times that today was said making the trip up the Hume worth it. It has certainly been worth it for a lot of these Victorian athletes. I think that is one of my themes of the day, is how well all of the travelling clubs have done coming up here. They're coming under threat from the locals, Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter in lane 3. I'll say locals, Nicole Vance is originally from New Zealand, but wearing the local colours, and they're putting some pressure on in the closing strokes through the 1,750 metre mark now. They've dropped Spalding and Ashley Carter on the far side of the course. The UTS pair, the club pair on the near side, doing well to stay with these top under 23s, but Nevins and Dumbrell, they've just lifted there. They've gone again and looking to consolidate that lead that they've got. They're certainly under pressure from Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter, and they're going with them, the Sydney crew. Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University. These two have shared a fierce rivalry over the last couple of years in the women's eights, and great to see that translating down to the younger age groups in the under 23 pairs. And they're in the red boys now, and I think Melbourne University, with that grey shell, just got their bow ball in front. It'll be half a length to Nevins and Dumbrell over Vance and Carpenter. And it is still Melbourne University. I don't think Sydney have got enough left in the tank here. It's only 4 or 5 strokes left to the line. Melbourne Uni have got the rate right up, really cranking it towards the finish here. Melbourne Uni will take the win, and pushed all the way by Sydney. So Dumbrell and Nevins over Sydney's Vance and Carpenter, and the UTS clubbies here, Draney and Wollstonecroft, third in the event, but first in their, or third in the race, but first in their event. And then Spalding and Ashley Carter on the far side. Back in 4th, Graham and Anderton in 5th, and the Sydney Uni crew in lane 4 there. Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, their second run down the course in 6th place. And then it'll be the University of New South Wales girls of Alana Hamilton and Georgina Browning to round out a very interesting race in the women's under-23 and club coxless pairs.
And now, Chris, we move on to race 60, and it's the Lighties' turn to come down the course. We have a mixed event of the elite lightweight single and the under-23 lightweight single. In lane 2, we have Mercantile's Jordan Roberts. Lane 3, Nepean's Jason Waddell. Representing Black Mountain in lane 4, Matthew Rickard. Lane 5 is Newcastle's Remy Keats. In lane 6, Sydney University's Luke Purdy. In lane 7, UTS Ryan Zhao. And in lane 8, Sydney University's Alan McDougall. And it looks like a fairly close. The Mercantile Sculler Jordan Roberts is certainly faring well, as is appears to be the Sydney Uni Luke Purdy over on this side of the course. So that's looks to be where the race is at the moment. The Sculler in Black Mountain Sculler, Matthew Rickard, also faring well through the thing. But Luke Purdy certainly did go through that. Through the 1500 metre mark with a slight lead over Jordan Roberts from Mercantile. Then it was Matthew Rickard, followed by Jason Waddell and Remy Keats. So there's certainly not much in it. About a length and a half lead that the Sydney Uni Sculler held over the Mercantile Sculler as they come into the last 400 odd metres. And does look from our angle here now that is opening up that lead a bit more as he's making great progress. The race is on though for 2nd and 3rd place. It does, the Nepean Sculler and Jason Waddell and Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard are going stroke for stroke there at the moment, and look like they've actually pulled back a bit on the two leaders. Not enough, but certainly over in lane 1, Jordan Roberts is under some pressure from these two chasing that 3rd position. So looks like he's also responding too now and just putting a bit of an effort in to stay ahead of them. But it is certainly Luke Purdy of Sydney University, who is looking very comfortable out in front at the moment.
There's certainly some interesting undertones to this one. With Jordan Roberts was in the Penrith Cup for Victoria last year that got up over Luke Purdy in the New South Wales, and indeed Jason Waddell. So hopefully you can glean some information from this.
So a bit of payback, do you think there, Chris?
I think so.
But certainly he is looking extremely strong. And once again, an under-23 sculler and is holding out the elite sculler over on the other side. But coming down to the line, the race is still on there for the 3rd position with Waddell and Rickard going stroke for stroke, and this has been going on for the last 700 metres, but it will be no trouble at all for Luke Purdy, and stamping his authority in this race and looking very comfortable. He comes to the line. It will be the Jordan Roberts who will take out 2nd, but the race is on. It's stroke for stroke. There is absolutely nothing in it, and it did appear to be Matthew Rickard just got that last stroke in to cross the line and perhaps take out, but we'll wait for the photo, the official photo. Remy Keats coming across the line now to take it for 5th place. It will be Alexander McDougall and then Ryan Zhao crossing the line to close out this field. So extremely close. We'll wait for the judge's call on the photo, and
I don't think that was even. It's the most stroke for stroke I've ever seen it. They were perfectly in time between the two of them. They could have been rowing a double.
And it started out, as I said, 600 or 700 metres out.
Yeah,
so
exactly. But great row from Luke Purdy. He's only first year out of school. He was on the junior team last year and stepping up and showing the senior lighties who's boss, and he's maintaining lightweight and going for we think he's going to be a part of that Penrith Cup squad. It certainly bodes well for New South Wales as they look to claim that trophy for the first time since 2018. And most of the members of that squad were in that race. So some interesting watching there. We saw a couple of the Vics in the Lighty pair earlier on as well. So Penrith Cup, famously difficult to predict, but very interesting race at the National Championships. And that would be the first of the selection events for that one for the New South Wales team. But the men's under 21 lightweights up next with a full fleet of 9 athletes out on the course, I believe. I don't think we've had any scratchings. 1, 2. Nope, got everyone. But yeah, Leichhardt's Massimo Fitzsimon over in lane 1, Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr, the coaches there. University of New South Wales is Thomas Jackson, coached by Justin Quigley in lane 2. Maxwell Scales from Glebe in lane 3. Julian Lemaitre from Mossman in lane 4. Jacob Cobley from Endeavour in lane 5. Joshua Miller from Black Mountain in lane 6. Jack Meek from Mossman in lane 7, Oliver Manning from Black Mountain in lane 8, and Mossman's Rocco Griffiths in lane 9. At the moment, it looks to be the Mossman sculler there in lane 4, Julian Lemaitre, who I thought was actually even still under 19, but may well have graduated there, and looks to currently be leading comfortably by almost 7 seconds over Maxwell Scales from Glebe Rowing Club. Joshua Miller there from Black Mountain up from Canberra, currently running in 3rd place. And Rocco Griffiths from Mossman in 4th. And things reasonably spread out, but as we see with lightweight racing, as we saw in the race before, certainly tend to, those margins tend to close as we progress towards the finish. Conditions still looking fantastic out here. It's a few little just breaths of wind on the water, but nothing that would be impacting racing. Nothing, consistent direction or anything like that out here. Still very warm out here at the Regatta Centre. Looking at the feels like it's well over 36 again. So a warm afternoon of racing. Certainly, I can't imagine many of these athletes would be struggling to get down to weight, as the sweating certainly makes things a little bit easier. But Julian Lemaitre from Mossman stretching out to a pretty comfortable lead here. The Glebe sculler and the Black Mountain sculler both not quite letting it die just yet, and throwing a bit of a challenge the way of the Mossman sculler, but I don't think they'll have quite enough in the tank in the closing stages of this race to overcome them. But it is a race on for second, as the sculler from Glebe, Maxwell Scales, does battle with Black Mountain's Joshua Miller, coached by Renee Domichens, former Australian para coxswain coach. And it is the Black Mountain sculler. You can see the head moving around. He's throwing everything at it here. He's trailed the sculler from Glebe, Maxwell Scales, the entire way down the course. And has he just got his bow ball in front? I think he might have. It's going to come right down to the line. Julian Lemaitre from Mossman. He's clear. He's going to take the win here in the under-21 lightweight single. Black Mountain, all the way up from Canberra, made the trip worth it. Joshua Miller takes second. Maxwell Scales from Glebe, pipped on the post for 3rd place. Mossman's Rocco Griffiths in 4th. The second of the Black Mountain scullers there in lane 8, Oliver Manning in 5th place. Over on the far side there, Leichhardt's Massimo Fitzsimon in 6th. The final Mossman sculler there, Jack Meek in 7th. And in 8th will be the University of New South Wales sculler, Thomas Jackson. And then in the centre of the course from Endeavour, up in the Hunter Valley, Jacob Cobley, who about 200 metres left to row now, somewhat outgunned in this field.
Yeah, once again, some great racing out there in the lightweight men's under-21 single. And we move on to race 62, the women's elite single, under-23, lightweight single, women's under-23 lightweight single, and the under-21s combined race. In lane 1, we have Black Mountain in the elite single, in lightweight single, Abby Richards, coached by Renee Domachek. In lane 2, under-23 lightweight, ANU's Ruby Gray, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3, in the under-23 lightweights, it's UTS's Sarah Berrickry, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 4, under-23 lightweights, Newcastle Uni's Kate Atherton, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 5, under-21 lightweights, UTS Phoebe Herdman, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 6, under-21 lightweights, of these are all under 29 lightweights now. Nepean's Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. And in lane 7, Black Mountains, Ronya Starker-Ashby, coached by Renee Domachans. And in lane 8, the UTS sculler Annabelle McKenzie, coached by Sam Fennessy and Jack Handley. And it does appear at this point that it's the Newcastle Uni, or probably over in lane 1, the Black Mountains Abby Richards, who looks to have a quite a sizable lead coming in there, but there absolutely nothing in it at the moment. Does look like the Newcastle sculler in the centre of the field is also faring very well.
Yeah, I think spot on there. Abby Richards from Black Mountain on the far side, from Black Mountain in the black boat, who has got a very handy lead here, the 1500. It's tight for the minor placings though. We'll see as they come across the line very, very shortly across that 1500 metre timing point. We'll see just a breath of a headwind there at the 1500. It's certainly not evident up here at the finish line, but Newcastle Uni there, Kate Atherton, and then close for 3rd and 4th. So UTS's Annabelle McKenzie and Nepean's Ellie Taylor for 3rd and 4th, and very close between the two. ANU's Ruby Gray just ahead of Sarah Berritry from UTS there for 5th and 6th place. And then just a couple of more scullers there that will be through the line shortly from scullers in the middle of the course there. But a very comfortable lead for Abby Richards. Annabelle McKenzie from UTS, I think doing pretty well to be the under-21 up, mixing it with some of the under-23s. The former Newcastle Grammar, I believe, athlete. Definitely from the Hunter Valley region. And now down rowing for UTS. And doing battle with the local in Ellie Taylor from Nepean. Newcastle Uni's Kate Atherton as well, right up in the hunt there, but no one is coming anywhere near close to Abby Richards. So while there might be some thoughts of Victoria Cup and New South Wales team selection going on in the middle of the pack here, Abby Richards will be smiling knowing that she's going to take some pedigree into the ACT Victoria Cup crew. I think the ACT, I think this year's 30 years of... It's an anniversary of ACT rowing, so they're trying to get out as many crews as possible into the interstate regatta. It's a very big deal this year, so it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, especially on the lightweights side of things. And some very handy lightweight athletes down there in the nation's capital, including Abby Richards from Black Mountain, coached by Renee Domachans, who will cross the line now to take the win here in the under-23 lightweight single scull. Newcastle Uni, represented by Kate Atherton, coached by Big Odin McIntosh. Come across the line in 2nd in the under-23s. And then Nepean's Ellie Taylor, 3rd in the race, but 1st out of the under-21s. Annabelle McKenzie from UTS, 4th in the race, 2nd in the 21s. ANU's Ruby Gray in 5th. UTS's Sarah Berritry in 6th place. And then a little bit of a distance back to her clubmate, of Phoebe Herdman and Black Mountain's Ronya Starker-Ashby.
Yeah, very dominant performance by Abby Richards from Black Mountain. Yeah. We move on to race 63, the women's under-17 double and para double. So it looks like both para doubles have withdrawn. So we have in lane 2, MLC School, Molly Bentley Lampy and Tabitha Lloyd, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel. In lane 3, Barker College's Ivy Kim and Lucia Stimoli. And in lane 4, Mossman's Ava Baker and Heidi Heap, coached by Alfie Young and Joshua Hewitt. So we're still waiting on us. They are underway in this event. And it does look at this stage like the Barker College crew of Ivy Kim and Lucia Stimoli may well have a little bit of an advantage over Mossman with the two MLC crews trailing behind in third and fourth. Did look like one of the crews had stopped. It does look like one of the MLC crews has indeed stopped off the start. So not sure if there's some problem in that crew. They're actually aimed across the course at the moment. So not sure if there is a technical issue in that crew, but certainly they are underway again now, and it does look like they've got that whatever it was sorted out. So it is a close race here at the moment. It does look like the Mossman crew now of Ava Baker and Heidi Heap have just pulled up ahead of the Barker College crew. So Barker's come out very, very strong at the start. It does look like the Mossman crew of Ava Baker and Heidi Heap, coached by Alfie Young and Joshua Hewitt, have now pulled to a bit of about a 3-length advantage over the Barker College crew as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. So we've got the camera angle from the umpire's boat from behind, and we're watching the MLC crew of Megan Hewitt and Elizabeth Ravens on the screen at the moment. And certainly I think all these crews are feeling the heat. These are the younger end of it, the under 17s. So probably new exposure to such hot conditions out there rowing. So, but no trouble whatsoever for the Mossman crew, and they have stepped right out. They're looking very, very relaxed as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, and they're holding a probably, we'll wait and see, but it's probably a eight length lead over the Barker College crew coming through the 1,000 metres, and then it's a little bit of a distance back to the crew of MLC School 1 of Megan Hewitt and Elizabeth Ravens crossing the 1,000 metres now, and then we have the MLC School 2 crew in lane 2, and they're a bit further back again, but looks like the umpire might have decided that he can't wait for them, so has moved ahead. But certainly this Mossman crew are now looking extremely strong. They've got the look over the field. They've pretty well got this covered, so they've relaxed into their stroke, just keeping the rating ticking along. It's a little bit of a headwind around there. It does flatten out again as we come down to the last 500 metres, but so probably just pushing into this headwind. Once again, looking strong, keeping the length, and making short work of it at the moment.
You saw Heidi Heap out there earlier today in the under-19 single. Had cracking race where she almost overturned, she overturned, and then Alana Winder from Redlands almost came back at her right at the end. So she's got a solid 2K race in the legs earlier, does Heidi Heap, and certainly we'll be grateful to have a doubles partner alongside her here in the under-17 double scull, and making very short work of the competition in Barker to their right, and then the two MLC crews in lanes 5 and lane 2. A good showing from Barker, I think, to be staying with this Mossman crew.
And good to see the school crews out of, they're still in their school holidays. A lot of them still are coming out to represent their schools and participate in these regattas. So getting some good roll-ups in these, particularly from some of the smaller school programs. So once again, they're taking on the old adage is too many races is never enough. So just getting that experience. But it was that Mossman crew just crossing through the 1,500 metre mark, and now it's quite a substantial lead. But they look like they've run well within themselves now as we wait for the Barker College crew to come through the 1,500 metre mark. And once again, still probably about the same gap as they had at the 1,000 metre mark. So clearly they had relaxed a bit, but it does look like they've just kicked it up a point or two in rating, that Mossman crew, and they're going to push towards the line. Not sure they need to do too much out in this heat, but
no.
But anyway, that's their race plan. But they're probably just making sure they're going a bit of a burst, bit of a trial race plan, and I'm sure that they'll back it off. But Barker still hanging in there, and a great effort from them. The MLC number 1 crew of Megan Hewitt and Elizabeth Ravens just really having probably about the same margin they had from second when they went through the 1,000, but now looking a little bit heavy in that boat. The second MLC crew now well out of the picture, but it is this well-polished Mossman crew of Ava Baker and Heidi Heap that are coming into the last 250 metres now. They're looking very comfortable, not backing off too much, it would appear, so very confident. Obviously liking the feel of the boat, I'd say, and it's obviously it's flying nicely for them, and they will go into the Red Boys, 100 metres to go, finish this race. I've had a bit of a look just to check where they are. We haven't got too much further to go. The Barker crew, they're still working really hard back there in second place. So it's great to see that they've not let off and probably just shortened up a little bit as they come into the last 100 or so metres. But it will be the Mossman crew of Ava Baker and Heidi Heap crossing the line to take first. As we're coming down to the line now into the Red Boys, the Barker crew. Once again, one of the smaller programs in the Sydney Schools program, but like some of the smaller schools, but we're well above their average.
Yeah, and certainly have a lot of potential. They're going places. They've managed to recruit. I think they've got 60 or 70 kids. It's I was saying to Michael earlier, it's a massive school, Barker, in terms of enrolment numbers. 350 in a year group, something like that, and co-ed as well, so they can enter a lot of different events. And school's really going from strength to strength. It'll be one to watch on in terms of their rowing program over the next couple of years.
And MLC 1 coming across the line to take out third, and a little bit of a wait back to the second of the MLC crews. But yes, Chris, it's hard on the smaller schools to get the numbers into these programs. Often there's so many sports offered that it means you're competing as a rowing program. You're competing against a lot of other sports.
A lot of other sports that don't require long bus rides and early mornings and everything, so it can be difficult in these bigger schools to. So sometimes even a lot of the small schools, you ask them and things like that. It's a much smaller school and can be easier to sometimes to put together a small but mighty group, that sort of thing.
And now we're moving on to race 64, the men's under 16. Double scull, and this one is over 1,000 metres. We have Cranbrook in lane 2, Oliver Pietro and Oscar Derry. Lane 3, Shoalhavens, Hugo Gollan and Rory Dixon, coached by David Eddington and Catherine McKeever. Lane 4's Barker College, we've moved up one. Mossman's, Barker College's Lorenzo Stimoli and Isaac Wisenbeek, and in lane 5, Mossman's Vihan Kulkud and Arthur Turner, coached by Kieran Kabelki. Lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary, Michael Leffler and Xavier Scolan, coached by Kieran Kabelki. Lane 7's Leichhardt's marked by and Otis Shipley, coached by Isaac Shepard and Arabella Barr.
So back to 1,000 metre racing here, so we'll see. Obviously, sometimes 1,000 metre racing in the afternoon can be a bit tricky when the wind picks up, but haven't got that wind picking up here just yet. The only breeze I can feel is the beautiful air conditioning blowing on my back here in the commentary box, but makes our starters, our umpires' lives very easy in the 1,000 metre timing hut. That don't have that wind, so they'll get them aligned as best they can. It's not a perfect science, so if you're watching on the live stream, or you can see the big screen from the grandstand, you'll see that, there's a little bit of margin for error there in the aligning, but the marshals the umpires will generally do a very good job getting them as close as possible, and they may start just over the 1,000 metre start line, but the wind certainly making things very, very easy. And it'll be a quick start. There's no roll call or anything like that. And we'll get them underway straight away. And they are all off and racing. See that crew in lane 5 from Mossman Johan Colcout and Arthur Turner maybe just struggling a little bit, or a little bit caught by surprise by the start, but everyone else off cleanly and safely, it looks. So we've got Cranbrook in lane 1, Shoalhaven, Barker, Mossman, Northern Beaches Secondary and Leichhardt Rowing Club closest to the grandstand side of the course. Fast and furious, 1,000 metres of racing.
It was certainly a frantic start by some of the crews, but they seem to have settled down now, and we've got a few crews that have stretched out in front. We're a little bit far off to see exactly who they are at the moment, but certainly they're into their rhythm now, and the excitement of that rolling start was a bit much for some, it would appear. Yeah, and as we can see from the vision, this is a lot of these guys. This is under 16, so we're talking about the oldest is 15 in this age group. So
most of them are going to be 14.
14. Most of them would be 14 and 15. So this is the young end of the age group. They would have only been probably rowing for a very short period of time. So it's great that they're actually able to get out here and compete like this. But it does appear that the crew's going very strongly at the moment. The other Shoalhaven, Cranbrook, Shoalhaven, Barker College over in lanes 2, 3 and 4.
And then Leichhardt on the near side as well.
And then Leichhardt over on the near side. So it's as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it will be the Shoalhaven crew just going through just slightly ahead of Cranbrook, then Barker College, a little bit back to the Leichhardt crew, but certainly not a whole lot in it as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Just a little bit of a gap now back to the remaining Northern Beaches and Mossman crews, and they're coming through the 1,000 metres now. Northern Beaches Secondary, and will be followed through by that Mossman crew that had a little bit of a tussle at the start. But the crews out in front are looking very good. The Shoalhaven crew of Hugo Gollan and Rory Dixon, they certainly are really putting it to the rest of the crews here. The Cranbrook crew of Oliver Pieter and Oscar Derry are going with them though. They're still hanging in there, probably just hanging off the stern of that Shoalhaven crew. So we'll see what they've got over the last 250 metres. The Barker College crew just sit off the back a little bit, and that's allowed Leichhardt to come through, and they are really pushing over here in lane 7. And I'm not sure they're probably level pegging with the Barker College crew now. It does look like the Shoalhaven crew might have used up a few of their bickies here, because Cranbrook now coming back at them. So it's going to be a great tussle as they come into the last 200 metres. It is... this Leichhardt crew has all the speed over on this side. Will it be enough to pull back Barker? We'll have to wait and see. The Shoalhaven crew of Gollan and Dixon now kicking again, and they really want this win. Cranbrook, once again, they're going as well. They've really bounced the rating up, and it's going to be very, very close, but I think they're going to run out of room as they come into the last 100 metres, and it is this Shoalhaven crew of Hugo Gollan and Rory Dixon holding on to about a 1 length advantage over the Cranbrook crew over in lane 2. It will be the Shoalhaven crew crossing the line to take first. It's very close. The Leichhardt crew coming home very fast. Shoalhaven crossing first, Cranbrook second, but it will be the Barker College crew holding on to take third, followed by Leichhardt.
Yeah, and then rounding out the race, we'll have this combination from Mossman, who in the centre of the course there in lane 6. Northern Beaches Secondary in the Mossman colours, and then Mossman in the non-Mossman colours in lane 5. But the Northern Beaches Secondary crew here of Michael Lefford and Xavier Scollin, and the Mossman crew on the far side, Johan Colcout and Arthur Turner, who got a little bit rattled off the start, but have done well to just stay consistent and make their way down to the finish without too many dramas there. But the next race underway, moving from men's to the women's of the under-16 double sculls. Race 65, 7 crews on the water. Mossman in lane 2, Sophia Gray, Lucinda Tucker. Shoalhaven in lane 3, Iris Gollan and Heather Coulston. Lane 4 from Mossman, Calypso Crefeld and Matilde Edgley. Lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Zara Erskine and Layla Riley. Lane 6 from Nepean, Mila Sablina and Elise Currell. In lane 7 from Macquarie Uni, Camilla Ogilvie and Lucy Meek. In lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Mila Martin and Megan Smith. So a similar lineup of clubs here. I'd assume Iris Golan would possibly be the sister of Hugo Golan, who was in the previous race. Both from the same club, not the most common last name that I've ever heard. So possibly some relation there. But on the near side of the course, Macquarie Uni crew of Camilla Ogilvie and Lucy Meek, who are both young Loretto Normanhurst scullers, rowing for Macquarie University Boat Club. Very small little program out of the shadows of the Lane Cove River there, in Tambourine Bay. And look to be right up in the hunt. For the title here in the women's under-16 double scull. Crew on the near side of the course there from Shoalhaven, Mila Martin and Megan Smith also having a good showing as they approach the 500 metre mark. So I can see the girls from the Macquarie Uni Boat Club, Camilla Ogilvie and Lucy Meek, coached by Paul Meek. And both doing very well to be out in front, looking very tidy indeed here. After a morning of training on the river, Parramatta River, and then out here for a race. Macquarie Uni's Ogilvie and Meek, and then Shoalhaven running second. Close for third over on the far side. The second Shoalhaven crew there, Golan and Coulston, ahead of the Mossman combination of Calypso Crefeld and Matilde Edgley, coached by Kieran Kibelke. And another Shoalhaven crew, Zara Erskine and Layla Riley, currently running fifth. So it's currently Macquarie Uni's race to lose.
Once again, great to see Shoalhaven up here in some sort of strength over this weekend. So it's good to see the spread of clubs at this event, and particularly in the younger age groups. They're certainly augurs well for the sport. But it is this Macquarie Uni crew of Camilla Ogilvie and Lucy Meek who have a comfortable advantage over Mila Martin and Megan Smith from Shoalhaven. Certainly there are a few steering issues in that Shoalhaven crew. They've just come off the buoys, probably overcorrected a little bit. They'll straighten up if they straighten up now in the lane, and they've done that, and so they're well on their way. The race does appear to be over on the other bank with the Mossman and two Mossman crews battling it out. But no problems whatsoever for this crew of, it's a very young crew, but rowing very nicely for, obviously you haven't been in the sport for too many years, so they are really putting together a nice combination here. The Macquarie Uni crew, as they come down to the last 100 metres. Going out with them is still the Shoalhaven crew over here in lane 8, but not going to make any sort of impact on the lead that Macquarie Uni have established, and they'll take that to the line for a very, very comfortable and good win in this under-16 double scull.
Yep, the two Normo girls, Camilla in year 9, Lucy in year 10, and very chuffed to be getting a good win there. It'll be their first hit out of the term ahead of big weekend at Kings PLC and then the IGSA regattas next weekend. Shoalhaven second. Shoalhaven third as well. Dispatching with Mossman Rowing Club in the latter stages of the race. And it'll be Mossman and then the final Shoalhaven crew. In the centre of the course there, Erskine and Riley to round out this final of the under-16 women's double scull.
We're in race 66, the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 1. We do a quick roll call. It's Glebe, Elizabeth Lester. Lane 2, Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. Lane 3, Glebe's Blindy Rowe. Lane 4, Mosman's Nikki Lepresti. Lane 5, UTS Kirsty Edwards. Lane 7, Glebe and Skilton, and in lane 8, North Shores Zeta Briones. Now we have a couple of different age groups in this. We've got Elizabeth Lester from Glebe off 7 seconds. She's a B. Shoalhaven, Glebe and Mossman, who are C, off 4 seconds, and the remainder are off go. It does look like, oh, sorry, I've only given the half the cruise here, but it does look like Kirsty Edwards and Christine Phillips are holding down a fairly good lead as they come towards the 300 metre mark. A little bit back now, the crew over on this side, North Shore, Zeta Briones and Jemima Luce, are probably holding down second. Is very tight over on the other side between Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl and Shoalhaven. Now remembering the crew from Glebe has come off 7 seconds, so they've made up a lot of ground, and they have passed the Shoalhaven crew of Katrina Davis and Catherine McKeever, who had a 3 second head start on them. So the certainly racing well over in lane 1. The North Shore crew of Zeta Briones and Jemima Luce over on this side appear to be rowing quite strongly as well. So they've all started off together, the UTS, Glebe and North Shore, but certainly they've been out there doing a fair bit of training of late, the UTS crews. They've come back from, I think a lot of them went over to the Masters in Spain, and certainly are looking better for that thing. But Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl from Glebe are really pushing to try to overcome the North Shore crew of Briones and Laos over on this side. The crew in the middle, the Mossmans, Lepresti and Olivia Tong, are also pushing. So the race is on, but it will be the UTS crew of Kirsty Edwards and Christine Phillips, followed by North Shore in lane 8. Very, very close coming into the line, but it will be the Glebe crew just probably at the Mossman crew of Lepresti and Tong, followed back to Skilton and Hutchison, and then Blindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris. And we're already underway in Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. In lane 1, we have Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux and Chanel Stokes. In lane 2, Balmain Composite, Cecile Ferrer and Anya Weaver. In lane 3, Lake Macquarie Composite of Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald. Lane 4 is Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma. In lane 5 is North Shore's Sasha Tchaikovsky and Rhonda Decker. Lane 6, North Shore Composite of Kerry Brown and Louise McCoach. Lane 7's Leichhardt's Edith DeBauer and Carmel Taylor. And in lane 8, Endeavour Composites, Joanne Croker and Rosalie Furness.
So not too much confusion with in terms of starters. The Leichhardt, Balmain Composite, Lake Macquarie Composite, the 3 crews furthest from the grandstand side of the course going off a 5-second handicap, all those 3 D-grade crews. The remainder of the crews in the race, Drummoyne, North Shore, the North Shore Atlantic Composite, Leichhardt and the Endeavour Manning River Composite, all those are the nearest 5 crews there, all going off starters orders. So as they come through, approaching the 500 metre mark now, we get a bit of an indicator. If those 3 crews on the far side are within 2.5 seconds of the leading 5, of the 5 crews on the near side, then we know we are in for a cracking finish. Ideally, the way that the Masters handicaps works is that everyone goes off a handicap and then everyone finishes at just about the same time. So sometimes we can get more often than not, we get some pretty exciting racing in the Masters just because of the handicap system. It is a fun way to go racing for sure. So that's the Lake Macquarie Leichhardt Composite, who did go off a 5-second handicap, who have already hit the lead. So forget what I was saying about within 2.5 seconds. Is anyone going to stay within 2.5 seconds of them as they lead Drummoyne and then the Endeavour Manning River Composite? So it is the Drummoyne crew in lane 4. So Lake Macquarie Leichhardt crew in lane 3, who went off the 5-second handicap, already leading of Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald. And then Kathleen Hextall, Renata Ipma from Drummoyne in second. And then Joanne Croker, Rosalie Furness from Manning River and Endeavour running in third place. It doesn't look like our other two crews that went off the handicaps, so Leichhardt on the far side and then the Balmain Glebe crew in lane 2. I don't think they're making any inroads on this race. The only challenge is maybe going to come from the Endeavour Manning River composite on the near side as they look to reel in that early lead, which was taken by the Drummoyne crew of Hextall and Ipma, who are currently still running in second. I don't think there's going to be any catching. Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie partnered up with Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt Rowing Club. They're about a boat length clear at this stage. They're about to hit the last 100 metres of the course, about 150 metres left to row.
And of course, Chris, a lot of these women have nominated for the State Masters, so I know that the crew in front, Trudy McDonald and Danielle Bourget, Renata Ipma from the previous race. I'm not sure in the previous race, but certainly Rosalie Furness over on this side are some of the ones that have nominated for that. So probably looking fairly good for that that crew as we come across the line. The combination of Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club coming across the line take first. It will be the Drummoyne crew of Hextall and Ipma coming across in second, followed by the Croker, Rosalie Furness combination in third. It is a little bit back to the North Shore of Tchaikovsky and Rhonda Decker, who'll be in fourth. Pretty close, but the Balmain Composite crew in fifth, followed by North Shore Composite and Leichhardt, and then a little way back to the second Leichhardt crew of De Boer and Taylor.
So the final division of the Women's Masters Double Scull is underway. One scratching from this one being the Mossman crew in lane 6 and Taylor Maureen Farrow not on the water. But some slightly larger handicaps in this one, which can always throw up an interesting race. So we've got Jules Bosco from Newcastle University lining up alongside, partnering up with Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie in lane 2. They are an F grade crew going off a 39-second handicap. North Shore in lane 3, Annalise Appleton and Jeanette Pendleton. They are a G grade crew and are going off a 30-second handicap, as are the next two crews, Endeavour Drummoyne Composite, Caroline Vernon and Lindy Nisbet, and then North Shore's Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards. So both those last three crews all going off a 30-second handicap. And then the crew on the near side of the course, Susan Wannon and Susan Walter, who are an I-grade crew, so the oldest ladies in this event. We won't, don't need to reveal any ages here, but they are a fair bit older than the rest of the field, so that does afford them essentially a 30-second head start on the rest of the field. Now, at the Reindeer Regatta, I saw them race in the double and in the pair, and it was the most fascinating racing to see everyone hunt them down, and I think we're on for a cracker here. So the second North Shore crew of Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards, they were 15 seconds behind at the 500. Remember, they went off a 30-second handicap. So that tells me that this is going to come right down to the wire here. With and then as well to consider is North Shore's Appleton and Pendleton, or the Lake Macquarie Newcastle Uni Composite, so they're a little while off. So really our main challenger is going to be the second North Shore crew trying to hunt down Susan Wannon and Susan Walter.
Yep, and certainly, as we saw in the pair earlier with the two Sues, Warren and Walter, they weren't caught in that. What happens is that crews chase them because the handicap is so big. They go out so hard. They make up half the time at the 1,000 metres. You think it's going to be close, and then they kick again. But this time they might be in for a little bit of a scare with Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards certainly hunting them down. They're only 15 seconds behind at the 500 metre mark, and are certainly zeroing in. But
a little bit of steering going on there in the second North Shore crew, getting a little bit friendly with the boys just on their right, the stroke side. They've just corrected it there, but that certainly won't be helping their efforts as they try and hunt down the two Susans on the near side of the course. And I think that's just given the Susans the opportunity they need. They've gotten a sniff there. They saw that, and they've just given it a little bit of extra juice. And as they're about 130 or so metres left to row, I think they're pretty home safe here in the Masters doubles. As you said, Rob, the other crews go, it's so hard, but then it is such a long way to catch up, 30 seconds. You know, they probably could do it, but it's just hard to know how close you really are. And I think that's going to be another one. I think they're undefeated this season, these two. I haven't seen them lose a single race.
I don't think I've ever seen them get beaten, Chris. So certainly not in these mixed age group races. They, as we said, those big handicaps are probably play on the minds of those in the chasing group, and that's the biggest issue. But they will go across the line once again. The two Susan Wannon and Susan Walter, coached by Kim Rudder, to take out the third division of the women's double scull. It will be the second North Shore crew of Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards who go across in second. Once the North Shore crew of Annalise Appleton and Jeanette Pendleton going across in third, followed by the Drummoyne Endeavour Composite, and it will be the Lake Macquarie crew over in lane 1 that will come across to close out the field. But once again, they're for 77 and 76. They consistently show up to these races, consistently win races, and obviously that time together in a boat does wonders for them. On the start line, we have the club's men's double scull. Heat 1, the progression is first forward of the final, which is in race 87, and the rest are eliminated. In lane 2, Mossman Rowing Club's Banjo Kirkman and Rocco Griffiths, coached by Joshua Hewitt. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club's Olivia Tisbury Brown and Michael Jenkins, coached by Patrick Graham. Lane 4 is University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball and Thomas Jackson, coached by Justin Quigley. Lane 5, St George, James Hunt and Kurt Armstrong, coached by Mark Featherston. And in lane 7, Sydney University, Sebastian Adderton and James Scott Brown, coached by Robert Black and Simon Huxley.
Yeah, so a new event to the Small Boats Regatta, not a new event to anyone who's been to Nationals before. It's been around for about a bit over a decade now, but the club events we're starting to have a few more of at the domestic, or the more local New South Wales regattas. Basically means you cannot be nominated for the national team 2 weeks prior to, I think it's 2 weeks prior to the event being held, and you cannot have rowed in the under-23 or the senior national team in the season prior. So if you're in the junior team, that's fine. If you rowed a couple of years ago and then you've taken a break, and then that's fine. You're eligible for the Club 8 again. So no national team athletes, which does level the playing field a little bit, but it also means that you get a few different backgrounds and things happening. So I know in this event, we've got a couple of junior crews in Banjo Kirkham, Rocco Griffiths from Mossman, Oliver Tisbury Brown and Michael Jenkins from Sydney. They're all junior crews. And then University of New South Wales, St George and Sydney University, they're all proper club sort of aged athletes. It's good to have, very good to have something for athletes to sort of continue on with post under 23s and have a high level of racing to aim for, because that sometimes is a bit difficult here in Australia. That we're so spread out that few people give up or give away the sport after under 23s. There isn't a whole lot to race for domestically until nationals sometimes. So it is fantastic to see these events making a comeback, and pretty well subscribed as well, that we've got 2 heats running for this event. Only one crew eliminated after this heat though, with top 4 progressing through to the final, and only 5 crews out on the race course at the moment. So there is only one to miss out.
And I think it's great that it's an event for clubs like the University of New South Wales and St George and Leichhardt Manning River to get involved with. They don't often get involved in these championship events, so this is a great event for them and a great initiative.
Yeah, and sometimes the grade races can be a bit tricky. You win a couple of races and then you can't compete against your grade or whatever. So the club it's a bit more open, but just takes the top level athletes out and still manages to level the playing field just a little bit. So through the 500 metre mark there, I think that was the Sydney crew, Oliver Tisby-Brown and Michael Jenkins, who were running at the back of the field, but not by much. They were doing battle with the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball and Thomas Jackson. So that's the battle to remain in the event and progress through to the final. And we'll see how that pans out over. It's still a long way to go in very, very, very warm conditions. The apparent temperature 37.5 degrees at the moment. So striding closer and closer to the that next level of heat warning.
Certainly is warming, that heat, isn't it? Yeah, but certainly we're nudging that next level on the heat management plan. So we'll keep an eye on that, and no doubt get advised if it does actually get there.
Yeah, so as I said, lots of different backgrounds presenting in the club events. You get some younger athletes, you get some older athletes, but everyone's generally around the same sort of level. So we've got St George doing battle with Mossman here, which isn't really, outside of Masters racing, doesn't really happen that often. So St George, James Hunt, Kurt Armstrong, coached by Mark Featherston, who are leading by a couple lengths over, about 2 lengths, maybe even 3, over Mossman's Banjo Kirkham and Rocco Griffiths. So at the 1,000 metre mark, yeah, solid 3, maybe even 4 lengths. A good lead there for the boys from St George over Mossman. And as we've got the next 2 crews coming towards us, I think the University of New South Wales there, well clear of the young boys from Sydney. And in fact, we don't have the Sydney University crew here. So there's only 4 crews out on the course. Not sure why we're running a heat. So that's the Sydney University crew of Sebastian Adderton and James Scott Brown. Just a little bit of a shout out to them. If you had done your scratching, these guys wouldn't have to go do a heat. So a reminder, especially when it's so warm out, please make sure you do your scratchings, because it's not really fair that everyone else has to go out and do an extra race in the heat for absolutely no reason when you just couldn't be bothered to do your scratching. So James Scott Brown and Sebastian Adderton, not good enough.
So one of these crews obviously will miss out, which is unfortunate. But at the moment, it looks like the Sydney crew is in that position, but there's nothing between them and the University of New South Wales.
No, they're all going to go through.
Oh, they're all going to go through.
4. It's top 4 go through, and there's only 4 racing. No. Yeah, so these 4 crews just leisurely paddle down the course. All 4 are going to go through, and disappointingly, I think we've got the same thing in the next race with another did not start. People not doing the scratchings, and we could have just had a straight final, and everyone could have avoided another rows down the course in their 37-degree heat. So what a shame. But I'm sure everyone's enjoying getting familiar with the conditions. I mean, it's not dissuading these leading 2 crews. They're not letting off the gas. It's I wouldn't say it's the smartest thing when we've got you've got another race to do, and this race has 0 bearing on that one, given we've got pretty good conditions, and they're going to get a better lane. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think a better lane, I'd probably go for the less stress on the body than the better lane. But anyway, they've chosen otherwise, and it will be the St George crew that will come across the line to take out this first heat of the club men's double scull. The Mossman crew now following across the line, and a little bit further back to the University of New South Wales and Sydney crews.
And not quite taking the foot off the gas here. The University of New South Wales pairing of Anthony Ball and Thomas Jackson managed to stay across in front of the junior Sydney boys, Oliver Tisby-Rown and Michael Jenkins, who crossed the line 4th, but regardless, will be through to the final. And the second heat is underway, and I think everyone in this heat seems to get the picture with the fact that everyone's going through to the final. So second heat, we already have 1 scratching, and then we've got a did not start as well. So one crew that did get their no scratchings, but we do have a did not start from University of New South Wales, so couldn't be bothered to put their scratching in. So another 4 crews where the top 4 are going through. So it's essentially just a little race for lanes. Manning River in lane 3, Ryan Watkins and Oliver Sampson. Mossman in lane 4, Julian Lamatre and Jack Meek. Leichhardt in lane 5, Remy Wilson and Luca Wilson. University of New South Wales in lane 6 have not turned up. And UTS in lane 7, Liam Taylor and Patrick Burke, who are some way clear of the field at the moment, are looking very, very relaxed and not putting too much energy under the water, and conserving themselves to take the race out in the take the race to their competitors in the final. Pat Burke was in the winning club men's double at the National Championships last year with Mitchell Kaponis. And they're very, very pleased to get that one over the line. And I'm sure he'll be back for another tilt at that one in 2026. I'll tell you what, this Leichhardt crew, Remy and Luca Wilson, not giving up. Whereas really could just be conserving a few bickies, I think.
Yeah, certainly both crews appear to be still working fairly hard. It looks like the Mossman crew probably back there. Maybe, I was going to say maybe they'd taken the foot off, but they don't look like they've done it either. So maybe some having a bit more thought about what's happening here. But certainly the UTS crew over here in lane 7 looking fairly comfortable now. They've brought the rate down. They've had a look over at the grandstand, just checked that the family's there. They're
actually putting on a good show for the crowd. Putting on
a good show, a grandstand finish, and Leichhardt certainly, once again, certainly pushing all the way to the line. But it will be the UTS crew that goes across to take out first place, first into the final out of this group, followed by Leichhardt. It will be the Manning River crew across in 3rd, and followed by Mossman 4th across the line to round out this field.
And race 71 nearing its conclusion. Here's Andrew Simpson from North Shore Rowing Club, who claims the win. And tight tussle between lane 6, Black Mountain, represented by Ian Mongan in lane 6, who claims second, and Trent Rogers of Mossman in lane 5, claims third place. And 2 further scullers yet to complete. Ken Bradfield of Lake Illawarra in lane 4, and Black Mountains, Christopher Smith in lane 3. It's the Black Mountain sculler, Christopher Smith, looking poised to claim 4th place. And that was Christopher Smith of Black Mountain Rowing Club passing through the finish line, and followed by Ken Bradfield, Lake Illawarra. Fair change to the commentary tower. Great to be back with you this afternoon, joined by Henry Lees again, and thank you to Chris McCarthy and Rob Glendenning for their efforts. So we bring to you the remainder of this afternoon's program.
G'day everyone, welcome back, and hope everyone's staying cool in the heat out there. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, please.
Division 2 of the men's master single sculls on the course. We're just scratching from lanes 1 and 5. So in lane 2, representing Mossman, is Anthony Colley. In lane 3, also from Mossman, Alexander Deutsch. Lane 4 from UNSW, Andrew McEnroe. In lane 6 from Manning River is Glenn Herbert, also from Manning River. In lane 7, Rhett Patterson. And finally, of Newcastle Rowing Club, is David McCready. Henry, a fairly tight affair unfolding on the competition lake so far.
Exactly. Coming through the halfway mark of the race, we've got 3 scullers all within a boat length of each other, with the 2 chasing also going bow ball to bow ball. Excellent racing for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon, I might say.
And we're just having a little discussion before, perhaps just the slightest whisper of a wind blowing up across the water. Certainly not sufficient enough to bother the scullers, you would have thought, but just a little bit more than it was this morning.
It's just present. You can see it up here from our sort of eagle-nested position, a little bit of a dance on the water, but like you said, Michael, nothing here is going to impact the sculls, particularly these masters who've been rowing for 30 plus years, which is just an extraordinary feat.
And if anything's going to disrupt these experienced scullers, it's likely to be the heat, of course. Level 2 heat measures have been implemented, so across the board, please do ensure that you're looking out for the safety of yourself and the rest of your team and your clubs out here. Please do seek shade as soon as you've finished racing. Don't loiter in the sun. But for the moment, we have Colley, Deutsch and McEnroe of Mossman and UNSW at the pointy end of this race, and also a challenge coming over here in lane 6. Glenn Herbert of Manning River.
Glenn is doing a great finish here. Looks like he's really brought his rate of striking up, running the boat very cleanly. He's doing excellently as he comes towards the line in the red buoys.
It's my apologies. That's not Glenn Herbert. That's Rhett Patterson, his colleague, also of the Manning River Rowing Club. Rhett Patterson in lane 7. He is just pressing.
He might be in the
Andrew
lead
McEnroe
here.
all the way to the finish, and he's certainly not letting him have it easy. McEnroe throws his rate through the roof. It's going to be really tight, the finish. I think it's going to be the UNSW sculler. Just snatches the win off of Manning River. Patterson has to settle for second. Third place goes the way of Alexander Deutsch of Mossman. Fourth place to the sculler from Newcastle in lane 8, David McCready. Fifth place to Anthony Colley from Mossman. Sixth place to Glenn Herbert of Manning River.
Excellent racing there. Fantastic final 100 from the 2 scullers there.
Race 73 underway, third division of the men's masters single scull. So in lane 1 is a St George crew. Christopher Jones, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 2, representing Manning River, is Nick Johnson. Lane 3 from Drummoyne is Gabriel Haythornthwaite. Lane 4 also from Drummoyne, Gary Foster. Scratching from North Shore in lane 5. Lane 6 is Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Mark Williams from Mossman. And finally in lane 8, representing Glebe, is Mark McKeon.
Looks like all scullers have come off as well. You know, we have a slight handicap in this race with St George off a 24-second handicap there. But from what we can see, Michael, and please correct me if I'm wrong, looks like everyone has started and was sort of approaching the halfway mark of this one.
Certainly looks that way. Of course, we had St George in lane 1 and Manning River in lane 2 off 24 seconds. Drummoyne in lanes 3 and 4 off 18. And as Sydney in lane 6 off 10 seconds, and Mossman and Glebe over here on the near side of the course off go. So it certainly appears to us as though the scullers in the middle of the course, the Drummoyne scullers and Carl Quitzow in lane 6 in the Sydney colours, have eaten up away on that lead by reason of the handicap in the Mossman and Glebe boats over here on the near side of the course. And sure enough, Carl Quitzow of the Sydney Rowing Club in the lead. He's in lane 6 and he went off 10 seconds. And he's eaten up the lead that was Mark McKeon's early on in the race.
And then Mark Williams of Mossman, who also went off go, is in a great tussle with Mark from Glebe as well, as they hold the second and third places by about half a second between them. But there's no denying that Carl has really taken advantage of his sort of middle of the pack handicap to come through and looking like he's extending the lead as we come into the last quarter of this race 73 as it comes down the track.
So I think it's the Mossman sculler just to the left of Carl Quitzow's Mark Williams, just chomping at his heels, but Carl maintaining a very steady rate of striking, Henry.
Very steady. He looks like he's made a decision, row with a bit more power as opposed to bring the rate up, adapting to the racing conditions, I would say, you know, excellently.
Well, have a look at lane 1, the St George sculler, Christopher Jones, who went off 24-second handicap, is just kind of edging his way up into the pointy end of the race. The question is whether he's going to run out of water to challenge Quitzow for the lead.
And it looks like here on the side closest to us, Mike, Mark Williams from Mossman's bringing his rate up quite nicely. He's obviously seen that challenge from Christopher Jones over in St George, and he's sort of done a little pip, maybe 3 or 4 points on the rate there, and he's looking across the line. But I think second place will be his. But there's no denying that Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club is our winner today, as he really brings the rate down as he come across the line. Mark Williams coming in second there with a quite high rate of striking. Christopher Jones from St George in third. Mark McEwen from Glebe here in fourth. And a bit of a sprint here for finish, and looks like, Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne, followed by Nick Johnson of Manning River, and then Gary Foster from Drummoyne as well, finish in the field. Well done to all athletes. Please go stay cool.
Excellent. And Division 4 underway as well in the men's masters single scull. In lane 2, representing Manning River Rowing Club, is Roy Halliday. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Teeshan, one of our co-commentators this morning. In lane 4 from Shell Harbour City is Peter Nevitt. In lane 5 from Drummoyne is Richard Jones. Lane 6 from Manning River is Graham Nix. In lane 7 from North Shore is Kim Rudder. And finally in lane 8 from Drummoyne is Graham Wern.
Looks like all athletes have started. We have all scullers racing at the moment. Graham Wern, you know, off go, so he's got the field coming to him now, so he's got the competitive, I'd say, mental advantage at this stage, Michael.
Yeah, for sure. Graham Wern enjoying some 32 seconds and 47 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. And, well, it's a game of cat and mouse until the end.
And he's come through that first half of the race. He's kept that lead as much as possible right now, and he's just looking at everyone come up to him. Is it going to be them getting on his stern or him getting his bow of the finish line, right?
Graham Nix, the nearest competitor, some 18 seconds behind Wern, who commands the lead, and Mark Tejan and Roy Halliday, third and fourth respectively. But
a bit of a
fair bit of
tussle.
work to do for those scullers to eat away at the lead enjoyed by a Graham Wern at this stage.
Sorry for jumping over you before, Michael. I was just saying the bit of a tussle there for third and fourth as the two scullers are less than a second between them, which is always great to see mini battles within the ultimate battle of the first bow over the line.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Tejan and Roy Halliday going head-to-head there, locking horns for the first half of this race. But let's just see how the rest of the race unfolds in the second 500 metres as those handicaps start to come into play.
And Michael, as we come into the last sort of 250, last quarter of this race, that you can see the field, there's a chasing pack of three here, all hot on the heels of Graham. Looks like Manning Rivers, Graham Nix is moving quite nicely as well, with two compatriots from what I can see, Glebe and Manning River on the top of the course here. But if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would think that the sculler from Manning River is going to be pushing Graham Wern all the way to the line. But Graham, at this stage, I think he's going to hold on to his lead and get the win here.
His rivals are running out of water a bit. He's got Graham Nix, Mark Tejan, Roy Halliday. I think Graham Wern has done enough just to hold on to this one in the final couple of strokes. Well done, Drummoyne Rowing Club.
Excellent finish there.
Second place goes to Graham Nix. Third place is tight, but it goes to Roy Halliday of Manning River, followed by Mark Tejan. Coming across the line now, Richard Jones from the Drummoyne Rowing Club, lane 5.
And then Kim Rudder from North Shore and Peter Nevitt from Shell Harbour finishing within the same beep. So a close finish for those two as we round out the Men's Masters Single Division 4 racing.
So we change from Masters sculling now to the Men's Elite Under 23 Lightweight Double, Henry, which is race 75 on the program. And if you're joining us on the live stream or out here at the Regatta Park, you can see the athletes are assembling themselves down the starting line.
Yeah, we can see the great efforts of our volunteers down there. You know, they're in the sun consistently, making sure everyone's lined up, getting a fair line. So, you know, it must be said, great appreciation that everyone has for them and giving the athletes a fair and even chance to race. So thank you. Yeah. Thank you to all of our volunteers today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this race is scheduled for a 2:55 p.m. start, and it's a star-studded lineup. So let's just have a look at that before we get underway very shortly. Lane 1 is Black Mountain Crew, Joshua Miller and Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Donachens. In lane 2 is a Nepean Newcastle Composite, Remy Keats and Jason Waddell. In lane 3 is a Sydney ANU composite. Hamish Harding, the ANU and the ACT High Performance Program, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. That crew's coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 4 is an under 20. So those 3 crews are elite lightweight and open elite crews. The remaining 5 crews in the race are under 23 crews. So Oscar Skeel Gamborg and Toby Elias are in lane 4. That's a Mossman crew. In lane 5, representing Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program, Jesse Roshin and Angus Scott, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 6 is a Hawthorn Sydney composite, Charlie Hine and Max Curry. We saw both of those scullers out here earlier today. In lane 7, representing Sydney University, is William Rogers and Adam Holland. And finally, in lane 8 is a Canberra Rowing Club ANU composite, James Robson and Darcy James. That crew is also coached by Tom Westgarth.
And one of my favourite things about these races, Michael, is the fact that we will have 3 races in this race, but ultimately all crews are looking for, you know, first over the post bragging rights as well. So if anyone thinks it's, you know, too hot to get out and watch some racing, this is my pick of the afternoon racing so far, coming back in the commentary box.
Yeah, we should be in for a fascinating race in race 75. Get underway just in a short moment. You can see on the live stream the starting mechanism down at the 2,000 metre blocks.
I have all crews lining up there, you know, they'd be sitting, going through their race plan, bow seat, looking down the course, making slight adjustments, tapping the boat. But crews would be sitting there relaxed. You know, they're breathing, they're getting their rhythm right, they're getting everything ready so they can spend the next 6.5, 7 minutes putting in their best efforts, you know, to beat the blokes next to them in the most basic of terms.
So we're underway in race 75. As you say, Henry, the pick of the afternoon's racing so far.
Yeah, I think having the 3 races in one just gives it a multifaceted, you know, sort of race aspect to it all. So, you know, a crew might be not first over the line, but they still might be winning their division, which is something that I think is just adds an extra layer to it all. Yeah,
well, that's right. I mean, just looking at some of the names, the variety of names that we have in this race, it's a bit of a smorgasbord, really.
We are spoiled for choice with athletes from different ages, divisions, and boat classes.
Indeed, well,
weight classes, I should say. Sorry.
Taking, for example, an Nepean composite crew, that's Remy Keats and Jason Waddell. Remy Keats, I believe, champion of the club double a couple of years ago at national championships, paired up with Ben Homer of Newcastle Rowing Club. So he's absolutely experienced at the club and national level. Jason Waddell, of course, very experienced sculler, member of the New South Wales Penrith Cup squad for the past couple of years. And Hamish Harding, very experienced former lightweight. Cormac Kennedy Leverett, member of the Australian rowing team. Oscar Skeel Gamborg, for instance, competitor at the Australian representative at the Beach Sprint Coastal Championships as well. Jesse Roshin, very impressive young sculler out of the ACT, who I've seen claim a lot of wins out here at the Regatta Centre, both in the single scull and in the quadruple scull, which they row so well down there.
They definitely do. And then we've had some athletes who are on form from today as well. You know, names jumping off the list for me are Max Curry, Charlie Hine from the Hawthorn Composite. They raced very exceptionally well in those singles earlier this morning. Tobias Elias from Mossman under the tutelage of Alfie Young as well, another name that we've heard a lot over our speakers this morning and this afternoon, I should say.
That's right. Adam Holland, of course, under 23 Australian representative, pairing up with William Rogers, coached by Tom Lorich in the Sydney University colours this afternoon. I think it was that boat, lane 7, the Sydney University combination, who were the leaders, I should have said, as they went through the 500.
I think I saw that as well, Michael. We'll let everyone know once we have some numbers on our screen, but from the quick bit of footage we saw, because they are moving very quickly here as they flew past the camera, it did look like the Sydney University crew of Rogers and Holland were in the lead. Important to note that the Rogers and Holland combination are an under-23 crew as well. So they have 4 of the competitors, while the Sydney Composite is the only men's open, while there are 2 men's open lightweights as well.
Does appear it is that Sydney University crew through the 1,000 metres. Holland and Rogers are looking the goods. Lane 4, as well, Oscar Skill-Gamborg, Toby Elias.
And as we can see, the scullers have just come over, or are coming over the halfway mark now. So we've, we expect they've settled into their mid-race rhythm. They're working through some technical aspects, but they're also in the position where it's a hot afternoon, so everything might go out the window and they have to adapt to the race conditions around them, which is, I think, one aspect that these 23s and seniors and lightweights have had before. So, this is where experience will kick in.
You can see that Sydney ACT composite, Hamish Harding, the ACT, the ANU colours, I should say, in the bow of that boat on the right hand of the screen, with Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Deeply experienced crew, and they just look at that, the boat's nice and trim, they're just powering it through.
They're rowing the doubles. The double should be rowed. They're bouncing the boat, moving their hands away quickly off the finish, and allowing the boat to do the work for them. They're not fighting against it. They're working with it to make sure that they're moving it well. And they're in a real tussle here with the Mossman crew, and the crew there, the composite crew, are looking over their shoulders, and they are. We can't tell yet, but they might be moving on them. We will keep you updated with our splits at the 1,500 metre mark, but still in the lead is that Sydney University crew, and they're open water by the looks of it. And then the Mossman and composite crew are on a canvas for each other, which is exciting racing.
Absolutely.
Quarter of a second between them.
Yeah, that men's elite open crew tussling with the young guns, Skill-Gamborg and Elias to their left. So query whether Hamish Harding and Cormac Kennedy Leverett can get on to terms with those young guns in the final 250 metres. We saw Cormac Kennedy Leverett mount that almighty comeback in the single scull earlier today when he almost snatched that the men's elite single off of Sam Green of UTS Haberfield earlier today, and that was a phenomenal comeback. And Hamish Harding, famously strong finisher over 2,000 metres, and well, here we go. We're into the final 250 metres. It's the Sydney University combination who still in the lead. They are being pressed by this young Mossman combination, Elias and Skill-Gamborg, and it is tightening up as we get into the boys turning red.
And it's important to note that this Sydney University group have led from the onset. They've had an imperious race coming down the course here. The Mossman crew have absolutely brought their rate up. They'd be touching the low 40s at this stage, which is excellent to see. But right now, this is the Sydney Uni show with their racing. They're striking extremely well, and they're coming over the line, and they'll take the win there. Excellent job with the Mossman crew moving away from the other crew as well. They were canvassed on each other at the 1,500 and open water by the end, but now we have a sprint finish here for the 4th place, and Michael, who was that who just snuck in? Lane 8.
Which I couldn't see. That's the Canberra composite, James Robertson and Darcy James, ANU and a Canberra Rowing Club.
Don't take my word, but I think they might have just pipped they might have just got the win at the line there.
Across the line in 6th place is that crew in lane 2, Remy Keats and Jason Waddell.
Lane 5 of Rosen and Scott coming in there with the Black Mountain crew of Josh Miller and Matthew Rickard coming in 7th, 8th place, I should say.
So, just awaiting the official confirmation of results in race 75, given the tight finish there between lanes 8 and 6. We'll move right along to race 76, which is on the course, the Women's Elite Lightweight and Women's Elite Double Scull. So we have 2 lightweight crews in this event, in lanes 2 and 3. In lane 2 is Phoebe Herdman and Sarah Berkery, coached by Sam Fennessy. And in lane 3, the second lightweight crew is Black Mountain, represented by Ronya Starker-Ashby and Abby Richards. And then in lane 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are open weight competitors. So in lane 4 is a Mercantile Mossman composite, represented by Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Rihanna Sumpter and Remy McKay. In lane 6 is Brooklyn Leslie and Alexandra Moylan. In lane 7 is a Sydney University and ANU composite, Anika Reardon and Sophia Whiteman. And finally, an ANU ACT Sydney Rowing Club composite, Caitlin McManus Barrett and Zara Turner.
It looks like crews have made their way through the halfway mark of this one now, Michael. Looking like the middle few lanes here are in the lead, but we will be able to give you some updates when the numbers flash by our screens. But from what we can see from up here, the lanes 4, 5 and 6, potentially 7 as well, are sort of leading the pack.
Always hard to tell, but it could be that it's that Mercantile combination, Henry, in lane 4.
I tend to agree with just from counting backwards, you know, we can sort of see what lanes and make an assumption from there.
Yeah, so it's Bond and Kafuri from Mercantile Composite, that's an open weight crew, and also lane 7, the Sydney University ANU combination, Anika Reardon and Sophia Whiteman. Of course, we've seen those scullers before today in the single sculls. And here we go, they're flashing up on our screen now, and it's the crew in lane 7 by a very narrow margin.
Less than a second between them with 500 to go. This is on track to be one of the races of the afternoon if this is the finish we're expecting.
Yeah, so that's Anika Reardon and Sophia Whiteman going head-to-head and locking tusks with Bond and Kafuri of Mercantile Mossman.
Then in third, we've got the Sydney crew, as you were saying. Sorry, Michael, for jumping in there, along with ANU and Sydney closely followed by them. So sort of a battle for first and second, and then a secondary battle for third and fourth here, which is always exciting to see.
Yeah, so that race is a little bit spread out, and battles for the first and the second, and then between the third and the fourth. But Mercantile and the Sydney University composite at the pointy end for the moment.
And as they come into the final 250 where the boys start to change colour, it's too close to tell. But it looks like the composite crew of Sydney University and ANU might be half a canvas in front. Their rate of striking is slightly higher.
Yeah.
Wind into the line, I would say, is a term that most rowers heard and know of, and it looks like they're doing that quite nicely right now.
Well, that's right. Mercantile are going to have to respond if they're wanting to reel this one back in the final stage, but I think it might be running out of water a little bit. Mercantile, Sydney University, Reardon and Whiteman, well, they're doing a stellar job out the front here, and they're looking around towards the grandstand to see if they can see the finish line, and it is going to be the crew in lane 7 who claim this one.
Excellent final 500 from these two. That was a sensational sprint.
Kafuri and Bond, a stellar race from them as well. They claim second. Third place looking as though it'll go the way of Rihanna Sumpter and Remy McKay in lane 5. Followed by Caitlin McManus, Barrett and Zara Turner, who claim 4th place. 5th place, poised to go to the ANU crew in lane 6. It's Brooklyn Leslie and Alexandra Moylan.
Excellent racing there from the ANU crew as they come over the line.
And our final 2 crews to cross the line will be Black Mountain in lane 3 and UTS Haberfield in lanes 3 and 2.
Interesting you say that as well, Michael. These final 2 crews here are the lightweights as they come down the course. So, look, they are racing their own race. So, congratulations to the Black Mountain crew for winning, I suppose, the open lightweight women's double division.
Yeah, and they're really happy about that one. Congratulations to Black Mountain.
And then rounding out the field, UTS Haberfield coming in there as 7th place. Well done. And then, Michael, while we were looking at that excellent race finishing up there, we've got the men's under 21 double scull coming into the last 500 here. From what we can see, it looks like the crew from Canberra ACT in lane 2 are in the lead here, with Mossman in lane 3 hot on their heels. Moving into the final 250 metres here, and you can see the rate of striking is really coming up as they wind towards the line, with that Canberra ACT crew, as I've mentioned before, really rowing the double. You know, they're bouncing the boat, moving their hands away, and they're getting the most return out of that, and that's reflective of their position as they have open water as we come towards the last 50 metres.
Yeah, Braithwaite and Schmidt looking very strong there as they come into the line. A really, really nice long stroke. That's the Canberra ACT crew. Congratulations. You can go back down the Federal Highway with some pride. Mossman coming in second. Harry Coddington and Floris Elias.
Third place to the Sydney University crew of Luke Purdy and Finlay Mitchell. Well done, team there. And then from what I can see on the course, Black Mountain, the crew of Riley Dale and Oliver Manning coming in 4th place there. Well done, boys, winding to the line, racing hard all the way through.
And looking as though we have had a scratching from the Sydney University boat in lane 7. So recapping the results of the men's under 21 double scull. A win for Canberra ACT, Harrison Braithwaite and Cameron Schmidt. Second place to Harry Coddington and Floris Elias from Mossman. Third place to Sydney University's Luke Purdy and Finlay Mitchell. And 4th place to Riley Dale and Oliver Manning of Black Mountain.
Coming on the course now, we have the women's under 21 double scull. As we can see, if you are watching on the live stream, the crews are making their way through the 1,000 metre mark. I'll wait for some numbers to come up on the screen to give you a bit of an update on positions, but you know, the water, the conditions from up here are perfect, hardly a breath of wind. Temperatures hot but lovely, perfect for racing, and water as flat as a tack. So good racing all round and good conditions for these young athletes.
Looks to be 6 crews contesting this event. So in lane 2, Sydney University's Isabella Stalley and Chloe Hitchens. Lane 3, UTS, Grace Woodward and Charlie Griebel. In lane 4, Sydney University, Grace McKinlay and Audrey Stigter. In lane 5, Mossman Rowing Club's Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. In lane 6, University, Georgina Stevenson and Alice McCready. And in lane 7, Sydney University's Patricia Boland and Summer Phillips. So a race dominated by Sydney University scullers.
And we can see here the crew from Mossman on screen. They're rowing very nicely together, and once we get the angle, but it looks like they are contesting or are in the lead as we come into the final 500 metres of this race now. Close on their heels are a crew from Sydney University with all athletes. Yes, that's right. So we have Mossman in the lead there. Sydney University 2 second with a bit of 4.5 seconds back to them. Third place over the 1500 is Sydney University 1. So good to see that we've got some athletes from Sydney University coming in here with Mossman pulling everyone down the course at this stage. There are 4 Sydney University boats in this race. Great to see the depth that that club has at this level as well. As we move into the final 250 here, that we've gone to the pink boys and red boys. The crew from Mossman in lane 5 are maintaining their lead. They've brought up their rate of striking and they're moving away from the rest of the field. Sydney University, who came through the 1500 in that second position, have maintained that, while the other Sydney University crew have maintained their position in third. But right now, this is the Mossman show. They are in the lead, 1 to the line, and nothing looks like it's going to stop these 2 young athletes as they are crossing the line for a victory in the under 21 women's double scull. Well done to those athletes there. Second place to Sydney University, crew number 2, and third place there to Sydney University, crew number 1.
Crossing the line now in lane 2 is Isabella Stalley and Chloe Hitchens, lane 2. And followed by Grace Woodward and Charlie Griebel of UTS Rowing Club in lane 3. And also in lane 4, Grace McKinlay and Audrey Sidka to round out the event. So with the conclusion of race 78, we have an announcement with respect to the remainder of racing this afternoon. Given the heat, decision has been made to cancel races 80 to 86 inclusive. That is, races 80 to 86 have been cancelled, not postponed. Race 87 will proceed. And that is the club men's double scull final and the club women's double scull final. And those races are scheduled to proceed at 4:25 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. this afternoon. So we'll take a short break and we'll see you back here shortly. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just an announcement to confirm that the remaining races for this afternoon, that's races 87 and 88, have been cancelled. So that concludes the rest of the program. Thank you for joining us out here at the boat park today, and thank you for your participation in the 2026 Small Boats Regatta. On behalf of Rowing New South Wales, thank you for being here and for your cooperation. Just ask before you leave, please do return your bow numbers to the finish tower, and please ensure that you get home safely and you stay out of the sun on the way. Thank you, Henry, for your company this afternoon.
Thank you, Marco. It was a pleasure and a privilege. Everyone, athletes and spectators, please make sure you hydrate as well. It's hot out here. Be safe.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Bye for now.